and present a united front. Ronquist seemed less than convinced. A united front. If we fall out among ourselves now, I don't see us getting through this. Ronquist glanced at Lupo, who gave the slightest of nods. Apparently when the only remaining option was still less than acceptable, but could not be realistically rejected, Lupo didn't waste time wishing or complaining. He made the best of a sorry situation and moved on. Like Deer Park, but for very different reasons, most of the base was built under the ground, or at least under the snow. The route taken by Weir and followed by everyone else led them through tunnels, passages, and narrow companionways, uneven and meandering, some still under construction, and lit with neon tubes, hooked in line with a great deal of exposed wiring. Finally, they climbed a flight of steel steps and emerged into a viewing area, a long narrow gallery in which an expanse of double or perhaps triple glazing looked down on a wide concrete apron, lit and marked out like a section of deck from an aircraft carrier. Outside, the weather had changed. A thick overcast had moved in, and small snow flurries were harbingers of more to come. At first it seemed there was nothing to see beyond the landing area, except featureless gray. Then Weir turned to Carlson and pointed out beyond the glass. There, look over there. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At first it was only a dark shape dropping down from the overcast, but gradually it began to take on a solid form. The same inverted saucer that Ronquist had seen in the 1947 film from Neuschwabenland in Antarctica was now materializing out of the fog beyond the double glass, dropping majestically for a vertical landing. As he was able to make out details, he saw it was sleeker than the attack craft that had routed Admiral Byrd's forces back in the aftermath of World War II. That made sense, assuming that new machines had been built, and design improvements had been made. The craft still had the ironclad pomposity of the 40s version, even though it came with fewer plates and rivets, it still kept the look of a circular submarine rather than any flying machine. It retained the essential shape of the upside-down dish with the domed superstructure, and an irregular jumble of spheres and steel hoses on the underside that had to be the basic propulsion unit. The new model, however, had more the lozenge-slash-pod look of dark 50s science fiction, a style that seemed to be enjoying a renaissance in modern cyber design. The greenhouse panes of the old canopy had been replaced by one large piece of smoothly molded plexiglass, like the cockpit canopy on a Sabre jet, only 100 times larger. It was tinted the same smoky gold as an astronaut's faceplate, and dark figures could be seen both standing and moving in the dim, lit from below control room. Weir gestured to the machine with something akin to pride. "That's the Fluggelrud, gentlemen and lady." Bridewell was the first to react. Her aura blazed with disbelief, shock, and delight. For a moment, she was nothing more than a deranged and wicked damaged child, seeing something that she had always wanted to see. First vampires and now this. Holy shit. It really is a fucking flying saucer, just like in the film. A fucking Nazi UFO. I don't believe it. Ronquist said nothing, and he noticed Lupo had all but turned to stone. It was plain from his aura that he hardly believed it either. Ronquist moved closer to the glass. The 21st century Fluggelrud shared more than just a fundamental configuration with its predecessor. Admittedly, keeping up with the latest developments in contemporary aviation was not something he did with any particular diligence, and he'd never been in one of the super-secret places like Dreamland, but something about the saucer was, to his eyes, not quite right. Like the vintage model, the craft that was making a leisurely and apparently effortless landing that also gave the impression its designer had made almost no attempt to minimize the weight of the machine, and that could only indicate one of two things. If the Fluggelrud still employed some improved version of Schriever's liquid vortex engine, the thing must have a huge power-to-weight ratio. Either that, or the Underlanders had been messing around with some form of anti-gravity, something supposedly years beyond any current human capability. How could these complete outsiders, isolated from the mainstream of scientific research and supposedly crippled by the poisonous Nazi ideology that they'd taken down below with them, be able to make such startling technological leaps? Could they have had help? And, if so, from where could that help have come? The USA? The old USSR? Neither of them had anti-gravity to his knowledge. Ronquist didn't want to think what would have been the first thought for any human conspiracy theorist. He didn't want to consider that the Underlanders' help might have originated in some infinite elsewhere. Deep in his Nosferatu DNA were the memories of the great conspiracy of 14,000 years ago, the conflict that had extended far beyond the Earth, and in which the planet itself, and its monkey inhabitants, had been no more than a mere footnote in an epic power struggle, the history of which was still being laboriously and destructively written across the galaxy. The very double helix of his kind, and also that of the humanity, was the engineered product of that conspiracy. The Nosferatu genome still bore the alien splices by which the Nephilim had made him what he was. Ronquist noticed how the emblem emblazoned on the side of the Flugelred had also changed. It was neither the infamous Nazi swastika nor the black iron cross of the Kaisers. It was now a thick, upright, straight-sided cross, geometrically enclosed in a circle, as though the original swastika had closed its hooks. A stylized snake crawled up the vertical of the cross. For Ronquist it was something new. The barbarous Nordic mysticism of the Nazis was a retreat to the lower levels of spirituality, but had their Underland offspring withdrawn so much further into the murk and shadow that they were now embracing serpent cults. Through the labyrinth of history, in different places and at different times, reptile worship had reigned omnipotent for centuries at a time. The origins of such sects predated the Nosferatu, the Nephilim invasion, and the alien domination by the god king Marduk-Ra. The roots of the serpent cults were clouded and concealed, but seemingly went all the way back to the Ultima Thule, the baleful cold of the last ice age. Just before the saucer touched down, a rainbow glow, like the aurora in miniature, flickered briefly between the Flugelred steel skirt and the concrete of the apron. The release of energy was unlike anything Ronquist had ever seen. The glitter of color was more than enough to generate further uninformed speculation on what technical advances these Underlanders might have made during their separation from the surface world, but then a two-man ground crew, in thick, fur-lined parkas, wool masks, and goggles advanced on the machine with a long, steel-tipped lance. Thick power cables ran back from the lance to connections inside an open inspection cover on the flat surface of the apron, and the two technicians handled the lance with industrial-strength rubber gauntlets. Time frowned and glanced at Weir. What the fuck are they doing? Grounding the Flugelred. Those things build up one fuck of a jolt of static, even on the short flight between here and the fissure. This is getting a tad weird even for me. Girl, you ain't seen nothing yet. He turned so the next remark included Ronquist and Lupo. You should all watch your eyes. It can be like an arc light. The lance touched the side of the machine and created a brief but brilliant flash. Something akin to St. Elmo's fire ran up and down the lance's length, but Ronquist didn't see it. Carlson's warning had come too late. He had managed to shield his eyes a little with hastily raised hands, but he still found himself awash in a sea of floating after images. Bridewell was cursing. Some dark lost developed a sympathetic sensitivity to light. God damn it, Carlson. You could have warned us. I did warn you. Not fucking soon enough. I'm half blind. The men on the landing apron had now put down their grounding lance, and were running out a soft plastic tube, about 8 feet in diameter, manhandling its expanding concertina folds until it stretched from a door to the base to an entry hatch in the saucer section of the Flugelred. The tube functioned like a protective jetway, insulating such passengers and crew who might disembark from the wild wind, snow, and freezing cold. When the access tunnel was in place, the hatch slid sideways. Two figures emerged, hurried down the tube, and went inside the base. Ronquist looked quickly at Weir. Is that Beauregard deplaning? Weir nodded. That's our boy. And where's he going? He'll be right here to see you guys. It won't take him but a minute to get up here. Ronquist rounded on Carlson. Anything new about this man that I should be told a moment before he arrives? Is there anything previously forgotten along the lines of non-communication? Carlson shook his head. I swear. Okay. When dealing with Beauregard. Ronkest's head snapped round as Weir spoke. Yes. Call him Colonel. I thought he was a storm leader of the Iron Order. He's from Dixie and not as into all the Teutonic Knights crap as the rest of them. I call him Colonel, and he seems to like it. At least he answers to it. Thank you, Mr. Weir. You're welcome, Mr. Ronkest. Is there anything else? If you get the urge to fuck with him, resist it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. For the second time in a matter of minutes, Time could hardly believe what she was seeing, but this time she only exclaimed in an under her breath whisper. Does someone want to tell me what the fuck is going on here? Was this a costume for a movie? Some Confederate air ace, or one of Quantrill's space pirates? The shiny black, rubberized coat hung clear to the spurs on the inevitable cavalry boots, while the wolf pelt that formed the collar framed his face like a ruff. He wore a serpent ring on the pinky finger of the black glove on his right hand, and a velvet tunic, belted at the waist, showed when the long coat swung unbuttoned. Time wondered why he didn't have a falcon on his wrist, as she watched him strut toward them like Prince Prospero in The Mask of the Red Death. His eyes were hidden behind a pair of black goggles, an elaborate construction that seemed to incorporate different settings and changes of lens, and also a small flashlight lined up to point anywhere the wearer might look, but that feature was, of course, turned off in the neon glare of the base. Time could imagine that mole people might have trouble with their eyes, and the complex goggles might be a solution. Colonel Beauregard. Weir greeted the approaching Underlander. Mr. Weir. Is it cold enough for you? Beauregard returned the greeting with great affability for one so obviously dressed to intimidate. His accent was strange. His speech patterns and inflections sounded to Time as though he had learned by painful repetition to try and speak like his forebears, but a lot of other Underland influences crept in, turning his drawl into a Dixie Fried parody. Below the goggles, his face was narrow and pale. A lifetime in the hollow earth seemed to have leached the pigment from the flesh of Colonel Johnny Beauregard, and his lips were almost without color. His hair was either black or dark brown, but plastered down lank, slick, and close to his skull, with a limp lock draped over the right eye of his goggles in an odd confluence of Marilyn Manson, Adolf Hitler, and Spanky from the Argang Shorts. Time noticed that Weir didn't move to meet Beauregard, but remained where he was, and let the Underlander come to him. Doubtless a token display of U.S. truculence. Indeed it is, Colonel. About as cold as you can expect at the North Pole in the dead of winter. We're warm enough down in the fissure. You should come down and visit with us, Mr. Weir. I don't know, Colonel. I have enough to keep me busy. Beauregard's voice took on a mildly unpleasant edge. You're not afraid of us Underlanders, are you, Mr. Weir? No, Colonel. Just well aware of my place. Weir quickly changed the subject. You seem to be a tad early. The supply plane won't be in for a few hours yet. Beauregard dismissed this with a wave of his gloved hand. I'm well aware of the supply plane's ETA. Van Pelt here can take care of that. He indicated the other Underlander, who was a less flamboyant version of Beauregard. He wore the same long coat, except without the fur collar. His hair was close-cropped, and his goggles by no means as ingeniously elaborate. I've come at this time to meet our visitors from Washington. Well, these are they, Colonel. He pointed to each of the party in turn. This is Mr. Carlson, Senor Lupo, Mr. Ronkest, and Miss Time Bridewell. Beauregard made a theatrical performance of removing his right glove and ring, taking Time's hand and lightly kissing it. She observed that his hand was clammy and that he affected purple nail varnish of a shade she would never use herself. Beauregard plainly fancied himself as the dashing gallant, but Bridewell wished she could see behind the goggles. She had a bad feeling that, although they might be protecting him from the bright light of surface dwellers, they might also be hiding something in his eyes that he didn't wish revealed. She wondered what Ronquist might be making of the Underlander's mind. She couldn't believe that he wasn't already up inside it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a show of fawning over Bridewell, Beauregard turned his attention to Carlson, Lupo, and, finally, Ronquist. He shook hands with the first two, then came to Ronquist. As their hands touched, skin on skin, Ronquist went into his mind, hard but exceedingly fast, in the hope that he could glean a basic background and withdraw before the human was aware of what had happened to him. On the upper conscious level, Beauregard seemed to be enjoying himself. His vanity basked in the nervousness he instilled in the surface dwellers. He commanded his own Flogelrod, had a wardrobe of gorgeous uniforms, and considered himself one hell of a fellow. On another level he was extremely glad to be breathing the air of the base. Ronquist gathered that Underland had a chronic pollution problem. Going deeper, Ronquist found that Beauregard was interested in Bridewell, and already formulating idle and fantastic sexual plans. It would appear that John T. Beauregard was sexually active and highly omnivorous, but, as Ronquist had already suspected, the pose of the uniformed fop was merely a defense. The lower depths of the Underlander's mind were a tumor of paranoid fascism dressed up in a corrupted Gone with the Wind romance. Down in the murk that was the true John Beauregard, halls of mountain kings became confused with stately antebellum mansions, and he entertained daydreams of furious spectacle in which towns burned, and whole populations were put to the sword, or wiped out in the course of long and formal mass executions, while all the time Beauregard rode at the head of his troops through smoke and fire, urging them on to bestial glory from the back of a plunging stallion, the bridge of a Flogelrod, or the turret of a Tiger tank. Ronquist, however, was not at all interested either in Beauregard's confusion or his schoolboy dreams of conquest and slaughter, so he cut to the area of social order in Underland, as the man perceived it. From what Ronquist was discovering, the storm leader had an imperiously limited perspective. The composite picture drawn by Beauregard's conditioned responses was one of a caste system in which violent young males were the apex. If not in complete power, they were certainly running round armed to the teeth in preposterous costumes. Ronquist realized there was nothing new in that, but again the technology was the most compelling riddle. A society that appeared so decidedly primitive, with a definite hint of the barbaric, should not have a machine like the Flogelrod. Where, to echo the Joker, did they get all those wonderful toys? The closest the young man came to providing an answer was the suggestion of a techno-priest class who handled that end of things. In his arrogance, Beauregard was neither very interested nor well informed as to where the weapons that fed his macabre visions of grand and passionate triumph and figured so prominently in his tangled appetites for power and destruction came from. He barely knew how these killing tools really worked and had no idea of the mechanics of their production. He was blessed with a skill for operating them, and that was as far as his involvement needed to go. Ronquist judged him simplistic even by human standards and swiftly withdrew from his mind. The intrusion didn't seem to have registered with Beauregard. He was briskly pulling his right glove back on. "Shall we saddle up, my newfound friends?" "Shall we what?" He replaced his ring. "Shall we get going? The craft awaits. We are only burning fuel." Carlson stared at Beauregard in open amazement. "You want us simply to come with you right now? That was the understanding, wasn't it?" Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Carlson knew that he was rapidly losing all control over the drama. Not only was he no longer writing the script, but he didn't even have a copy of the one they were currently using. To make matters worse, Beauregard appeared highly amused by Carlson's discomfort. "That was the understanding, wasn't it? That you should immediately be brought down to Underland? So you could take the tour and prepare a report for the Yankee Security Agency. You seem to be better informed than I am." Both Beauregard and Carlson looked to Beauregard for confirmation and Carlson for explanation. Returned Carlson's questioning stare with a shrug. That's the way I heard it. Just like the colonel said. Now Carlson not only didn't know who to believe, but was filled with doubts about where. For whom might he be ultimately working? He had been very insistent when Carlson had first arrived that he accept the reality of the situation. Out here, it's not us that run things, it's them. That's what he'd said. Maybe Weir had made what he saw as a pragmatic acceptance of reality, and transferred his loyalties to Underland. Carlson wondered how many betrayals within betrayals he should now expect. Even as he tried to react without any display of his newfound concern, he was very conscious that Ronquist and Lupo were staring at him intently. He knew it was incumbent on him to do something, to make his call on what the next move should be. He could also see that his hesitation was making Weir's backup boys a little twitchy. The hands of the zebra gunmen were edging toward their weapons, and the one with the shotgun had tightened his grip on the stock. The clear intimation was that if he or any of his party objected to boarding the Fluggelrud, the refusal would be met with force. Lacking any other option, Carlson decided that giving in had to be the better part of valor. I didn't think it would go quite like this, but I guess our primary task was to pay our respects to Underland, so let's all get on the saucer. Would you care to lead the way, Colonel? As they climbed the spiral of steps that led to the bridge of the Fluggelrud, even Lupo looked around with something close to a childlike awe. Although, unlike humans, Nosferatu had never been culturally conditioned through the latter half of the 20th century to equate flying saucers with alien spacecraft, Ronquist still had to admit that the interior of the Fluggelrud was strange, to say the very least. Except Ronquist saw the strangeness as being in the uncomfortable juxtapositioning of the familiar and the outlandish rather than a whole new men from Mars style of engineering. Regular commercial computer monitors, probably made in the People's Republic of China, were patched into mysterious boxes that might once have been part of a Soviet missile guidance system. They, in turn, were connected to thick, transparent tubes of bright, flowing plasma. Steering was accomplished by the pilot turning a clumsy metal wheel that could have been cannibalized from a Victorian battleship. And what had to be the power controls for the propulsion unit employed both bulky rheostats of a type that would have failed to qualify as state-of-the-art in the 1930s and jogwheel outboards that might have come from a contemporary, and very upmarket electronics outlet. As far as Ronquist could judge, a considerable volume of liquid was needed to put the Fluggelrud into the air, and much of that was piped via totally incongruous, brass-jointed, copper plumbing. He saw that some sections were white with the hoarfrost of condensation, showing that, at times, the mysterious fluid or fluids flowed at very low temperatures. A crew of 3 was required to run this model of Fluggelrud. In addition to the steersman at the great wheel, an engineer made constant adjustments to the propulsion units according to columns of figures displayed on a bank of small and archaically green monitors. The third of the trio was the navigator, who studied an advanced electronic plot table, but still called verbal instructions to the steersman. Ronquist later discovered that the navigator also operated the weapons system when the need arose. The crew and their workstations took up the forward half of the circular bridge beneath the plexiglass dome. The rear half was dominated by Beauregard's command chair, which was positioned on a raised dais so he had a full 360 view all round the dome, and over the heads of the crew. Enough space remained on either side of the chair for at least 6 people to stand without being uncomfortably pressed together. Ronquist could attest to that fact, since on the occasion of his first flight in a Fluggelrud, exactly that number were occupying the area. Carlson, Lupo, Bridewell, and himself, plus 2 young men, maybe Beauregard's aides, or maybe his bodyguards, both very like Van Pelt, who had entered Ice Station Zebra with Beauregard and remained there to wait for the transport. They wore the same long, rubberized coats and sported the same severe crew cuts. Beauregard wasted no time giving his visitors any kind of tour or explanation of the craft. He went straight to his command chair and seated himself, right leg cocked over its arm, in a pose of casual arrogance. Once comfortable, he addressed himself to the engineer. Hans. Yes, Storm Leader. Are we powered up to lift? Yes, Storm Leader. Then take us up. He turned his attention to the navigator. Klaus. Yes, Storm Leader. Do we have weather between us and the fissure? Nothing to concern us, Storm Leader. Then set a direct course. I wish to touch down at the temple side landing pad as soon as possible. Yes, Storm Leader. The sound of the propulsion unit was little more than a faint hum that rose in pitch as the saucer lifted from the apron. At the same time, Ronquist felt a downward pull on his body that he couldn't explain. The lights of the ice station zebra viewing area simply dropped away below them, but there was very little sense of motion. Almost immediately they were into clouds, and, apart from an occasional swirl of gray, they might not have been traveling at all. Ronquist only began to perceive a change after about 15 minutes of looking out of the tinted dome at a blur of nothingness. The clouds began to thicken and darken, and moments later they became streaked with black and red. After maybe a minute, they very disconcertingly began to spiral, as though the saucer was plunging headlong onto a vortex of volcanic fog. The effect was only visual, though. Physically, Ronquist had no sense of spinning, and the deck under his feet remained more still and stable than even the cabin floor of a commercial airliner in level flight and clear air. Once again Ronquist was forced to think in terms of the Underlanders having some device that nullified gravity. Ronquist turned to see how Beauregard was reacting to this vortex that came without a tremor, and found the Storm Leader smiling back at him, with spinning reflections of the vortex in the lenses of his goggles. Anti-gravity technology, my dear Ronquist. It's the secret that makes us so popular. How did these people have anything of the kind? It seemed so impossible. I feel like I'm descending into hell. Time spoke to no one in particular, but the juxtapositioning of the word hell caused Ronquist to glance at her. Was it just synchronicity, or was she picking up stray thoughts from him? Beauregard merely laughed. Maybe you are, Ms. Bridewell. Just because so many have fantasized about the pit does not preclude it from existing. Again, with no internal movement, the attitude of the saucer had changed. Now it was running fast between parallel rock walls, still with no internal sensation of movement. Beauregard leaned forward and gestured to Ronquist. Baron Ronquist. Ronquist could plainly read the bully hostility in his aura. Colonel Beauregard thought he had them all at his mercy. I'm not a baron. I'm sorry, my friend, I thought all of your kind from topside were counts or barons or lords, or something. Now Ronquist could see himself in the goggles. I'm just plain Victor Ronquist. Will you lodge with us, or would you prefer to be among your own? Ronquist did not like the sound of that at all. Could the human know what he really was? What do you mean by my own, Colonel? You brought your dark lost, didn't you? Bridewell chose this less than opportune time to assert her independence. I'm nobody's anything. Beauregard laughed. Think what you like, my dear. We're on our way to Underland, and we do things a little differently down there. He turned his attention back to Ronquist. You look surprised. Lupo was watching Ronquist like a hawk, but there was no way to salvage the situation. You have me unmasked. The undead move freely within the hollow earth. Indeed. They, of course, have their own recognized areas. Of course. I suppose they would. Lupo's thought spoke to Ronquist as clearly as a voice. He doesn't suspect me. Ronquist returned the projection. Interesting. He knows a great deal about Nosferatu, but the information you were one came from Deer Park. And the Dark Lost. He's seen similar with Underland Nosferatu. Beauregard, unable to hear the exchange between Lupo and Ronquist, assumed the slight fraction of time it took was a hesitation on Ronquist's part. I only inquired as to your preference in lodging so you shouldn't feel out of place. Damn, but I still know how it feels being the lone southern gentleman growing up in the middle of all those crazy krauts. Yes, indeed, it's always your own kind that you depend on in the end. I'm sure Ms. Bridewell would agree, Wouldn't you, ma'am? I'm not sure I'd like to exactly define who my kind are right now. Oh, Ms. Bridewell, I believe you're going to find that out soon enough. Forward pointing lights on the skirt of the saucer cut in, and the passengers could now see that they were rushing along a tunnel bored in the living rock, little more than twice the width of the saucer's diameter. The damp and dripping walls of rock seemed so close that Ronquist noticed Bridewell more than once cast a worried look in the direction of the steersman. The man, however, seemed totally unworried, making slight adjustments to the wheel as though hurtling through the narrow space was totally routine. Beauregard was leaning forward in his chair as though looking for something. "Klaus, cut the lights. Let our guests see the tunnel mouth and the entrance to the first cavern." Hans obeyed and the lights cut out. "Now take down the interior illumination." Again Hans did as instructed, and for a moment they flew in complete darkness, then a red glow was visible through the clear dome. It was reflected from the moisture on the rocks, and was definitely the light at the end of the tunnel. Beauregard waved a gloved and imperious hand. "Behold, my new companions, your first glimpse of the Underland." Chapter 6. Ronquist had observed many caves in his time. He had lived in at least 5, and hidden from humanity and the daylight in dozens more, or even tens of dozens, but he had never seen anything to match his first glimpse of this section of Underland. The sheer size of the cavern would have been enough on its own to make it totally unforgettable, and, as the Fluggelrad made its exit from the access tunnel, Ronquist had walked forward across the saucer's bridge until he was standing beside and slightly behind the helmsman. No one attempted to stop him, and he simply stood and stared in awe, surprising even himself, since awe was not one of his prevailing or regularly used emotions. To call the cave huge, enormous even, did it a grave injustice. From his vantage point on the saucer, it was impossible to see or understand its true dimensions, but it seemed to go on forever. The only real gauge was its easy ability to contain what seemed to be a modest underground city. This was not to say that the earth was really hollow. The cavern was maybe as large as the Grand Canyon, but certainly not the whole interior of the planet. On the scale of the earth itself, it was a tectonic glitch, a seismic pocket where a happy accident had blessed, or perhaps cursed it, with the right conditions to support life. The cavern clearly had the necessary water, a tolerable temperature range, and acceptable ventilation. Nevertheless, it was plain to see from the fossil fuel haze that thickened the air through which the Fluggelrad now drifted, that the ventilation might be struggling. All that it lacked was light, and that apparently had to be manufactured. The only light in Underland was the unnatural light of man, mercifully benign to the Nosferatu. The most general illumination came from a system that looked, at first glance, like a geometrically positioned set of artificial moons, high in the roof of the cave. They were, in fact, convex parabolic mirrors, each 60 feet across, with static searchlights aimed continuously at them from the ground. He would later learn that it took constantly working teams of untouchables and political prisoners to wash and polish the big reflectors, keeping them free from the airborne soot and grime, and that these unfortunates fell to their deaths at excessively regular intervals. By an odd quirk of social perception, the unfortunates who risked their lives tending the mirrors were viewed as the lowest of the low, while the others on the ground, who carried out the far simpler and far less risky task of maintaining the searchlights, had convinced everyone that their task was symbolically close to heroic and merited a high level of social endorsement. He'd find out that these so-called lensmen were elevated to the status of a paramilitary order, decked out in absurdly lavish uniforms, and performed their duties with needlessly absurd pomp and ceremony. Despite their efforts, however, the light in Underland never seemed more intense than a somewhat dim twilight. These man-made moons weren't by any means the extent of the lights in Underland. Thousands of tiny pinpoints defined the terraces of urban terrain on the uneven floor of the cavern, while thousands more twinkled in the smog from structures built all the way up the walls of the great cave. Akin in the most basic way to the tiered homes of the Hopi rock dwellers in the American Southwest, these ambitious constructions far outstripped the work of any primitive tribe, with their hollowed-out grottos and galleries that rose to skyscraper heights, and were served by vertical track, exterior elevators, and systems of metal stairs that festooned the rock face like geometric lace. One of Ronkest's first impressions was that the Underlanders had an almost Victorian fondness for machinery and production line solutions. In addition to the banks of elevators that ran up and down the walls of the cavern, and the arrangement of lights and mirrors that lit the vast space, he could see how the tracks of freight-carrying railcars sliced the city into geometric shapes, while the single spans of an overhead monorail system created its own grid at around 40 feet in the air. Fast little ovoids, capable of carrying perhaps 20 passengers at full capacity, sped along their appointed routes, keeping the inhabitants of the city in motion. Despite its overall strangeness, Ronkest found some aspects of the Underland oddly familiar. At first, he couldn't see why. After a short while it occurred to him that some aspects of the cavern city were very akin to what in the 1900s had been visions of the next century. That was where the familiarity ended, though. Freed from the need to provide shade from the sun, resistance to wind, the containment of heat, or even a roof to keep the rain off, the primary concerns of Underland architects were the privacy of occupants and the availability of light, which had resulted in the use of a great many translucent materials. Lightweight paper wall paneling like Japanese screens, plexiglass, and lucite, even fabrics, were hung on load-bearing frameworks that rose from the cave floor like stalagmites, resembling elaborate scaffolding structures, or a giant child's jungle gym, rather than what any surface dweller might consider a building. The designers of Underland had gone to great lengths to conserve any possible illumination, and to make each light source do double or triple duty. The light was shared by those inside, outside, above, and below. Entire multi-story edifices the size of city blocks glowed from within. Other smaller dwellings and places of work were erected beneath their own canopies of what looked like mirrored mylar, to reflect back light that might otherwise be dissipated overhead to no practical avail. The technique made sense, but Ronkest had to smile because, from the air, the things tended to resemble massive mushrooms or toadstools, glowing and lit from beneath. Of course, when he eventually realized the importance of fungi in the Underland culture and economy, he saw how natural it would be to echo it in all areas of design. While still thinking about the part that light played in the city, he spotted something else that intrigued him. The tracks of both the monorails and freight cars entered tunnels bored into the wall of the cave. He wondered where they went and decided it couldn't hurt to ask about them. At worst he risked being ignored. "Those monorails, Colonel Beauregard, can you tell me something about them?" In fact, he wasn't ignored at all. Beauregard was more than happy to boast. "Are you impressed, Mr. Ronkest? Down here we have not neglected our mass transit as you have in your American surface cities. I am indeed impressed, Colonel. And also a little curious." Beauregard's voice became offensively patronizing. "Don't worry. You'll have ample time to ride them while you're with us." Ronkest blinked at the stupidity of the assumption. Did Beauregard think he was a child looking to ride the rides as though the city beneath the ground was an amusement park? He forced down his anger and smiled at the fool. "I'm sure I will, Colonel, but I was wondering about something else." "What was that, Ronkest? Where do the trains and the monorails go after they vanish into the tunnels?" Beauregard laughed, as though it was the kind of question only asked by strangers or idiots. "Why, my dear Nosferatu, after passing through a feeder system, they connect with the major trunk routes that go to the other caverns." It hadn't occurred to Ronkest that all of Underland wasn't laid out in front of him. This isn't the only cave of its kind. Of course not. There are in fact 17 caverns comparable to this and hundreds of smaller ones. They are all connected by a network of tunnels. That must have been a colossal feat of engineering. Indeed it was. In fact, it would have been impossible had not the technique of thermonuclear boring been perfected. Ronkest nodded his humble thanks, and Beauregard seemed to think no more of it. Thermonuclear boring? Here was a real conundrum. Thermonuclear boring didn't exist. Not on the surface, not in any form that Ronquist knew about. He had arrived in a flying saucer, he had observed mirrors, monorails, and houses made of steel and paper, and now he was being told the Underlanders had nuke-shaping technology. How could this post-Nazi civilization be so technologically advanced? It defied logic, unless some massive extra factor was missing or being concealed. He quickly communicated this non-verbally. Lupo, I trust nothing in this place. I also have seen nothing in these mole people to engender trust, Don Victor. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was only when the Flügelried was almost down that the dome came into sight. Anyone who thought the underground cave city lacked a centerpiece would have to be forgiven. No one had seen the dome because the saucer had been coming down virtually straight on top of it. It suddenly reared up beside them, and Bridewell momentarily started like a kid in a fun house. One didn't expect to look out of a UFO and see a monumental, if begrimed, coiled serpent suddenly rise from nowhere. The structure's circular base, possibly 100 yards across, was supported on a wide circle of Corinthian columns. It seemed to be constructed out of steel, plastic, and gold leaf. Time wondered if the inhabitants considered it art, a holy idol, or a building. It was big enough to be a building. It was sufficiently preposterous to be a holy idol, and had the same dubiously stylized representation. It was a decidedly fat snake with coils that qualified as lumpy, and it did not have a great deal of stretch to its rearing head. As art, it was not at all to her taste. Beauregard had noticed her looking at it and seemed unable to resist an aggrandizing comment. Observe now the temple of our gods. The way Beauregard spoke the words temple of our gods made them definitely worthy of capitalization, but Time was unsure if this was the product of a rarefied and mocking cynicism, or total self-delusion. From a distance, and with its blemishes minimized by the gauze of smog, it might have been magnificent to behold, but up close and parallel as they were, it really was a fun-fair thing, poorly finished in the first place and now in need of considerable restoration. Gold leaf had peeled, and the metal and plastic beneath was pitted and eaten away by the acids in the air. Whole panels were missing, and the entire edifice was covered in a thick layer of soot. Not that it wasn't typical of the entire city as she had seen it so far, with its toy trains and speeding monorails, filled with pretentious gadgets like some polluted Disneyland at the bottom of a mine, a boy's adventure project now falling into final stage decay behind formative oversights, bad planning, optimistic miscalculations, lengthy neglect, and original vanities. She wondered what the plumbing would be like, but did not hold out much hope. Totally misreading her expression, Beauregard continued to boast in initial caps. We will land beside the Great Serpent. It is something of an honor to be brought to Temple side. I'm flattered. Representations of a landing pad marked out in interlocking black and red diamonds filled the crew's monitor screens, and Bridewell could only assume they were on their final descent, near to landing. What will happen once we land? You will all be made comfortable. Bridewell looked hard at Beauregard. She had encountered so many like him she instinctively recognized him as a son of a bitch. The only question that remained was how big a son of a bitch. That's good. I enjoy comfort. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. An instant of disorientation followed the moment that the Flügelried switched from its internal gravity to the natural attraction of the Earth. Jack Carlson's knees bent involuntarily as a brief downward pull exerted itself, but then all was normal. Beauregard immediately rose from his command chair and headed for the bridge's exit, indicating that Carlson and the others should follow. Ronquist and Lupo stepped back, allowing him and Bridewell to go first, then brought up the rear, side by side and silent. The storm leader's two underlings fell in as a rear guard. Carlson urgently needed to talk privately to Ronquist and Lupo. The few trifles of information that Beauregard had let slip in his boasting were pieces of a puzzle that made no sense unless something of major importance was being kept from them. From what he'd seen of the lightweight monorail system, it appeared to use a maglev system which, up on the surface, was years from ever going operational, but looked to have been running in Underland for decades. That the Flugellrids had anti-grav had been even more of a shock. Anti-gravity propulsion was another advance that, in the USA, had never gone further than Area 51 and still tended to malfunction disastrously. What had become known as the Philadelphia effect regularly turned American and NATO test pilots into a living, screaming, and fully conscious chaos of blood, flesh, and entrails, in some cases molecularly bonded to the metal of their machines, who could only be quickly put out of their misery with a bullet. The remark about atomic boring was as much, if not more, of a shock than the Underlanders' apparent possession of a workable anti-grav system. If Beauregard's boast had been true, they had nukes. That any kind of nuclear capability should have fallen into the hands of cult Nazi mole people, who apparently worshipped the Great Serpent, was, to say the least, highly regrettable, but in a world where anyone with a few million, and the secret number to call, could make a small dirty bomb, it shouldn't have been a total surprise. If they could perform nuclear boring, however, the Underlanders were way beyond the small Hiroshima-style A-bomb stage. Their hardware was super sophisticated, and they had players who could operate it. That was the part that called for the hollow pit of the gut chills. Not only in the abstract, but also in the reality that he was, quite literally, down in a hole with these burrowing maniacs, and his only friends were vampires. Damn, but how he envied the Nosferatu's apparent ability to transfer thoughts and information without a word being said. He didn't like the idea of allowing a vampire in his head, but it left him out of one hell of an advantageous, and perhaps life-saving, loop. What he had seen on the saucer flight from Ice Station Zebra, in addition to the unexpected change of loyalties by Weir and his men, only reinforced Carlson's belief that he had been suckered into playing the pawn in some nightmare chess game, where the terrain was alien, and the stakes were perhaps higher than he'd ever known them. He could not even be certain who was really playing the game. He assumed Greel was moving the white topside pieces, but who played black for Underland not only remained a mystery, but one that deepened by the moment. Even that was assuming the game was limited to just a pair of protagonists, and that second and third parties weren't adding their own agendas to the stew. While the crew remained to carry out a post-flight check and lockdown, the party from Washington all followed Beauregard down the spiral steps that led to the lower level of the Flugellrid. A hatch was already open. Steps built into what was its underside in the closed position now led down to the concrete of the apron. The first minute on solid ground, even for the Nosferatu, was one of looking around and even gawking, marveling at this interior world that seemed to exist in perpetual twilight. Carlson was wondering if the Underlanders preserved the illusion of day and night, perhaps dimming the overhead lights for 12 hours out of every 24 in an approximation of night. Then the air hit him, and he could only grasp and rasp, struggling to catch his breath. Bridewell was the first to cough. Jesus Christ, this is worse than a Texas oil town. That the air was bad in Underland was a charitable understatement. It didn't quite stink, but certainly had an all-pervading presence. Carlson was fairly certain that sulfur was the prevailing odor in the cocktail, but some of the other ingredients were less easily identified. A variety of exhaust gases were definitely on the list, as was a less than efficient sewer system. The reek of soot, hot metal, burning rubber, burned hydrocarbons, and the ozone tang of high voltage also vied for attention, along with a mess of lesser smells that he was unable to put a name to. He glanced quickly at Ronquist and Lupo to see how the Nosferatu were faring. They weren't clutching their throats and moaning, but they looked considerably less than pleased. Beauregard would have been a total fool if he failed to realize that the atmosphere would come as a shock to visitors from the surface, even city dwellers who were well accustomed to their share of carbon monoxide and PCBs, but he still attempted to shrug it off with an airy gesture. It's unfortunate. The problem is still being worked on, and, of course, it's always worse in the winter. Carlson noted, however, that Beauregard didn't remove his goggles, and in this he was not so unique. The Flugellrid had landed on one of a half-dozen designated landing pads right beside the huge Temple of the Serpent. Two other machines were parked on two other pads, but although the temple side landing area was plainly restricted and watched over by armed guards, it stood beside a public piazza with a central fountain, and an intermittent stream of Underlanders moved in and out of the temple. Many of these passers-by wore some kind of protection against the air in addition to their regular clothing. Some favored variations on the kind of steel and rubber device that Beauregard wore. Others were anonymous behind the same gauze hospital masks adopted by the citizens of Tokyo during flu epidemics. Another alternative was to swathe the entire head in a Bedouin-style burnous, and a number of Underlanders had gone the whole distance and adopted full-face gas masks, with big insect-like eyepieces. A monstrous old man, hugely obese, rolled past in a wheelchair equipped with his own oxygen and wearing a bubble helmet like something out of 1950s science fiction. He was draped in a black, rubberized cape with the cross in the circle emblazoned on the shoulder, and Carlson could only assume that the man was both venerable and elevated. The overall impression of the movement on the piazza was one of an industrial-strength masked ball, made all the more eerie by the fact that everyone accepted the masks, and the need to wear them, as something completely unremarkable. Carlson knew he was experiencing one of the first symptoms of culture shock, and adjusted his perspectives accordingly. After he had accustomed himself to vampires in just a matter of days, masked mole people should hardly be a problem. Beauregard appeared to be leading them in the direction of the piazza, and presumably onto the temple beyond. For Carlson, the temple had to be the crowning incongruity. Nuclear rock burners and this monstrosity could not have been at greater odds, or have a greater metaphoric resemblance to the guy with the match in the room filled with gasoline. As they exited the landing area, he checked the weapons the guards were toting. He half expected them to have some kind of death ray hanging from their shoulder slings, but mercifully they were only equipped with what looked like some modern descendant of the World War II German machine pistol, the Schmeisser. On the other hand, why didn't they have death rays? If they could cook up anti-grav, they could surely build some kind of doom beam. So much was wrong with the picture that it positively shrieked at him. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Led by Beauregard, the party from the Flugelrad crossed the piazza. Along the way they passed an area near the fountain, away from the temple, where street vendors were permitted to hawk their wares. Some offered the expected human food and drink, even hot dogs and Coca-Cola, presumably imported from the surface unless Coke had an Underland bottling plant. The foul air in Underland spurred a brisk trade in hits of oxygen, delivered to each customer, after the payment of some small bills, via a copper-breathing mask and a rubber hose, from tall iron tanks on small, wheeled dollies. Other stalls and pushcarts, less easily explained, conducted a brisk trade in live birds and rodents, displaying their merchandise in stacks of piled-up wire cages. The most popular purchases seemed to be white doves and equally albino rats. Ronquist had hardly given these vendors a second thought, being focused on observing Carlson's mind from a distance, and watching how he and the human agent seemed to be coming to some very similar conclusions. Bridewell, on the other hand, frowned and looked at Beauregard with a Scarlett O'Hara flutter of her eyelashes that was patently phony to all but him. "Why, Colonel, what is the purpose of all the animals?" "It's very simple, Miss Bridewell. They are sold to the common people in order for them to make sacrifice to the serpents. They're killed for the god." "The god?" "Why no, my dear, the common people aren't allowed anywhere near the Draka. They feed them to the variety of snakes, reptiles, and other serpents that reside in the dry pools and channels in the lower hall of the dome. It's an irrelevant process, wholly symbolic, but it keeps the proles happy and promotes the trade, so it's permitted to continue, not to say encouraged." "Are we expected to make sacrifice?" Beauregard smiled patronizingly. "Of course not. That would be absurd. You are outsiders. I'm grateful for that." Beauregard had used the word Draka so casually that no one except Ronquist had paid it any attention at all. It had even slid past Lupo. Draka was a name that Ronquist had not heard for a long time, but, to a student of alternative history such as he, it was far from being unfamiliar. The fables of the Draka seem to date back to at least the time of the Nephilim, if not all the way to the Ice Age that had preceded their colonization. The variations on the legend of the Draka were as numerous as the alternative spellings of their multiple names. Allowing for local cultural distortions, and the embroidery of millennia of retelling, the Draka would seem to be a species of sentient reptile. Some tales pictured the Draka as rivals from space, adversaries to Nephilim in the ponderous colonial era of galactic exploitation that, as far as Ronquist knew, still continued and might well last longer than some of the planets on which the Nephilim and the Draka had staked their claims. Other variants of the story insisted the Draka were indigenous to Earth, but still competed with the Nephilim and their genetically engineered cohorts, for the hearts and minds of the smart monkeys that would soon overrun the planet. When the struggle had eventually proved hopeless, the Draka were said to have retreated into the hollow of the earth. Down the passage of time, they became confused with dragons, and the historical thread had been even more tangled when the Christians used the Draka as a model for the beasts of the pit, the serpent of Eden, and all the works of Lucifer. After the medieval monks were through creating, rewriting, censoring, and burning, little written material that made any real sense remained. In the 20th century, the idea of the Draka as the source of all fundamental evil was secularized and resurrected under yet another selection of names by some of the more expansive UFO conspiracy paranoids. Whatever the distant truth, the Draka had long ago departed this earth, and maybe even this dimension. Of that Ronquist was reasonably sure. And yet the idiot storm leader had spoken as though they not only still existed but were near at hand. Ronquist had to concede that an intervention by an advanced and non-human outside influence could account for all the scientific anomalies in Underland. But should he really think in terms so incredible? And so soon? When the ancient Dietrich had been his mentor, one of his most firmly held maxims was, when all the plausible options are exhausted, one can only embrace the implausible. Ronquist was far from sure that he had in fact exhausted all the plausible options. He might have pondered the problem all the way to the temple and on inside had Bridewell not halted at the fountain. Bridewell stopped to look at the fountain. Water gushed from the mouths of 4 stone serpents. Just before she turned to respond to Beauregard's gesture that she should move on, she saw an orderly, 2x2 procession of children in uniforms. Boys and girls alike were identically dressed in neat little uniforms. Black shorts, white shirts, and scarlet neckerchiefs that currently covered their mouths and noses. The children were accompanied by one adult, a stern-faced woman with the eyes of a prison guard above her smog mask. In her black, rubberized, and hooded coat she resembled a fascist mother superior. Seemingly Underland, like Hitler, had its own organized and militarized youth corps. The rubber mother superior and the uniformed children led times I to a second group of people who were noticeably different from everyone else on the piazza. They were tall, even the shortest being over 6 feet, but stooped and gaunt, with complexions that were sallow, even by prevailingly pale subterranean standards. The men were dressed in long black coats, shabby, threadbare, and showing the brown of fabric rust on the shoulders. The women were equally shabby in shapeless black dresses, a combination of bankrupt Amish, and distressed, down at the heel crows. They all wore purple armbands, with a red symbol, 2 upward-pointing triangles, arranged side by side. The strange group seemed uneasy out in the open among the more regular Underlanders. Bridewell didn't like the look of these people at all. She quickly caught up with Ronquist, who had walked ahead lost in his own thoughts. "Victor, do you see those people over there?" Ronquist blinked like a man too hastily woken from a dream. "I'm sorry." "What?" "There are some people over there. They look kind of funky and fucked up, but I get a strange feeling from them." Ronquist turned and looked where Bridewell was pointing. His jaw muscles suddenly clenched and, had he been human, he might have turned white. Without being able to read any aura, Time knew that this strange group of people who had given her the bad feeling had come as a profound shock to Victor. She had never seen him look like that before. ******. Their auras were so degenerate they were scarcely recognizable as any kith or kin of his, and Ronquist had to exert a great deal of effort not to show both his shock and his horror. All speculation about Beauregard's use of the word Draka took flight in the face of this new and disturbing revelation. The minds of the creatures were dull and murky, as far as he could read them from a distance, and, worst of all, they contained a foreknowledge of death that should have been impossible. He scarcely wanted to admit to himself that these debased things were Nosferatu, but the core of their auras revealed the unmistakable thread of orange psychic fire that defined all of his kind. In each individual it was little more than a smoky ember, but, when they were viewed collectively, Ronquist was left in no doubt that the tattered group was a currently unknown, perhaps unique strain of Nosferatu. Ronquist also wanted to avoid the two very obvious next questions. How had the group reached this sorry state, and how had they come to this place? The peculiar Nosferatu were too far away for details to be clear, and he didn't want to move closer. Even if Beauregard did not object, Ronquist certainly didn't want to reveal himself to the creatures until he had learned a great deal more about what exactly they were. As far as he could see, they were uniformly tall and apparently bald, with dead fish skin, pale and wrinkled like old dry chamois, and he thought he could make out down-pointing yellow fangs protruding below their upper lips. They looked like strange, corrupted throwbacks to the original beings, the genetically engineered, self-sustaining warrior caste of the alien conqueror Marduk-Ra, who were the primitive ancestors of the modern Nosferatu. Down the 14,000 years that separated Ronquist from the original beings, the Nosferatu had inevitably changed. The constant recycling of human blood had caused their exterior forms to become more human and more varied. Their minds had expanded and sharpened. Simple Darwinism also came into play. The large, clumsy throwbacks, hairless and frankly stupid, were easy prey to the recurrent outbreaks of human hunt the vampire frenzy that seemed to occur at least once a century. Those with a human appearance, greater intelligence, and more highly developed cunning were far better equipped to survive. The things in Underland appeared to have missed the entire process of refinement and natural selection. They were far from being pure original being, but appeared to have reached the developmental state of around 10,000 years ago, when beings known as the Gael, who looked very like them, only infinitely more powerful, were worshipped as blood gods in the northern river valleys of the Indus. Ronquist could only wonder if somehow they had been isolated from all but the most limited contact with the rest of the world. The flaw in that scenario was that if they had not been in regular contact with humanity, how in hell had they fed for so many centuries? Beauregard made an impatient gesture. This wasn't the time for tourism and Bridewell, and Ronquist should move along. Ronquist knew that he had little choice. If he wanted to keep the peace, he was going to have to do what Beauregard said and leave speculation and research into the inexplicable Underland Nosferatu until later. Then he heard the voice. Ali Akalrani Amastis Ha. That he was listening to the old speech, the ancient language of the Nosferatu being whispered to him in a hoarse voice that sounded weak and ill was as much of a surprise as the Underland Nosferatu had been. Ali Akalrani Amastis Ha. Ronquist looked to see from where the voice emanated. It came from close by, definitely not from the mysterious group across the square. Lupo was also scanning the immediate area. A number of beggars sat beside the fountain. Ronquist could only suppose that this had to be their designated area on the piazza beside the temple. Ali Akalrani Amastis Ha. One of them gestured weakly, and Ronquist looked closer. He had always found it less than pleasant to view the minds of beggars and sample the ill luck, poor judgment, and madness that had brought them to their sorry state, but a beggar speaking in the old speech was something that obviously warranted an exception. A weak and unhealthy aura glimmered around the unfortunate, but, as with the creatures on the other side of the square, Ronquist could make out the orange core of the undead. Unlike them, however, this being was completely human in appearance. The only feature separating him from the rest of the beggars was that he was clean-shaven, while they all had at least an unkempt stubble on their chins, if not full beards. This Nosferatu would seem to have come from the surface, just like Ronquist and Lupo, and the sorry condition in which they discovered him only intensified the mystery. Ronquist turned his back on Beauregard and the rest of the party from the Flogelrad and walked round the base of the fountain. Sha'en lim nudik kla. Ronquist's reply produced a surge of relief through the Nosferatu's aura. You're real. Of course I'm real. Did you think I was an hallucination? The beggar Nosferatu tried to rise, but then sagged back against the base of the fountain. Where I now find myself, it would have been the most logical assumption. Ronquist dropped to one knee beside him. Where you find yourself? The Nosferatu's voice was feeble and faltering. You're newly from the surface. That's right. Then you wouldn't understand. Ronquist. Beauregard was impatiently beckoning to him. We don't have the time for you to converse with a down and out. Ronquist regained his feet and faced the storm leader. The man was becoming a nuisance. Sir, this is one of my own kind. I am duty-bound to aid him. I really hope you won't attempt to stop me. Lupo eased into the picture. Hardly moving, he made it very clear that he had Ronquist's flank, and anyone who challenged his don challenged him, too. Beauregard's flunkies looked at each other. Did they dare to take on this now dangerous-looking duo? Beauregard made the decision for them, giving enough ground to avoid an immediate confrontation. Never let it be said that I didn't respect the concept of duty. But please make it fast. You'll find you really can't do anything for one of those. To Ronquist's surprise, the Nosferatu actually agreed with Beauregard. He's right, you can't do anything for me. Can't I take you somewhere? It's too late for me. It may even be too late for you. They'll slip you the funge, and you'll like it, just as I did. Funge. Just don't eat or drink anything. Everyone does it to be sociable, but don't. That'll be the end of you. I don't understand. Look inside my mind. Aware there was no time for formal niceties, Ronquist simply plunged in, only to find that little remained of the individual's consciousness except horror and resignation. Most of the stranger's mind seemed to have been gnawed away, but Ronquist had no idea how, or by what. The little that was left was overtaken by a sense of inevitable and closely impending doom. Ronquist had seen a similar recognition of ultimate ruin in the rotted-out brains of human addicts, but never in one of the undead. The interior of this mind filled him with a profound chill, as, for the second time in as many minutes, Ronquist had read the presence of death in the mind of an Nosferatu in Underland. The first and frightening assumption was that, somewhere in this subterranean world, some unknown kill factor lurked to which the undead were supremely vulnerable. Unlike sunlight or the sharpened stake, which both killed in an instant, whatever this nightmare might be was slow-acting and possibly cumulative, gradually eroding the basic chemistry of their cherished immortality and destroying the mind by stages. Ronquist searched for some coherent thread of memory that might explain how the beggar had ended up like this, but was unable to find anything that made sense. What happened to you? There's no time now. Ronquist. Beauregard was barking again. The Nosferatu grasped Ronquist's arm. You have to go with him. They'll send the companions to pick me up now that they've seen me talking to you. Beauregard advanced on Ronquist with his underlings behind him. Lupo moved closer to Ronquist to present a united front, but the dying Nosferatu weakly waved the pair of them away. Get going. You can't make a fight of it. Not here. Just remember what I told you. Don't eat or drink anything. Ronquist was suddenly very angry. He couldn't leave even a stranger like this. Lupo took Ronquist gently by the arm. He's right, Don Victor. We have to go. Ronquist looked down at the unfortunate. I'll try to come back. Don't. I won't be here. Just get out of this hellhole while you still can. Beauregard was by then just 6 feet from Ronquist, and bristling with badly ignored authority. What the hell is going on here? Didn't I say we had no time for you to be holding conversations with deadbeat vampires? Confident that Ronquist and Lupo would follow, Beauregard turned on his heel and started back in the direction of the temple. This time the two undead did follow him, seeing no other immediate option, but Ronquist couldn't resist voicing a query to the storm leader's fur collar and rubberized back. I'm still curious how that particular deadbeat vampire got to be that way. Every society has its dregs. I become concerned when I find my own kind among those dregs. Beauregard again halted, then swung round to face Ronquist. All his mannered airs had dropped away, and he had become nothing more than a furious human official. Are you deliberately trying to waste my time? Ronquist was, for an instant, tempted to let his own control drop and show this Beauregard the kind of anger a healthy, long-lived, surface-dwelling Nosferatu could generate. Simply to take the smug and increasingly annoying human apart would have provided a brief thrill of intense pleasure. Unfortunately, Ronquist knew such pleasure would be very brief and its aftermath extremely messy. Thus he restrained himself, stiffening and becoming ultra-formal. No, Colonel, I was merely looking after my own interests. If something down here poses a threat to my kind, I want to know what it is and how to guard against it. What makes you think you are under any kind of threat here in Underland, Ronquist? The sorry condition of the Nosferatu on the piazza. Beauregard nodded and looking insincerely rueful. It was a mistake that you saw them. A mistake? Yes, Ronquist, a mistake. A mistake that you should see those degenerates and jump to the conclusions you're jumping to now. Both man and Nosferatu enjoy an equality under the law. They are equal but separate. That's the reason for the purple armbands, and the triangle symbols like little fangs. There has to be some kind of regulation. You do, after all, feed on humanity. I don't think we can be condemned for protecting ourselves. On the surface, your kind are slaughtered on sight, from what I hear. Lupo growled. They have to find us first, and many don't even believe in us. I guess, in Underland, we are more enlightened. This failed to convince Ronquist on any level. And what about the male at the fountain? He was dying. My kind do not die except under very specific circumstances. He was a fungus eater, Ronquist. A worthless fungus eater. He knew what he was getting into when he opted for the euphoria and the visions. Now can we get on? We have pressing business elsewhere. *****. Carlson entered the temple, relieved that Beauregard and Ronquist had not actually come to blows on the piazza. He was developing a healthy dislike for Beauregard, but he hardly thought the time was as yet appropriate for him and Ronquist to go head-to-head. Carlson was certain that Ronquist could decimate Beauregard, and probably an entire company of his Iron Order, especially teamed with the even more formidable Lupo. The problems would come in the wake of the confrontation. With no knowledge of the underground city and no place to turn for aid and comfort, they were near helpless strangers in a very strange land. In theory, had Ronquist lost his normally unyielding composure and taken Beauregard out, they might have had a chance at charging back to the landing pads and commandeering a Flogelrod, but that was as far as their escape would have gone. Carlson couldn't pretend that he or any of the others was the kind of comic book, space opera hero who could jump aboard a totally alien aircraft and fly it like a veteran. With the potential crisis at least temporarily put on hold by Ronquist's good sense, Carlson turned his attention to the temple itself. His first thought was that, in its overbearing size and extreme pretensions, it shared an inane Third Reich grandeur with the work of Albert Speer. The dome overhead was supported on a cast iron skeleton that greatly resembled the framework of a 19th-century railroad terminal. Like the piazza outside, the floor of the temple was igneous rock that had been leveled, smoothed, and finally polished to a finished sheen. As though not content that this was enough of an engineering feat by itself, the builders of the temple had gone on to carve a system of concentric channels in the wide expanse of stone. 3 feet across, 3 feet deep, concave in cross-section, and positioned approximately 20 feet apart, these rings of stone trenches were home to hundreds upon hundreds of live snakes. It was to this coiling, slithering multitude that the faithful who came to worship fed the sacrificial animals they had purchased from the vendors outside. The channels of serpents were spanned by small wrought iron footbridges, so worshippers didn't have to leap the snake pits if they wanted to progress to the center of the circular edifice. The small rituals of sacrifice were performed on those bridges. The congregation that entered, clutching terrified doves or struggling white rats, took some trouble in selecting exactly the right bridge from which to cast their offerings, and Carlson could only assume that some quasi-biblical, numerical mumbo-jumbo had been established that dictated exactly where the rite should be performed. Maybe a dove tossed from one bridge was designed to cure sickness, while a rat dropped from another provided a remission from sin. Although he didn't understand the details, he was left in no doubt that this rigmarole was a device of religious manipulation designed to keep the common people of Underland ideologically in line and metaphysically preoccupied, so they didn't complain too much about how, at the very least, the air was slowly poisoning them or object to anything else that might assail them in this unreal and unhealthy world. Some of the more ambitious, or maybe those with more on their consciences, bring live goats to feed to one of the larger pythons. Beauregard seemed to treat the ways of the common herd with an amused cynicism. He might enjoy the privilege and the power that came with his rank in the serpent cult, but he was anything but a zealot. Carlson doubted that Beauregard was a believer at all, and he wondered how the man maintained his position, unless the whole of the religious elite were merely going through the motions, viewing the prevailing theocracy as merely a means to the end no more than an exercise in controlling the hearts and minds of the masses. For a temple, this place seems to be overly well protected. Beauregard looked at Carlson in surprise. You think so? There's got to be a dozen of these guys in red coats and hoods, and each one's armed with a machine pistol. Even before observing the reptiles, Carlson had noted the armed men in scarlet patrolling the interior of the temple. They are the companions of the serpent. Their assigned task is to defend the gods, Brother Carlson. Carlson couldn't shake the feeling that Beauregard was secretly laughing at him. But you wear the black uniform, like the guards on the landing pad and the crew of the Fluggelrad. That's because, right now, I am acting as a storm leader of the Iron Order. But, as I heard it, you're also a companion of the serpent. Now Beauregard did laugh. I'm equally entitled to wear both the scarlet and the black. And that gives me quite a spectacular wardrobe. Was the size of his wardrobe all that mattered to Beauregard? Carlson didn't think so. He was convinced the pose of the mindless, mocking dandy only served to conceal something more determinately serious. You can belong to both organizations. A number of us hold positions in both the companions and the order. It assists the balance of oligarchy and theocracy and prevents excesses of internecine strife. Carlson followed Beauregard across one of the many iron bridges, passing a poorly dressed family dropping a white rat into the trench. Carlson glanced down, idly curious about the fate of the rodent. Carlson wasn't overly fond of snakes, and it seemed, from the rat's point of view, a very unpleasant way to die. The snakes came in literally all colors, subspecies, and sizes. Some could only have been brought from the surface, while others, slithering albino things, that might well have been blind, were plainly indigenous to Underland. The traffic in worshippers seemed to be more than enough to keep the reptiles fat and sassy, and many of the sacrifices, instead of being immediately consumed, scuttled, or hopped nervously around for quite some time before attracting the attention of a serpent in need of a snack. Most of the doves had their wings clipped so they couldn't fly away and thwart devotional intentions, but now and again, the job had been imperfectly done and one made its escape. Looking up, Carlson saw whole squadrons of doves perched on the beams high in the dome, where, for generations, they had left visible deposits of doveshit. He wondered what went on in the minds of the true believers when their sacrifice skipped. Did it constitute a sign of holy disfavor? Carlson was discovering that the more he learned about Underland the less he liked it. A totally subterranean world obviously came with more than enough built-in factors to twist any attempt at social order into a structural pretzel of excess and apparent madness. The simple fact that day and night had been cancelled, and that the Underlanders, with the sole exception of Flogelred Cruz and the elevated like Beauregard, never saw the sun must have had a profound effect. Wouldn't it mean that at least half the population was walking around with something akin to permanent seasonal affective disorder? Closer to home, what about Lupo and Ronquist? He knew that the Nosferatu needed both to sleep and feed, and could only speculate on how they were going to accomplish that. Ronquist found the Temple of the Serpent repellent and non-specifically disgusting, but knew he was in no moral position to criticize. As one of the undead, he was judged by many as wholly repugnant, but, no matter how he might want to maintain an impartial and analytical mind, the place gave off a sense of being built on a foundation of hidden horror. It was nothing that he could define or accurately pinpoint, but the temple made him decidedly uneasy. Time Bridewell seemed to share his unease. "I hope we aren't expected to stay too long in this place. It's fucking creeping me out. What the hell are we doing here anyway?" Ronquist shook his head. "I don't know, but I feel it's time to find out." Up ahead, beyond the next of the concentric snake pits, Beauregard and Carlson were conducting a conversation. Ronquist quickened his pace to catch up with them, and when Lupo did the same, Bridewell swiftly followed. "I think I want to hear this." As Ronquist, Lupo, and Bridewell approached the next bridge, their way was blocked by a group of humans who were sacrificing a rat to the snakes. When they saw them, the worshippers pressed themselves back against the guardrail of the bridge and averted their eyes as though the trio radiated danger. Once they were across the bridge, Time looked questioningly at Ronquist. What was their problem? Perhaps they knew what we are. Underland would seem to have its Nosferatu population. Their own Nosferatu came with all the hallmarks of an oppressed minority. I know. There's too much in this place that doesn't make sense. She turned to Lupo. Do you have a theory? Not a theory, just an observation. And what's that? That the mysteries in this place pile up so fast you need wings to stay above them. Beauregard overheard Lupo's last remark. You think this place has mysteries? Beauregard was his previous affable self, almost as though the near confrontation with Ronquist on the piazza had never happened. Lupo was non-committal. Some things would merit questions, even if the answers may not be forthcoming. What's that supposed to mean? I think Lupo wishes to know precisely what we're doing here. As indeed do I. It is the custom for all new arrivals to visit the Temple of the Serpent and pay their respects to the Draka. And after that, I take you to meet the Grand Companion. Time found the answer far from satisfactory. And what's the Grand Companion? One of the most annoying things in this place is that no one seems able to give an intelligible answer to the simplest of questions. Beauregard's goggles glinted as he regarded Bridewell. He had still not removed them even though he was now back in Underland. You might call the Grand Companion the High Priest of our gods. I was merely dispatched to bring you to him. I'm sure he will tell you all that you need to know. Bridewell's eyes narrowed. What we want to know, or just what we need to know? Beauregard's expression was of pure, if implausible, innocence. I can't speak for the Grand Companion, but I see no reason why he should withhold anything from you. Beauregard looked as though he was about to say more, but a hiss from the center of the temple distracted him. Indeed, his head snapped round at the sound. It was the first time Ronquist had seen Beauregard exhibit any sign of alarm or anxiety, and he wasn't the only one. Everyone in the public area, around the trenches full of snakes, had turned to look, and a general feeling of nervous anticipation swept across the floor like a chill gust of a diseased wind. All eyes were on the very center of the structure, where, at the focal point of all the concentric rings was a large, metallic object. It was circular, about 10 feet across and 4 feet thick, and it appeared to be made of solid brass. Although it was lavishly engraved around the sides with a wide frieze of Celtic-style intertwining serpents, its construction seemed to have a functional purpose. To Ronquist it looked very much like a huge raised hatch or manhole cover. Two tall gushers of steam suddenly jetted into the air from vents set in the floor on either side of the squat metal cylinder, and, simultaneously, high in the dome of the temple, a pair of large and sonorous bells began to toll, sending all the escaped doves into a white swirl of panic flight. The combination of the noise and the steam had an immediate and profound effect on the human congregation inside the Temple of the Serpent. The worshippers fell to their knees, then leaned forward to prostrate themselves so their foreheads were touching the cold stone. In their abject obeisance, the sacrificial animals were forgotten. Rats and mice ran free, and doves fluttered away. Even the Scarlet Guards and Beauregard himself, dropped to one knee, although the guards did keep their machine pistols at the ready. In all of the temple, only Ronquist, Lupo, Bridewell, and Carlson remained on their feet. Beauregard quickly hissed and gestured at them. "Get down. You have to kneel." Ronquist's response was nothing more than a single calm word. "No." "What do you mean, no?" "Just do it. It's the law." "Damn your law. I'm not a snake worshipper, and I don't kneel to anyone or anything until I'm fully convinced it's worthy of such extreme respect on my part." Bridewell couldn't resist joining in the mutiny. "Fuck it, I'm with Ronquist. I'm not a snake worshipper either. When I get on my knees it's for a wholly different purpose." Lupo didn't speak, but the way in which he scowled grimly and crossed his arms across his chest was a clear demonstration that he had no intention of bending his knee to anyone or anything. Carlson did the same as Lupo, but with a slightly less implacable demeanor. For a moment it looked as though Beauregard was going to summon the scarlet-robed temple guards, but then the thick brass cover began to tilt upward, confirming Ronquist's first guess that it had a mechanical purpose and was some kind of hatch. At the same time, as the thing rose, a section of floor behind it started to drop downward, as though acting as a massive counterweight. As the cover opened, a large circular hole in the floor of the temple was revealed, with a flight of stone steps running down into a concealed interior. Steam rose from the opening in majestic billows, and a mist-shrouded red glow became visible, reminding Ronquist of a medieval vision of the threshold to the Christian hell. Bridewell let out a low whistle. "I'll be damned. There's something under Underland." 4 figures emerged from the ruby mist. At first only their heads were visible, but, as they ascended the steps, it was possible for Ronquist to see that all 4 were seemingly male, and dressed in the same scarlet uniforms as the temple guards except that, in addition to the hoods, red rubber masks with glass eyepieces completely covered their faces. The devices had to be a kind of breathing apparatus or filter device. Toxins in the hole? The 4 men reached the top of the steps and stepped out of the circular aperture. The decorative brass cover slowly dropped again, shutting behind them with a series of mechanical sighs, and then a deep and final reverberating boom as it closed completely. The bells ceased to toll. The 4 took a moment to remove the face masks before walking directly to where Beauregard knelt, and Ronquist and his companions continued to stand in attitudes of defiance. The worshippers lifted their heads, but did not rise from their knees. Apparently the figures who had emerged from beneath the floor were worthy in their own right of reverential deference. The faithful were obviously curious to witness what was about to occur, but too frightened of priestly authority to do more than dart covert glances while remaining prone. Beauregard was the first to stand. He welcomed one of the new arrivals with an unusual double handshake, then turned and gestured to Ronquist. "Your Eminence, this is the Nosferatu Victor Ronquist." The figure that Beauregard had addressed as Your Eminence pushed back his hood and inclined his head. He seemed more interested in Beauregard than Ronquist. "You have completed your mission." Beauregard stiffened and clicked his heels. "I have, Your Eminence." He turned to Ronquist. "May I introduce His Eminence Dr. Heinrich Wessel, the Grand Companion of the Serpent." Heinrich Wessel was tall, over 6 feet, in his early to mid-50s, as far as Ronquist could tell, chiseled, lean, and distinguished. His ivory, Underlander skin was meticulously clean-shaven, and his iron-gray hair was worn close-cropped in the old-fashioned Prussian manner. Apart from his pallor, Wessel's only physical peculiarity was his extremely pale blue eyes, that gave him a less than human stare. He had more the air of a general than a theologian. His ramrod posture under the flowing scarlet robe was wholly military, and the large, jeweled cross in the circle he wore around his neck was displayed more like a decoration for valor than a devotional symbol. Ronquist conceded that was only to be expected in a land of warrior priests and militant holy orders. Directed by a sudden intuition he didn't quite understand, Ronquist pulled back from physically touching the Grand Companion. Instead of shaking hands, he stiffened to attention, much the way Beauregard had done, and bowed from the waist. "I am honored to meet any religious leader, Dr. Wessel. Even one who appears from beneath the ground." Wessel returned the bow, seemingly content that it was a fitting gesture of respect, and showing no outward reaction to the overt ambiguity of Ronquist's greeting, and its slightly mocking tone. "And I am honored to meet you, Herr Ronquist. Many stories of your exploits have preceded you." Ronquist nodded and also remained expressionless. "Stories told second and third hand tend to be heavily seasoned with exaggeration. So you would advise me to judge for myself. I've observed that, in the end, it's the only guarantee of accuracy." Outwardly Ronquist appeared calm. He even had his aura tightly in check so as not to worry Lupo, but his thoughts were in a turmoil. He had no idea what experience the Grand Companion had of the Nosferatu mind, or the undead's natural skill at reading auras, but he didn't feel inclined to attempt so much as a shallow scan of this leader of the serpent cult. He had not wished to touch the human, and certainly did not want to enter his mind. That Wessel had psychic powers of his own was a possibility that had to be seriously considered. The man's abilities were unlikely to be anywhere as forceful and focused as Ronquist's, but they might be enough to give access to details that Ronquist would rather keep from His Eminence for the time being. Ronquist was rapidly being forced to the conclusion that he was going to have to revise a number of his earlier assumptions about Underland and its snake-venerating religion. He had previously believed that it was nothing more than smoke and mirrors, the trappings of crude exploitation with no basis in reality. Now it would appear that this Temple of the Serpent could be more than merely an oversized architectural deception. The vast and sculpted dome above them and the mysterious chambers of red fog that appeared to be hidden beneath their feet might actually serve a purpose, providing sanctuary and concealment to something that was real and physical, at least in the most general sense. One other detail bothered him possibly more than any of the others. Seconds before Beauregard had introduced him and Wessel, there had been a silent exchange between the two of them. Nothing that came close to the thoughts that he and Lupo were able to share, just a combination of facial expression and movements of the head, but enough to cause Ronquist to try and lightly intercept the gist of what was being communicated. Beauregard had apparently wanted to know if the Draka was ready, and Wessel had responded that it wasn't. If Ronquist had read Beauregard's question correctly, he had referred to the Draka as though the ancient fable of the godlike reptile species were neither ancient nor a fable, and that something, or things, called Draka actually existed somewhere in sub-basement chambers, caverns, dungeons, or whatever, and the tunnel from which Wessel had emerged provided access to them. Again, however, Ronquist was left without time to think through the fresh revelations. Wessel was making it plain that Ronquist and the others should follow him. They were once more on the move, and it was starting to seem as though they would never reach any real destination. "We have arranged a modest reception in your honor, Herr Ronquist. An introduction to the hospitality of our mysterious country. ******. Watch out for the Scarlet Women. They are known as the brides of the serpent reptile nuns with weird ways and equally weird appetites." Time Bridewell had taken a glass of champagne from a waiter and turned to find herself accidentally next to Beauregard. At the reception he had finally removed his goggles. Nothing appeared to be physiologically wrong with his eyes except that one was green and the other brown. Unless he had a psychological problem with the mismatch, the goggles hid nothing that Time would have considered in need of concealment. If his eyes were windows to his soul, they remained heavily curtained and certainly revealed nothing about why he felt the need to make snidely suggestive remarks about the women in the scarlet robes, who were presumably highly placed clerics in his professed religion. "You think they may take advantage of me, Colonel Beauregard?" Beauregard shrugged. "There's really no predicting the behavior of the brides, my dear. And no knowing of what they might decide to take advantage." He dropped his voice. "I've heard it goes much deeper than simple lesbianism. The gossip about what they get up to in the privacy of their cloisters is quite baroque. Are you trying to warn me or excite me?" Bridewell sipped her champagne. It tasted excellent, and could only have come from the surface. The elite in Underland seemed to have no compunction about importing their creature comforts. On the buffet table, which she had yet to fully investigate, she had seen beluga caviar, truffles, and a very fine Canadian smoked salmon. "So what are your first reactions to our underground world, Ms. Bridewell?" "I have yet to see very much of it, Colonel." She looked round at the party. "But I'm definitely enjoying this part." Beauregard must have worn the goggles for long periods of every day. Up close, she could see two panda-like circles of rubber, deeply ingrained in the skin round his eyes from the cushions on the inside of the eyepieces. Compared to the other uniformed men at the reception, Beauregard looked like the dashing field commander straight from combat and deeds of heroism. The others also wore either the black or the red, but most were too crisp, too steamed and pressed, and too decked out with medals and gold braid to resemble anything but players in an eccentric production of The Student Prince with an overly gothic costume designer. "So we're not boring you." She knew Beauregard was coming on to her, and she had to assume that her being from the surface rendered her, in his terms, something special and exotic. In a way, his attitude verged on insulting. He wasn't attracted to her as a woman, just as a novelty. Under normal circumstances, she would have walked away from the man right then and there, but these circumstances were far from normal, and she decided to string him along and see what he might let slip about himself. Lacking the Nosferatu capacity to scan minds, she had to do her research into Underland the hard way. She leaned a little too close to him and opened her mouth a little too wide when she laughed. "I've not been bored yet." Although she would never have admitted it to Beauregard, by the time that Wessel had announced the reception, Bridewell was well past the threshold of boredom. She had become heartily sick of being shuffled from one place to the next. Okay, so Victor Ronquist represented the ultimate prize, but the way she was expected to trail behind and tolerate being treated like a combination of a spare part and a stray dog had been pushing her close to the limits of her endurance. She knew the condition of the Dark Lost was not an easy one. She would be subject to mood swings and bouts of dark and terrible yearning. Incomprehensible words, and strange, half-formed visions would echo in her head, while, beneath it all, a constant anger fumed and smoked like a volcano in the prelude to eruption. She knew that this latent rage came with the territory, and that it was a product of the intense and all but unbearable desire to cast off the imprisoning bonds of human mortality and be one with Victor, Lupo, and all the other night-walking predators across the world. She couldn't see, though, that it invalidated her feelings of being ignored and taken for granted. She had been tempted to halt the whole process, to delay and even sabotage this Underland welcoming party for Ronquist, by throwing a loud and totally uncontrolled tantrum. It might have had major and maybe even fatal repercussions, but at least it would get her noticed. She had known, however, even with the chips pretty much down, she was not going to do any such thing. She was still Time Bridewell. She was a pro, an operative, and a team player. A lifetime of conditioning couldn't be thrown off even by the prospect of a bloody immortality. She had also been curious to see this reception. She'd been intrigued to discover how the Underlanders managed their private affairs and personal manipulations, and what constituted formality and fun in their subterranean madhouse. All she had seen so far led her to believe the ruling elite were brutal narcissists, who used the trapping of their quasi-feudal Nazi religion as a cover for fetishistic sadism and playing dress-up with guns. Logical projection seemed to suggest that, behind closed doors, one might reasonably expect a velvet labyrinth of callous decadence and well-rehearsed vice. If vice turned out to be the coin of the realm, her credit was solid. Drinks, drugs, perversion, and mind games had long been four of her favorite things, and she considered herself highly skilled in all of them. She didn't expect to discover too much that was radically different from the near limitless excesses that could be found in cities on the surface, but she would be interested to evaluate the different local nuances and examine how the natives set their boundaries, if any. The party had also posed a second intriguing puzzle, over and above the simple question of how the Underlanders conducted themselves. She hadn't missed the very crucial point that the Grand Companion had said the reception was for Ronquist. It wasn't for Jack Carlson, or so-called representatives of the US government. Fuck no. It was for Ronquist. In that one statement, the Grand Companion had turned the whole picture on its side. They had left Deer Park with Carlson firmly in command, with Victor and Lupo along for the ride as paranormal muscle, and time bringing up both the literal and metaphoric rear as Ronquist's plaything. The first change had come at Ice Station Zebra when Weir had sold out Carlson to Beauregard and the Underlanders. By association, she, Ronquist, and Lupo had been sold out, too. In the saucer she had assumed that they were once again prisoners. Maybe not overtly chained and restrained, but certainly in the discreet custody of Beauregard and his Iron Airmen. Too many orders had been given and too many weapons had been significantly displayed for her to think otherwise. Weir's crew had made certain they'd boarded the Flogelrud, stupid Germanic name, and, when they landed, Beauregard had shepherded them all to the temple. Again they had not been subject to any obvious force or coercion, but she would not have given much for her chances of survival if she, or any of the others, had refused to follow his directions. That Wessel, the Grand Companion, should shift the spotlight fully onto Ronquist had come as more of a surprise than any of the other changes in the power dynamic. Wessel had spoken as though bringing Victor to Underland had been the plan all along. To take him on face value immediately posed the questions why, and for how long. Had the delivery of Ronquist to the Underlanders always been the objective of Greel and NSA-FEMA, or had they simply been conned by Wessel and cohorts? Either way it would seem that the intention was for Ronquist to play some yet undefined part in a much larger design or conspiracy, and, having learned long ago that it always pays to look out for number one, Bridewell wondered where that would leave her. That she not be separated from Victor, and her chance at conversion to Nosferatu, was the most important factor in her world, but she had no idea where, if at all, she might figure in the latest scheme of things. She still wasn't certain if she was only now in Underland because, as a Dark Lost, she was too much of a security risk to leave on the surface, or did she, too, have a practical if as yet unrevealed part in all that was going on? If she did, that would suggest that Greel and Wessel had been in cahoots from the very start. It was so far beyond bounds of coincidence that she had been deliberately made a part of the scenario without Greel having some measure of involvement. Was she perhaps intended to be his spy or monitoring device? For all she knew, the old man was already watching their progress via the implant in her head. Of course, that function of the damned thing hadn't worked during the experimental trials, and no reason existed to think that it would work now, but that didn't preclude Greel playing her as a long shot. She was racking her brains for anything that might shed a glimmer of light on the mystery that seemed to expand with every turn when Beauregard again interrupted her speculations. "You seem preoccupied." She had resolved to be nice to this asshole, but she could not totally keep an undertow of irritation out of her voice. "Wouldn't you be? I'm still trying to figure this place out. What's that expression that's used on the surface? Something about going with the flow. Right now I'm more concerned about the flow going with me. Just enjoy the experience of Underland. I promise you it won't be hard." She decided to pout. That ought to disarm the fool. If there was a party planned, someone could have given me a chance to change for it. I feel like I just climbed Everest and have now been thrust in with the cocktail crowd. You think that's an easy experience to enjoy? Let him believe her only airhead concern was for her appearance. In one respect, what she was saying was, in fact, perfectly true. Of the 100 or so guests at the reception, a high percentage were attractive women. Like the champagne and the caviar, the alpha males of Underland seemed to settle for nothing but the best in their choice of wives, mistresses, courtesans, concubines, or whatever they had in the way of sexual partnerships down in these snake-worshipping caverns. Most of the women had the unique subterranean native pallor, showing that, unlike the champagne, they had not been recently imported from the surface, but were largely the cream of the underground crop. Although the majority of the men were in religious or military uniform, and the crowd was certainly laced with the representative selection of the brides of the serpent that Beauregard had jokingly warned her about, by far the majority of these babes in Underland were dolled up in civilian evening dress. In some respects it was fortunate that she hadn't been able to change her clothes. If she had shown up in something like a leather mini dress, she would have been completely out of place. In her jeans, t-shirt and scuffed flight jacket she at least looked like Hannah Reich action gal, and not some out-of-step style aberration. In Underland, they certainly didn't follow surface fashions, and in many respects it was as though the 1940s had never gone away, merely mutated over and over. The current underground vogue was for softly flowing, draped to the body silks and chiffons that left almost nothing to the male imagination. Some of the younger women had gone even further with sheer, almost transparent fabrics that were little more than a floating, see-through wrapper for decorative lingerie, with stockings, garters, garter belts, and sculpted corsets making their time-honored sensual impact. The young women wore their hair short and severely styled, and time could only think that it was supposed to be a contrast to the soft contours of the rest of the desired look. The word desire, however, caused her a moment of irrational panic. Suppose Victor should desire one of these Underland beauties? Fairly soon, Ronquist would need to feed. He would feel the hunger, select a new victim, and she would be forgotten. She would be cast out and doomed to an eternity of wandering and longing. The panic grew worse. She quickly exchanged her empty glass for a full one, but then addressed herself sternly and silently. "Get a grip, sweetheart. You've come this far. You can stay the rest of the course." Beauregard must have noticed some part of this sudden anxiety, because he looked at her questioningly. "Is something wrong?" Bridewell quickly shook her head. No, it's probably just the champagne after all the traveling. The North Pole and a ride in a flying saucer, all in the same day, can be quite exhausting. Would you prefer to leave?" "Slow down there, Johnny Beauregard. You're getting overeager, boy. I have no intention of leaving this place anytime soon, and, if I do, I will endeavor to see that it's not with you. I don't think that would be too appropriate. We really only just got here. Perhaps you should eat something. I hear the buffet is quite acceptable." For once Beauregard was right. She was hungry. In fact, she couldn't recall when she had last eaten. Another symptom of her dark lost condition was that the simple human needs like food and sleep were pushed aside by the single-minded and all-pervasive ache to be something other than mortal. "Yes, I think that's probably a good idea." She allowed him to take her arm and steer her through the crowd toward the long buffet table. When finally faced with food, she realized just how starved she really was. Although she considered caviar little more than a seafood novelty, the smoked salmon looked good. She noticed a platter with an artfully arranged display of sautéed twists of some substance she didn't recognize. She turned to Beauregard. "What are those?" "A kind of mushroom." "They don't look like mushrooms. Our mushrooms grow much larger down here than they do on the surface. In fact, a good deal of fungi find their way into Underland cuisine. They are, after all, one of the few things that thrive naturally in this sunless realm." He smiled, and the mockery was back. "Of course, there is one strain of fungus you might treat with some circumspection." "I don't understand." "There's a variety of fungus that has a profound hallucinatory effect on our local Nosferatu. They become dangerously addicted to it. But I'm not Nosferatu. But you're dark lost. Something in the way Beauregard used the word dark lost caused another piece of the puzzle to fall into place. So that was why the storm leader was all over her with his cloying attentiveness and forced charm. It wasn't just coming from the surface that made her exotic. The likelihood was that he regularly sampled surface women in his trips to Ice Station Zebra. He was sickly fascinated by the idea that she had been with the vampire. For the first time in years, Time Bridewell felt her flesh crawl. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The large room could best be described as one of Temple's ancillary chapels, off limits to the general public, but used when the Grand Companion needed to host a private function or, apparently, greet a visiting vampire. It had the same ecclesiastical, train station architecture as the rest of the temple, a high Gothic ceiling and stone walls, with a colonnade of pillars along one side, that could comfortably accommodate the 100 or more guests who seemed to have been pressed into service to welcome Ronquist. The one thing that could be said in the gathering's favor was that, although he was in the company of a crowd of humans, Ronquist didn't need to pretend that he was human himself. Many years had passed since he had felt such a freedom, but he would not have described it as a happy experience. He was pleased at not having to conceal his true nature. Underland presented more than enough problems without that extra addition. The truth had set him free, but, as the Nosferatu guest of honor, he found himself the center of attention, something he disliked at the best of times. He wondered despondently exactly how long Wessel would require him to behave like a walking sideshow. He would much prefer to go to some private sanctum and let Dr. Wessel explain what was really required of him in the caverns, but it didn't look as though that was going to happen for some time. Meanwhile, he would just have to nod, shake the offered hands, smile nicely, and bear it. He quickly discovered that a guest of honor had virtually no freedom of movement. He would have liked to speak briefly to both Lupo and Carlson, but it was impossible to do either without completely drawing attention to the conversation. Jack Carlson was drinking and making small talk with a group of officers in the dress black of the Iron Order and civilians in dinner jackets and starched and ruffled shirts. Lupo was on the other side of the room, corralled against a pillar by a platinum blonde dressed provocatively in a man's white tie and tails and tinted diamond sunglasses, who stood too close to him, moistening her red gloss lips with a small pale tongue and laughing too readily, as though she was under the misapprehension that a Nosferatu, particularly a Nosferatu as rigid and hidebound as Lupo, could be seduced. A second seduction was being attempted at the buffet table, where Beauregard was leaning close to Time Bridewell, but Bridewell's aura showed a revulsion so intense that it must have been caused by more than just the human's obvious character defects. Beauregard could only have said something that had truly horrified her, and Ronquist knew from experience that it took something really exceptional to horrify Time. He tried to scan Beauregard's mind to see what it might have been, but Beauregard's consciousness was entirely taken over by sexual fantasies, some of which, even by the furthest extremes of the human boudoir, were little short of out-and-out torture, thinly disguised with some decorative if fetishistic trappings. Either by design or accident, the group with which Ronquist had arrived were effectively separated. Since Dr. Wessel, the Grand Companion, had made his commanding entrance, they had been given no measure of privacy in which they might attempt to absorb the rush of new, and in some cases, almost unbelievable developments, and it looked as though their enforced isolation was going to continue for some time to come. Ronquist reluctantly turned his attention back to the young Underland female who was at that moment talking to him, but, at the same time saying almost nothing. She had the same ultra-pale blues eyes as Wessel, and Ronquist wondered if inbreeding was a problem among the humans of Underland. Were their numbers so relatively small, and their gene pool so shallow that genetic oddities were already occurring after only a few of their short-lived generations? Aside from the eyes, Ronquist could see no other physical abnormalities, and since the woman had done absolutely nothing to conceal a body of which she was clearly very proud, he accepted that she was, in all other exterior respects, perfectly normal. Her calf-length satin skirt was cut so exceedingly tight that it all but functioned as a second skin, and the pale fabric of her blouse was so filmy and diaphanous her pink nipples showed clearly against an almost albino skin. As if that wasn't sufficient, she appeared to be positioning herself deliberately for Ronquist, continuously moving to display herself to best effect as she talked. She was yet another in the so many who mistook the deadly lure of Nosferatu predator strength for sexual attraction. Although the symbols and the uniforms had changed, and a strange coating of retrograde religion had been laid over the ideological excuses, the Underlander's Nazi heritage was very plain to one such as Ronquist, who had seen both the old and the new in action. This reception of Wessel's shared many commonalities with the formal dinners and stilted embassy balls he had attended in Berlin in the 1930s, at which party officials and SS officers performed their charades and acted out the prim pretenses of civilization that they believed would conceal the bastard brutality that drove them. Here in Underland, the forced chatter and starched manners were the cover for an equally lurid and decadent hunger that practically guaranteed the gathering would have some unholy aftermath, in which the pearls of etiquette would be ripped from their strings, the uniforms discarded, medals mislaid, and the warped truth of these humans might stand revealed. Ronquist devoutly hoped that he would be gone from the place before this culmination came. He was not, on the other hand, exempt from his own variety of hunger. He found he was unconsciously staring at the young woman's throat and contemplating the veins beneath the skin. His unconscious was reminding him that he would, sooner or later, have to both feed and sleep, as indeed would Lupo. He suspected that feeding would be comparatively easy. These humans knew what he was, and must have expected to provide for his sustenance in some way, at least while he continued to serve their undisclosed interests. Judging by the collective auras all round him, he could quite imagine this crowd being sufficiently sick actually to want to watch and applaud while he drained the blood of one of their number. Although he had not the slightest intention of providing them with any such spectacle, he did not expect that the need to feed would be hard to satisfy. Sleeping, on the other hand, might present much more of a problem. On the surface, his sleeping and waking were rigidly governed by the rising and setting of the sun. What did he do where the sun never shone? The temptation would be to keep on until he exhausted himself, but, if he misjudged his levels of endurance, he was aware that his perceptions could become dangerously distorted. A waiter passed with a tray of yet more champagne. The young human helped herself, but Ronquist declined. He was heeding the warning of the derelict Nosferatu and neither drinking nor eating anything merely to humor humans. Since he didn't have to disguise himself, he could refuse all that was offered without being forced to make idiotic excuses. Although he didn't usually take the advice of bums, he had never, in his whole 1,000 years, met a Nosferatu bum. Indeed, such a thing would have been both impossible and unthinkable outside of a place as grotesque and distorted as Underland. He also had one extra piece of information that gave everything else that he had heard a definite plausibility. The derelict had cautioned him that they'd slip him the funge, and Beauregard had dismissed the derelict as a worthless fungus eater. It might have sounded like nonsense, except Ronquist had previously come across one other solitary example of Nosferatu using fungi as a means of intoxication. During his time in the north of Scotland, with the clan Fenrir, he had been introduced to the Uistbetha. It was a practice of the clan, at feasts and festivals, and at many random times in between, to drink themselves crazy on a form of fierce firewater whiskey. Normally alcohol would have had no lasting effect, even on these wild Highlanders. The inebriation was achieved when a unique strain of microfungi was introduced into the raw spirit by process of filtering it through a bed of peat moss. Once processed in this way, the Uistbetha made the Nosferatu who drank it fighting drunk for a few hours, but then it wore off, and they returned to normality with little more than a foul headache and a worse temper. Whatever the fungal intoxicant might have been in Underland, it would appear to have far more lasting and damaging effects. The derelict's whole genetic structure had been altered, and mortal death had somehow been reintroduced. In his case, mortal death had seemed extremely imminent. he had showed the same cumulative buildup of cellular imperfections that normally occurred in humans and were the cause of their rapid aging process. The cells of the undead, as long as they were constantly fed with fresh blood, reproduced exactly, perfection, time without end. That had been the original design of the Nephilim, and that was the real gulf that separated Ronkist from the humans all round him. In Underland, Ronkist had not been given a chance to examine the indigenous undead, but the odds would dictate that they must have suffered similar damage from use of the as yet unknown, and presumably highly attractive, psychotropic fungus. Had it not been for the unfortunate by the fountain, he and Lupo might have walked blindly into the end of their personal immortality and genetic advantage over mankind. The more Ronkist considered the problem, the more urgently he felt the need to get away from the pointless reception, out of the temple, and explore on his own. If his fungus theory was correct, they were at risk from something as potentially deadly as direct sunlight. It might be a slower process of destruction, but it was also far harder to detect. Lupo. Don Victor. Lupo answered immediately, but even his powerful thought was not totally clear through the disorganized thrash of human minds at their most pretentiously social. I'm hemmed in here. Can you work your way over here without being too obvious about it? I have something a little complicated to communicate, and I need you to be standing close to me. It will not be a problem. Lupo made some excuse that Ronkist couldn't hear and stepped around the woman in the man's tuxedo. As if circulating, and working the crowd, he eased his way closer to Ronkist. Mercifully, the party had now been going on for long enough that the novelty of the visitors from the surface was wearing off. The Underlanders were going back to their routine priorities of gossip and sexual pairing, and Lupo was able to move fairly freely with only a few humans attempting to engage him in conversation. Ronkist suddenly realized that a gathering like this was probably a form of psychological torture for the withdrawn and reclusive Lupo, although his undead stoicism prevented him from showing it. In less than a minute, Lupo was just a few feet from Ronkist, close enough to absorb the unfortunate tidings. Ronkist opened his mind, giving Lupo both theory and detail of the supposedly deadly fungus and their local kin. When he was through, Lupo was sufficiently disturbed to frown visibly. This is serious. I need to get out of here. We're learning nothing. We are being told only what we need to know, or what they think we want to hear. How do you intend to get away? I will wait for a distraction and simply vanish. Lupo approved. That's the best way with humans. Will you remain here and take care of Bridewell and Carlson? I will do what's needed, Don Victor. Am I boring you? The woman in the sheer blouse had noticed something, but interpreted it as Ronkist growing weary of her. Ronkist shook his head. Not in the least. It looked like you weren't listening to a single word I was saying. Ronkist laughed. I was listening to every word. The young woman grimaced as though she didn't believe him. I'd hazard a guess you can't tell me the last thing I said. Fortunately, Ronkist was blessed with a perfect front brain recall, and it had continued to operate quite independently while he conversed silently with Lupo. It was a form of mental exercise that essentially enabled him to do two things at once. You were saying how you'd always wanted to visit the surface, but it wasn't permitted. The woman raised an eyebrow, as though she still didn't quite believe him, but gave him credit for a deft and verbal sleight of hand. I suppose I have to forgive you for being preoccupied. I imagine you are looking forward to the arrival of the others. Ronkist frowned. What was the vapid woman talking about now? The others. The other two Nosferatu from the surface. Now she had Ronkist's full and undivided attention. He all but ripped into her mind, and damn the consequences. I don't understand. The woman blinked, as though she considered him stupid even by Underland Nosferatu standards. Hello? The two females. I know nothing about two females. The young woman's aura was suffused with worry and concern. She even looked around to see if anyone had overheard her. Oh dear. I may have said the wrong thing. Perhaps it was supposed to be a surprise. Ronquist continued to resist the temptation to drag the information out of her by force. It would have caused too much disruption at the crowded reception. It certainly is a surprise. You'd better explain. I don't know if I should. I don't want to get into trouble with the companions. No one will hear you. I find, at events like this, people are too enamored with the sound of their own voices to listen to the conversations of others. Damn her for thinking him stupid. As he spoke, he applied gentle but irresistible pressure to overcome her fear and make her talk, but still allowed her a moment to waver, and believe that the admission, when it came, was entirely a result of her own free will. I suppose it won't matter if I tell you. Everyone else seems to know. That's why so many are still hanging around and not already away seeking the pleasures. The rumor is that one of them is a great beauty and actually knew the late Adolf Hitler, the great Führer of High Germany. For a moment, Ronquist seriously considered the possibility that he had somehow died and gone to hell. First a potentially deadly fungus and now this. Would her name be Aschenbach? That's right, Julia Aschenbach. What the devil was Julia doing in Underland? Back at Deer Park, Julia's name had appeared in Carlson's files as a source of information, and Ronquist knew it was possible that she could have been part of another NSA FEMA mission. A second string, perhaps. Ronquist knew so little that it was hard to speculate. Had Carlson been in on it? Somehow he doubted that. Despite his promise, Ronquist had seen enough of the inside of Carlson's mind to be convinced the man was, by this point, as much in the dark as he. Julia could easily be working for Greel on a parallel assignment, related, but separate. On the other hand, Julia could just as easily be working for some other organization with a possible interest in Underland. Her arriving here under her own steam was not impossible. Julia had her own Nazi heritage. Before Ronquist had changed her, she had been a budding starlet in the Nazi film industry and reputedly one of Joseph Goebbels's countless mistresses. On reflection, it was almost surprising Julia had not been drawn to this place a long time ago. Unless, of course, she had, and Ronquist hadn't known about it. Although Julia had been a member of the colony for almost a half-century, there were periods in the aftermath of World War II when she had taken part in adventures he knew nothing about. He was aware she'd had her share of totalitarian escapades, and was fairly certain she had worked in the NKVD's paranormal division. Then, a little later, she had switched sides, involving herself in the very darkest end of CIA counterinsurgency and performing tasks at which even the majority of case-hardened humans drew the line. The risk. Ronquist was thinking so hard and fast that he didn't hear the young woman the first time. I'm sorry, what was that? The woman again regarded him as close to retarded. That was the name of the other one, the other female. She's called Derisk, Philippa Derisk. Damn it to hell. Although Ronquist did his absolute best to minimize his shocked outburst, it was enough to convince the young Underlander that she might be well advised to move away from him. She tried for a bright social smile, but only managed to look flustered. Just as long as you act surprised when they make their entrance. Don't worry. I will look extremely surprised. Well, it's been nice talking to you. Yes, indeed. No sooner had she retreated into the crowd than Ronquist opened the mind line to Lupo. Did you catch all that? I did. And the situation is going to prove extremely interesting. Lupo used the word interesting in the Chinese sense of being one component in the old and hideous curse. If I wait for those two to arrive, I'll never get out of here. You must go, Don Victor. I can contain matters here. All hell could break loose when they find me gone. My experience of hell breaking loose is extensive. It's not only these Underlanders. There's also Julia. Lupo took it all in his stride. He didn't have the same problems with Julia that Ronquist had. Julia knows better than to cross me. I didn't change her, and she knows I won't play her game. And a risk. Lupo's thoughts were becoming impatient. Philippa Therese and I are hardly strangers. I was there when she gave the blood that saved you. Lupo was absolutely correct. After Ronkist had all but been destroyed in the basement of the Apogee building by one of the first energy flows from Thulhu, Philippa Therese, human, but with considerable psychic abilities, had allowed Lupo to open one of her veins to feed the fading Ronkist. By so doing she had become a Dark Lost, and, ever since, Ronkist had felt a certain guilt regarding her, as far as it was possible for an Nosferatu to feel guilt. She had not been a victim, but one who had willingly given of herself. Immediately before the incident, she had formed an alliance with Ronkist and Lupo to prevent her estranged husband Marcus from opening a portal, and giving the squid-headed Thulhu, the most ancient, terrible, and best known of the Ancient Ones, access to the current Earth and its entire home dimension. Ronkist felt that, by any standard of honor, he should have brought her through the change, if that had been her desire. Now it appeared that someone else, presumably Julia, had done it for him, if the Underlander in the see-through blouse was to be believed. If she is now one of us, it could further complicate matters. Lupo also needed to know one other crucial fact. Ronkist swiftly enlightened him. I discovered something in Carlson's memory. Our connection with her is not the only one. Before we first encountered her, she had already been involved in an affair with him. She and Carlson were lovers. That's right. It's one more reason I hesitate to leave. Your indecisiveness and concern is starting to irritate me, Don Victor. You are creating fresh complications when we have quite enough already. Will you please just take my word that I can contain things here? I'm sorry, Lupo. I will vanish as soon as a suitable diversion presents itself. You want me to create one? No, I doubt we'll have to wait too long before one presents itself. In fact, Ronkist didn't have to wait as long as he expected. Within a matter of minutes, a buzz started at the far end of the room, the one closest to the entrance from the main body of the temple. The crowd reacted by commencing a slow inquisitive surge in that direction. The humans were so focused on seeing who might be arriving, and if it was the two other guests of honor, all Ronkist had to do was to let them ebb around him, take a couple of steps back and, to all human perception, disappear into thin air. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Brides and companions, ladies and gentlemen, may I present Fräulein Julia Aschenbach and Ms. Philippa Therese. Carlson spun round as though he'd been shot. He moved toward the entrance to the room, but found his way blocked by party guests. Even by craning, he could only manage a brief and interrupted view of Philippa over the heads of the crowd. When the majority of the guests had made their way toward the exit, he had hung back and found himself another drink. Now he was in the rear of everyone who was crowding in on the new arrivals. He forced his way closer, drawing hostile looks from some of the Underlanders. He didn't care. He had to see if it really was Philippa. It seemed totally impossible, except, he had been running on very little but impossibilities for a long time now. Finally, he found himself a clear line of sight, and he was left with no further need to wonder. It was Philippa, but not Philippa as Jack Carlson in any way remembered her. If nothing else, she looked a good 20 years younger. When he had known her she'd been in her early 50s, now she looked scarcely 25, certainly no more than 30. Her thick, luxurious hair, which tended to fall in her face and created her trademark mannerism of constantly brushing it out of her eyes, had been grey when they had first met, and indeed he could remember burying his face in it just to savor her perfume. Now it had reverted to a youthful ash blonde. It took him a few moments to accept the other equally obvious change. Philippa was no longer human. Julia Aschenbach was tall, commanding, and model-thin. She was the perfect Nordic goddess, with near-white hair, high cheekbones, and deathly pale skin. Her eyes were a bright and diamond-hard blue, and she was obviously dressed for Ice Station Zebra or some other frozen transit point, in a neat and efficient, white designer ski suit. Philippa was shorter, had more curves, and wore a bulky sweater and flowing scarves. Underlanders, in the same black field uniforms as Beauregard was wearing, moved behind and beside them like an escort, strongly suggesting that they, too, had just arrived by Flugelrud. Carlson already knew that Aschenbach was a Nosferatu, and now it seemed that Philippa had also become one. He would dearly have liked to pretend otherwise, but he had been around Ronquist and Lupo too long for that to be possible. He had no choice but to accept that the woman he had once known in exquisite carnal detail was gone. The one who had taken him to her bed, and perhaps saved his mind, when he had mentally crashed and burned in the aftermath of the horrors in Haiti, was no more. It remained to be seen what this new being would be like. Carlson was suddenly torn. Part of him wanted to greet her anyway, to see if any trace of the previous Philippa might remain. His more practical and professional side cautioned against it. Philippa was a vampire, and although, after the time he had spent with Ronquist and Lupo, he had become accustomed to vampires, having them as his allies, and also being exempt from their depredations, there was no guarantee that this would be the way in Philippa's case. He had no idea where her loyalties, if any, might lie. All of Carlson's hard-won experience cautioned him against vacillation. Decide fast and do it immediately was a rule to live and stay alive by. And yet Carlson found himself hesitating. To accede to the existence of Nosferatu was one thing, but to confront one whom he had known when she was human was entirely another. The other part of the rule was he who hesitates has his decisions made for him, and, within a matter of seconds, the decision was made for him. Philippa spotted him. Jack Carlson. I don't believe it. Is that really you? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Time Bridewell saw Ronquist vanish like a piece of simple trick photography. One moment he was there, and the next he wasn't. No puff of smoke, no shimmer like a transporter on Star Trek, he had simply winked out and was no more. The weirdest part of all was that none of the other party guests seemed to notice a thing. She had almost cried out in horror, wondering if it was the result of a new Underland weapon or some other fresh perversity, but then she gathered herself. Fuck it. She was Time Bridewell, late of Deer Park and other holy unholy places. She had been, and seen, and done. Didn't she pride herself on being one tough cookie? Her training, upbringing, and thoroughly molded character expected her to remain silent even on the rack, or with electrodes clipped to sensitive parts of her body. Being dark lost was making her soft. She probably shouldn't have turned to Lupo, but she did, and found that he was way ahead of her, probably reading her thoughts as she plunged close to panic. She turned and looked at him, but he placed a silent finger to his lips, and his voice was suddenly inside her head. Be still, girl, Don Victor has only gone exploring. Considerably reassured that Ronquist had disappeared at his own behest, and presumably knew what he was doing, rather than being the target of some new Underland nastiness, she turned her attention to the new arrivals. Now that she knew Victor was presumably okay, the two female Nosferatu became a major cause of pragmatic unease for Bridewell. What were they going to bring to an already highly confused situation? Indeed, were they friend, foe, or just a further complication? At the same time, a strong undercurrent of jealousy reached up from her new dark lost persona. They were the first female Nosferatu she had ever seen, and she could only react with a furious envy. Why them and not her, God damn it? They were everything she wanted to be, and they had everything that she wanted, while she continued to wait and hope like the pathetic dark lost she had become at the hands of Victor. The fact that one of them was Philippa Tarisk only intensified her resentment. She knew a little about Philippa Tarisk. She hadn't been Nosferatu for 1,000 years like Victor. A few short years earlier, Tarisk had been as human as Time was, and just as vulnerable. She was reputedly another dabbler in the paranormal, but completely mortal. As if that wasn't enough of a connection and a fresh puzzle, Tarisk, like Bridewell herself, had once had a fling with Jack Carlson. Carlson himself had told her that. She had, according to his account, nursed him back to health after the Tauntaun in Haiti had zapped him with the zombie drug. At first, Derisk did not see Carlson in the crowd, but then she spotted him. Jack. Jack Carlson. I don't believe it. Is that really you? They moved toward each other as though a genuine affection still existed, but Bridewell watched the reunion with a bleak expression. Have a care, Jack Carlson, she might be kissing you now, but very soon she could just as easily go for your throat. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Carlson's other initial reaction, running in tandem with the shock of seeing the new Philippa, was that now Ronquist had betrayed him. As far as he could tell, everyone else involved in this business had double or triple crossed him. Weir, Greel, and all the rest of them had been playing their own devious and deceitful games, so why not Ronquist? All the signs pointed to his being the author of this new surprise. Wasn't Julia one of Ronquist's own colony? Hadn't Ronquist admitted that he'd actually made her what she was? Other thoughts and questions churned through his head. Was it Julia who had turned Philippa? How long ago had it happened? Had this also been arranged by Ronquist? And why? And how? Ronquist seemed like the obvious culprit, but Carlson had learned that only a fool immediately accepts the obvious. When had Ronquist had the opportunity to rig such a surprise? Carlson was certain the Nosferatu had known nothing about any of this before he was lifted from the Watergate, and, since then, Carlson had pretty much either watched him or had him watched. Carlson was left no time, though, for theories, answers, or even all of the questions. Jack. Jack Carlson. I don't believe it. Is that really you? Philippa had quickly disengaged herself from the Grand Companion and the rest of the Underland dignitaries. One of her escorts tried to intercept her, but she easily eluded him. The crowd between the two of them parted as though she had willed it to make way, and she was coming toward him. They almost embraced, as would be natural for one-time lovers who had parted friends, but a sudden awkward barrier dropped between them. It hardly seemed appropriate to throw one's arms either around a woman who was now undead, and, from the reverse perspective, how did one clasp the body of a man who qualified as a potential victim? For a moment they seemed to hang motionless, both the move and the emotion frozen and uncompleted, then they both halted, almost touching each other, but not actually making physical contact. Jack. Philippa. A lot has happened to me. I can see that. You can. Of course I can. I'm traveling with Victor Ronquist, aren't I? At the mention of Ronquist's name, Julia Aschenbach impatiently, and somewhat rudely, left the reception committee and was quickly beside them. She had no time for any tender reunion between him and Philippa. All Julia wanted was answers. You're Jack Carlson. I am. So where's Victor? Carlson resented her interruption, but knew he could do nothing about it. He was a mere mortal, and a mortal who clearly saw that deceiving or even stalling this Julia Aschenbach was pointless, and to try might be risking more than he was prepared to sacrifice. He looked around, but suddenly Ronquist was nowhere to be found. He turned back to Julia, sheepish and more than a little anxious. She wasn't Ronquist. She would rip his mind out without a moment's consideration for the possible consequences. He was here a moment ago, but... Don't fuck with me, little man. Lupo moved quickly into Julia's line of fire. Leave the human alone, Julia. He doesn't know where Victor is. Lupo, so where is Victor? Why aren't you with him? Don Victor is doing something on his own, Julia. He'll be back. A stir started among the Underlanders, but Julia glared at the Grand Companion and it temporarily subsided. How long ago did he leave? Very recently, Julia. Very recently. Maybe he received news of your arrival and decided it was time to make his exit. Julia glanced at Derisk. Did you hear that, my dear? The great Victor Ronquist would appear to have run away from us. Chapter 7. Ronquist was out. he was on his own, and that was a wonder in itself. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he'd found himself alone, unfettered by humans and the constant compromises needed to keep them at bay. Let the Underlanders deal with Julia for a while and see how Wessel and Beauregard, and the rest of the dressed-up clowns, liked that package of tooth, claw, ego, and ambition. In the meantime, he would prowl under the multiple mirror moons, and satisfy all of his curiosity. The air smelled vile and was all but unbreathable, but at least he was out of that absurd temple, with its reptiles, its champagne, its animal sacrifices, and its young women who liked to show off their nipples. His vanishing act had gone rather well, and he had pulled it off to perfection, even if he did say so himself. It had been a fairly complicated piece of mass deception, involving a general suggestion to the entire room that he was there, but each individual just didn't happen to be looking at him at the given time. This was followed by a more direct tampering with the minds of those in closest proximity to him. He implanted a half-dozen or so of them with the fabricated idea that he was still in the room, and it would take some time before the psychic mirage faded. After that, he had simply stepped back, walked from the reception, and out of a small door behind the line of pillars that ran along one of its walls. Once out of the temple, he had found himself on the edge of the piazza, not far from the Flugelrad landing pads. The intensity of light was the same twilight gloom Ronquist had observed when they had landed with Beauregard, and, as far as Ronquist could tell, no attempts were made to provide any kind of surrogate night and day. That suited him just fine. A Nosferatu could move easily through the numerous and various shades of shadow. The one problem that did need to be solved was that of his attire. In his long leather jacket and stovepipe jeans, Ronquist did not in any way resemble a denizen of the caverns. His clothes defined him for exactly what he was, a visitor from the surface who was creeping around where no visitor ought to be. His very first task was to find a more plausible outfit in which he wouldn't draw instant attention to himself. Guards were posted around the park saucers, but they seemed more lax and unconcerned than they had been when Ronquist and the others had followed Beauregard out of the saucer. Ronquist smiled to himself. This was both to his advantage and very much what he should have expected. The Iron Order rank and file might have looked alert and formidable, snapping to attention when an officer was in the vicinity, but, on their own and unobserved, they reverted to the careless indifference common to all bored soldiers on routine peacetime guard duty in all places and at all points in history. Underland was not at war, and the only danger to the flying machines, as far as the grunts were concerned, was probably pilferers and idle sensation seekers. The guard nearest to him had a cigarette cupped in his hand, and he looked round furtively each time he took a drag on it, but the eye he kept open for the approach of authority in no way warned him of the Nosferatu silently stalking him. The human had known nothing about what happened to him. One minute he was bored, tired, and wistfully anticipating the 4 or 6 liters of cheap Underland beer that awaited him when his watch was over. The next minute he was in complete vegetative oblivion. With absolutely no time to waste, Ronquist had simply fused the guard's mind, then caught him when he dropped, like a puppet with its strings cut, no brain function and no resistance. He hauled the man swiftly into the deep shadow under the apron of the nearest Flugelrad, and began stripping off his long uniform coat. Ronquist could not remember for sure, but he thought it was the Chicago film critic Roger Ebert who had pointed out the cinematic anomaly of how, whenever an action movie hero disguised himself in a stolen enemy uniform, it miraculously turned out to be a perfect fit. In reality, the guard was slightly shorter and heavier than Ronquist, but that really didn't matter. The rubberized coat was so large and voluminous that it was almost a case of one size fits all. He was reluctant to abandon his leather jacket. It had come a long way with him, but he would be uncomfortably hot and constricted in rubber fabric over leather, so it had to go. As he pulled the man's lifeless arm from the sleeve of his coat, he realized he was overlooking the perfect opportunity to maintain his strength by feeding. That had not been his intention when he first set his sights on the man. His only motives had been haste and some natural camouflage, but, feeding, now he considered it, was a very good idea as long as he was quick about it. He didn't doubt that some civil or sacred ordinance existed against killing and draining members of the Underland military, but since he was now, for all practical and probably legal purposes, a fugitive, he might as well be hung for a sheep as a goat. A Nosferatu on the run took his sustenance where he found it, and this was too good a chance to pass up. A part of him felt that he might somehow be betraying Lupo, who, Ronquist knew, hadn't fed since he left California. To feed, while his most loyal henchman went without, was totally against the grain of their relationship, but, right then, that could not be helped. Lupo would be the last one to expect Ronquist to weaken himself out of a perverse sense of duty. He snapped open the steel spike, which was mercifully still in his pocket, and went to work, bending over the man, making the incision in his throat, with the tubes and spheres of the Flugelrad's propulsion unit only a foot or so above his head. Immediately after he had fed and the guard was dead, Ronquist was on his way. He took the shortest route off the exposed piazza and away from the temple, but he didn't give in to the temptation to hurry. He wanted to look like exactly what he was pretending to be, a simple soldier pleased to be going off duty. The faithful were still buying rats and doves, and filing into the temple. None of them so much as glanced at him. He had been in Underland long enough to realize that it would take a highly extreme circumstance before any of the civilian lower orders would confront a man in uniform. He risked, of course, being subject to a possible routine check by the local equivalent of the military police or the shore patrol, but that was a chance he was going to have to take. Nothing came with a guarantee, even in an eternal life. Ronquist's final thought, before slipping on the dead man's coat and ducking out from under the saucer, had been whether he ought to take the guard's machine pistol with him. The idea made a certain sense, but, like so many other of the undead, he shunned all contact with firearms, and he did not intend, even in this emergency, to familiarize himself with them now. He left the weapon on the ground beside the desanguinated corpse. Off the piazza, Ronquist found himself in what was the Underland equivalent of a shopping street, where open front stalls hawked their wares. The roadway was the same ground flat bedrock as the piazza, but definitely not finished to the same reflective gloss. Even if it had been, the sheen would have long since disappeared under the street's thick layer of impacted dirt and garbage. A deep stone trench ran down the center of this Underland thoroughfare, with a sluggish stream of oily water in the bottom that bore an unpleasant resemblance to an open sewer. In addition to his disgust at the rudimentary sanitation, Ronquist was surprised that he saw no vehicular traffic, no cars, no trucks, not so much as a bicycle, but he did spot tire tracks in the coating of dirt, and he could only conclude that the use of motorized ground transport was most probably restricted to the elite, the military, and what passed for law enforcement in this place. The Orwellian drabness of the booths he passed was totally at odds with the scene he had just left. The oppressive and tawdry gilded bulk of the Temple of the Serpent still loomed behind him, but he found he had moved from an environment of lavish uniforms, gourmet catering, chic and expensive young women, and champagne that cost $500 a bottle in any city on the surface, to a proletariat world of ugly and cheaply made clothing, badly printed pornographic magazines, threatening propaganda posters, and foodstuffs that only came in generic packages, all uniformly stamped with the circle, the cross, and the serpent. The poor of Underland were as dreary and colorless as the elite were flamboyant. They dressed in browns and grays, and the garments they wore were baggy and shapeless, reminding Ronquist of the way the unemployed had looked during the Great Depression of the 1930s. They even seemed to be deprived of the drama of black. That was presumably reserved for the Iron Order. The only spots of spontaneous color were the odd ragged, if proudly worn t-shirts advertising a product, movie, or sports team from the surface. He wondered what route the garments might have taken to get there. Was this trickle-down economics at its most minimal? The structures themselves were as shoddy as the goods on display, badly made from cheap plastic and paper products in the first place, then crudely repaired ever since. Ronquist found, however, that he could move with complete ease. Most of the sorry humans on the streets, faces muffled against the foul air, either paid him no attention at all, or, if they did acknowledge his presence, it was to avoid his eyes and step out of his way. To Ronkist's thinking, Underland was a culture well overdue for an uprising by the lower orders, and, the more he rubbed shoulders with them, the more disgusted he became at the ease with which men like Wessel and Beauregard were able to keep them in their place, and at the passivity with which they accepted their oppressed condition. They were clearly in need of a charismatic liberator, but he couldn't see how one could arise. Underland was too small and too closed, altogether too simple to control and police. He could feel some things in the pocket of his borrowed coat, and he pulled them out to see what they were. They turned out to be the pack from which the dead guard had taken his last cigarette and the lighter with which he'd lit it. The pack was almost full, and he decided he would keep it for Carlson. He'd been in the grip of an intermittent nicotine craving at least since Ice Station Zebra. Even the cigarette pack carried the symbol of the cross in the circle with the snake crawling up the cross. Totalitarianism, be it religious or political, or any combination of the two, always proved so tediously short on creativity. ******. Lupo watched the hue and cry gather momentum. In typical fashion, Don Victor had laid enough of a psychic smoke screen that it took the Underlanders a little while to work out that he had really gone. Many believed, even after 10 or more minutes, that they had seen him on the other side of the room just moments before, and as Wessel directed his Scarlet Guards to commence a search, they were hampered by well-meaning but erroneous and completely conflicting information. While confusion still reigned, Julia stayed close to Lupo. What the hell does Victor think he's playing at? Lupo was not about to be questioned by Julia. He was very careful of the dignity of his position in the colony, and in the hierarchy of the Nosferatu in general. Julia was less than 100 years old, little more than a neophyte from Lupo's perspective, and she was in need of a persuasive reminder that she should address one of his age and reputation with considerably more respect. I might counter that by asking you to explain why you have brought Philippa Derisk to this place. I didn't bring her to this place. She brought me, very much as Victor brought you. She needed someone to watch her back. Now what about Victor? Lupo ignored her question. And I suppose she also turned herself into one of us without any help? Julia hissed angrily. Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. I did that. By what authority? I don't need any stinking authority. You do while you remain a member of the colony. All new changes must be approved by general consent. That has always been the rule, as well you know. Have you seen me spending time at the colony lately? No, but I have also not seen any formal resignation from you, and you did return to recuperate after your adventure with the Maitland female. Julia was becoming angrier by the moment. Okay, let's say that I felt bringing her through the change was warranted. It was an emergency situation. The angrier she became, the more Lupo knew he had her backed into a corner. Julia would never, if she could possibly avoid it, admit she might be wrong. If pressed, she would retreat into a show of fury. In a lesser matter Lupo might have given up, deciding she was not worth his time and energy, but this was not a lesser matter. Their very survival might be at stake. You are devious, Julia, but this is not a matter of simply winning the argument. I need to know what the Derisk woman is doing here, and I need to know now. He had promised his Don that he would contain the situation in the temple, and the reason for Derisk's presence was currently, as he judged it, the most crucial unknown. He knew he had little time left to find out. Julia must have sensed this, too, because she sighed and surrendered. You remember in the basement of the apogee, after Thulhu was put back in his box and that Horterra swirling was decapitated. Lupo's patience was wearing thin. Wessel was organizing his troops, and Beauregard was already questioning Carlson while two of the scarlet-coated companions stood on either side of him. Of course, I was there. We were all there. When the head went rolling across the floor, One of Thulhu's little miniature clones crawled inside it and hid there. Lupo stared bleakly at her. I didn't know that. And then Philippa grabbed the head and took off. What did she think she was going to do with it? I don't think she knew at the time, but later she tried to find a buyer for it among those who appreciate such things. Lupo blinked. She tried to sell a piece of Thulhu? What, in the name of all that's unholy, was she thinking? She was probably thinking how she was a woman on her own after we brought down the apogee. She needed money to survive. When the apogee went, all her means of support went with it. It couldn't have been an easy transition. After being the top woman at the apogee, she had all the right contacts. And what happened? Wessel was the highest bidder. Lupo shook his head. Are all humans insane? Why should anyone want a remnant of Thulhu? He noticed that Wessel was now pointing to him and Julia. Guards were starting to move in their direction. Lupo knew he only had time for one more question. So why did you change her? I thought our chances of getting out of here intact would be better if we were both Nosferatu, so I changed her before we left the surface. And she agreed to that. She was Dark Lost already, one of Victor's bloody Dark Lost. She welcomed the change with open arms. Scarlet guards surrounded them. At the same time others of the detail were moving out the party guests. Very soon only he, Julia, Carlson, and Bridewell would be left in the room, on their own with Wessel and his armed retinue. Lupo suspected that would be the time at which matters would become unpleasant. ******. A Flogelrod, a smaller, two-man version of the one in which they'd arrived, was making systematic, block-by-block passes over a nearby area of the city, sweeping the ground with a searchlight at regular intervals. Ronkist's first reaction was that the hunt for him had begun already. Then he spotted two more, both in the far distance, but widely separated from each other performing almost identical maneuvers, and he knew they could only be conducting routine patrols, much in the manner of the LAPD helicopters that made such a nuisance of themselves over the city of Los Angeles. Any hunt for him would, unless those conducting the search were acting on some totally illogical orders, commence at the temple and its immediate environs, and fan out in an expanding pattern from there. It would not start with a detailed search of 3 isolated areas. This was not to say that an all-out dragnet for him would not be instituted very shortly, and he hurried on through the poverty shacks of the Underland underclass. He reached an intersection where the narrow track of the monorail system passed overhead. One of the pod-like cars was approaching, and he halted and stared up at it as it sped by with a high-tension, electrical hum. A strip of narrow windows ran the length of the car about 2/3 of the way up the side of its silver ovoid body. Behind the glass he saw blank, tired faces just like workday commuters on the buses, trams, or subways in any city on the surface. He noted that even the monorail cars carried the insignia of the cross in the circle, along with a set of initials that were presumably those of the underground city's transit authority. The cross in the circle, with its crawling snake, had taken over from the swastika in the worst possible way. 3 scruffy young idlers, obviously sons of the proletariat, eyes hidden behind black goggles, but with limp cigarettes hanging from the corners of their mouths, crossed the intersection. The youth's route took them within a half-dozen yards of Ronkist, and, as they passed, they looked at him curiously. They said nothing and kept right on going, but Ronkist realized that a guard of the Iron Order would not be gazing at a passing monorail car like a rube tourist, as though it was the first one he'd ever seen. The adage was that curiosity killed the cat. If he didn't modify his behavior and do more to blend, it might be curiosity that killed the undead. He noticed that the first of the 2-man Flogelrods was over an area noticeably less well lighted than those around the temple. This meager shopping precinct might be gloomy, but the section of the city where the nearest saucer stabbed down with its searchlight was in near total darkness, serviced by little more than the artificial moonlight. It only made sense that, with light at a premium in this enclosed and sunless subworld, the localities with the least illumination had to be those of the poorest, the most furtive, the criminal, and the terminally underprivileged. Since, in Underland, the local Nosferatu that he'd seen had been both furtive, underprivileged, and close to being classed as criminals by their purple armbands with the symbol of the red triangles, this would seem to be as good a place as any to start looking for them. When he'd decided to vanish from the reception, he had no specific purpose in mind. He only knew that he was neither learning nor achieving anything by allowing himself to be confined in the vapid society of the ruling hegemony. Once the idea had presented itself, he decided to go with it. The condition of the Nosferatu could tell him more about the true condition of Underland than any champagne gala with the self-styled aristocracy. Now that he had a purpose and an initial destination, he moved on with considerably more resolve. His new sense of determination took him very rapidly into increasingly dilapidated streets, and a stronger stench of human waste and filth. He was very aware of surreptitious eyes watching from the darkness of makeshift structures, some of which were nothing more than rudely nailed together shacks constructed out of any waste material that came to hand. Seemingly without electricity and plumbing, these shanties were lit by smoky and guttering grease candles, and dangerous-looking, homemade gas lamps. Of course, the darkness in no way hampered Ronquist, or concealed these watchers, and he saw clearly that their poverty was all the way down to a third-world condition of near starvation. The only consolation in their wretched lives seemed to be in the oblivion provided by a cheap and nasty form of locally distilled bathtub gin. Ronquist couldn't understand why Wessel and his ruling power clique condoned an impoverished underclass. He could see that a low-maintenance labor pool would be needed as part of their social structure, but the only necessity for these ragged destitutes was to serve as a warning and a spur to keep the workers in line. It was the old and time-honored threat made by exploiting employer to exploited employee, ever since capitalism had replaced feudalism, that there were 100 out there waiting for his or her job, in other words, a planned devaluation of the labor market by maintaining a permanent and calculated level of unemployment among the workers. The further Ronquist ventured into the city, the more his dislike of both it and the religious oligarchy that controlled it grew. He cast around for traces of Nosferatu and almost immediately picked up an orange psychic glow in roughly the direction he was already headed. Again, the color was not the clear radiance that emanated from the undead on the surface. It was corrupted, as though stained by disease and a desperate and hopeless ignorance. If he was to judge them merely by their merged collective aura, and that was usually an accurate gauge of both the living and the undead, they would be of very little use to him. On the other hand, some accurate input on their origins, how they came to be in Underland and how they had fallen into the seemingly sorry state in which he now found them might just provide him with some working advantage. Having already passed under the monorail tracks, he found that he was approaching a second section of Underland's internal transport system. If he followed his present course, he would need to traverse a raised embankment with concrete walls that supported the rails of the ground-based freight car system. Apparently the local Nosferatu lived on what looked to be very much the wrong side of the tracks. The steep slope of the embankment rose at an angle in excess of 45 degrees. It would be a hard climb for a human, but should prove no challenge to Ronquist's Nosferatu strength. He swiftly scrambled up it, and, at the top, he found he had an almost uninterrupted view of what lay beyond. And what lay beyond proved to be an even more depressing prospect than the parts of Underland he had seen already. On the immediate far side of the embankment was an open area of waste ground, strewn with litter, garbage, junk iron, discarded machinery, and strange outcrops of misshapen fungoid growth that were probably the subterranean equivalent of the rank urban weeds that, on the surface, grew in vacant lots and around abandoned industrial sites. The open space terminated in a long and crudely built stone wall, about 10 feet high, topped with rusty steel spikes and broken glass that enclosed a dim, grim, shantytown. The collective Nosferatu aura clearly indicated that this township was where they lived, and Ronquist could not muster sufficient objectivity to avoid feeling thoroughly sickened. If their weakness was such that they could be confined by a comparatively low wall, they must be too enfeebled and demoralized to be aided by any kind of intervention on his part. The place was clearly an enclosed ghetto, proof beyond any reasonable doubt that the undead of Underland had allowed the humans to reduce them to a state of complete subservience. Ronquist was certain that, faced with a choice between the kind of brute existence that was laid out in front of him or perishing with dignity by his own choice, he gladly would walk out into the sun. He might experience a certain reluctance at destroying himself, but he would go with his pride intact. If the Great Slaughter of 1919 had taught him anything, it was that there were limits to self-preservation, and one could only hide and cower from rabid humanity for a finite length of time. The only charitable question that might remain was whether the wall was designed to keep the Nosferatu in or humanity out, and even that was a fairly moot point. The human position in all this was easy to read. Wessel and his people were playing the old and ugly game of scapegoat politics, in which all the ills of the society were blamed on some definable minority. The only unique aspect below ground was that, instead of diverting the rage of the poor and powerless against a group of supposed human inferiors, they used another species as the tool of their elementary mass manipulation. Over to his left, Ronquist saw a set of iron gates festooned with coils of razor wire. Red-on-white signs were posted. He was too far away to read the print, but he could see the twin red triangles, what he had started to think of as the Fang symbol. It was the entrance to a ghetto or restricted area if ever he had seen one, and Ronquist had seen far too many in his 1,000 years. The use of the scapegoat as a means to power was as old as humanity's very first prehistoric attempts at social organization. He didn't doubt that Cro-Magnons had pointed to the Neanderthals as the source of every evil that beset them. All that could be said in mitigating favor for the situation in Underland was that it appeared stable and totally accepted. Armed guards weren't even needed to man the gates. The thing Ronquist didn't understand, however, was how these Nosferatu fed. Looking at the size of the area boxed in by the wall, it would appear that, unless the ghetto was all but empty, as many as 500 of the undead could be residents there, which made the proportion of Nosferatu to humans impossibly high. In the entire city of Los Angeles, Ronquist's colony, which rarely numbered more than 10, were the only undead in town. New Orleans was dangerously famous for its vampire population, but even in that city of excesses, perhaps 100 Nosferatu lurked among 1.5 million humans. For Ronquist's kind, safety was not in numbers, but in modesty, circumspection, and not pressing their luck. And then the most hideous of thoughts occurred to him. A colony of such unprecedented size could survive, but only under one unthinkable circumstance. If the Underland Nosferatu fed primarily on each other, and only occasionally took humans, they could create a closed loop that would guarantee they continued to exist, but only on the most wretched and debased level. Loath as Ronquist was to entertain such an abhorrent theory, it appeared to fit all the available facts. His first instinct was simply to turn and walk back the way he'd come, and he might have done exactly that, had not one of the iron gates opened a cautious fraction and a quartet of Nosferatu, 3 males and a female, slipped stealthily out. Ronquist still didn't feel like confronting these things face to face until he knew more about them, but he felt he owed it to himself and the others he had left back at the Temple of the Serpent, particularly Lupo, to wait and see what the four would do next. The Nosferatu looked cautiously around, then sprinted for the cover of an abandoned container truck that lay on its side in the open area between the freight car tracks and the wall. It had apparently been left there to corrode away to nothing, but it provided them with a serviceable first piece of cover. The undead from inside the gates had the look of scavengers, and moved as though all the savage predator pride had been knocked out of them generations earlier. It would also appear that they were either incredibly stupid, or they had also totally lost the power of psychic seeing. Although, when Ronquist had decided to remain and observe the fugitives from the Underland ghetto, he had sunk into a crouch beside the freight car tracks to make himself a less conspicuous silhouette in the twilight. Any surface Nosferatu would have instantly spotted his aura. These four, who now lurked in the shadow of the container, probably debating what to do next, appeared to have no clue that he was silently watching them. Ronquist could, however, easily read the auras of the four fugitives, or whatever they were, and when the four drab flickers became suffused with fear, he looked around to see what had prompted this reaction. A short distance down the tracks, human auras had become visible. As Ron could read them, they belonged to a half-dozen, resentful and illiterate young men from the slums. The auras were primarily colored by cheap gin and an unpleasant bravado. Moments later, he could hear the voices and uncouth laughter of these drunken bully boys. At least the local undead still had their hearing, which Ronkist assumed had provided their early warning. As the humans approached, an urgent and fearful discussion took place within the upended container. The minds were murky and hard to read, but, as far as Ronkist could tell, 3 out of the 4 wanted to cut and run back inside the gates, but the fourth and dominant one, in this instance the female, insisted that they should lie low until the humans had gone, and then go on about their business. What that business might be was less clear than the rest of the argument. Auras relayed prevailing emotions rather than specific details. The dominant one managed to sway her companions, and the 4 remained concealed, motionless and scarcely breathing. Satisfied that these 4 Underland undead were able to demonstrate at least a minimal cunning and a degree of courage, Ronkist turned his attention to the 4 humans, and, by extension, his own situation. They were now about 50 yards from him, and he could clearly read them as 6 epsilon males, thoroughly marinated in Underland's societal disease culture, fueled on inculcated hate and adulterated alcohol, and looking for someone or something to hurt. They were the perfect product of a leader like Wessel. They had been raised and maintained in such watertight ignorance that they sought to vent all of their miserable fury on those they considered to be lesser beings. It had never, even for the slightest moment, occurred to them that their rage might be much better directed at the rulers who kept them chained to their cycle of hopelessness and distress. Of course, the humans had no idea that Ronkist was just in front of them, functionally invisible and watching with interest. The young men had about as much testosterone swagger as they could muster in their deprived and rotting environment. They were proud of the steel-toed boots that were worn by all but one of them. It seemed that steel-capped boots were a prestige accessory that merited a level of cheap respect among the local louts, and, as if the aggressive footwear was not enough, all 6 carried homemade but very serviceable bludgeons, lengths of iron pipe, a plastic beam wrapped in a vicious garland of razor wire, a large industrial wrench, and a baseball bat, a wooden Louisville slugger that could only have, long ago, come down from the surface by some devious route. Ronkist knew that all he had to do was remain motionless and this crew of violent yahoos would walk right past him, without knowing he was there at all, even when just short yards away from him. This would have been a perfect strategy had the 4 undead been able to do the same, but, unfortunately, they were not. When the human crew was no more than 10 or 12 yards from where Ronkist crouched, one of them noticed that something was not right with the abandoned freight container. A creak and a slight movement came from inside. The one who wasn't sporting a pair of the lethal steel boots pointed and slurred. Although all but inarticulate, it proved all the suggestion his companions needed. Suddenly they were whooping and yelling, charging down the side of the railroad embankment at something between a stagger and a dead run. One tripped and fell, rolled for a few feet, then recovered himself at the foot of the slope, so numb from the gin that he felt no pain. The others just kept rushing toward the container. At the last moment, one of the Nosferatu males lost his nerve. He ducked out of the container and ran, hoping to reach the safety of the gates before the humans could reach him. 3 of the louts changed direction and went in pursuit. The Nosferatu had no superhuman turn of speed, and it was clear to Ronkist that he wasn't going to make his objective. The remaining humans had reached the container and were beating on it with their bat and pipes, attempting to flush out the remaining 3 undead. By any one of the many Nosferatu codes, Ronkist was honor-bound to intervene. His only question was, did any of the Nosferatu codes apply down there beneath the surface? And his self-supplied answer was, naturally, exactly what he feared. Of course they applied down there. Since it was all so mysterious and alien, perhaps they even applied doubly. He despised the local undead as almost unrecognizable as any kin of his, but he could not simply stand by and watch them stomped, Possibly to a very real death. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So is anyone going to enlighten me as to what became of Victor Ronquist? A half-circle of robed companions had formed and was advancing on them, weapons leveled at the hip in the formal style of the former Red Army. Lupo wondered who had introduced that piece of formation drill to the companions' repertoire. As they were descendants of Nazis, the moves of their one-time enemy should have been anathema. He could only assume that things must have changed with time. The guests were gone, and the party was very definitely over. Having cleared the room, the companions of the Serpent turned their attention to those who were left. Coulson and Bridewell retreated to where Lupo and Julia were standing. Philippa Derisk did the same. Derisk had the look of someone for whom the world had taken a sudden and totally unexpected turn for the worse. Lupo almost felt sorry for her. The newly changed Nosferatu is a blindly optimistic creature as it first realizes its near invincibility. I asked what became of Victor Ronquist. Beauregard was the first to approach the group, and Lupo noted that the cocky young human's growing familiarity with Nosferatu seemed to be making him a little reckless. Is no one going to answer me? The semicircle of companions halted, but Beauregard stiffly strutted until he was standing directly in front of Lupo. I will have an answer, one way or another. Lupo had promised his Don that he would contain things here in the temple, and now the containment had to begin. Working on the principle that, when no alternative presented itself, the direct approach is the best one, his face was expressionless as he answered with the single simple statement. Don Victor has gone. Beauregard's eyes narrowed. I can see that for myself. Lupo allowed contempt to show in his eyes. You asked. Beauregard appeared not to notice. I was hoping you might volunteer some more specific information. Specific information. That's right. As in where he's gone and why. Don Victor provided me with no specifics. You call him Don Victor? You are his servant, or something of the kind. Now Lupo's eyes were like flint. He hoped Beauregard could detect the effort he was making to keep his anger in check, but he doubted it. Lupo had suspected that Beauregard was a fool, but now his insulting tone confirmed it. Did he believe that Lupo would simply accept his arrogance? I am no one's servant. Beauregard's mouth twisted in a sneer. But he didn't feel the need to confide his plans to you, did he? Lupo measured his words. It was not yet time to strike down the insolent puppy. He should wait until the weapons of the companions were no longer pointed at him. I'm not even sure that he had formulated any plans before he left. All he told me was that he was leaving because the reception was making him claustrophobic. That's all. He also complained that he was learning nothing while he remained confined to some set, if so far unstated, itinerary. Itinerary. That was the word he used. Beauregard's aura was suffused with anger, and, for a moment, Lupo wondered if the human was going to be idiot enough to strike him. Then the ranks of the companions parted to allow His Eminence Dr. Wessel to enter the immediate picture. It would seem that Ronquist found you less than satisfactory as a tour guide, storm leader. Beauregard spun round. His anger now blazed, but he had to bridle it in the face of his superior. I wasn't aware that I was acting in the capacity of tour guide, Eminence. You knew his cooperation was crucial. This was news to Lupo, and he filed the item for future consideration. Beauregard took a step back as the less than pleased Dr. Wessel advanced on him. I thought, Eminence, I was merely required to deliver him here and act as his escort. Despite the tension of the confrontation, Time Bridewell began to laugh. Then, John Beauregard, you have fucked up on just about every level. As a tour guide you bored Ronquist into making an exit, and as an escort, you allowed him to escape. Beauregard's temper snapped, and he reached for his sidearm. Damn you, you dark lost whore, I should shoot you where you stand. Lupo took a step forward. Stay your hand, human, or I will stay it for you. The semicircle of companions tightened their grips on their machine pistols, one flicked off the safety, and they all looked to Wessel. Wessel ignored them, staring instead at Beauregard with nothing short of open disdain. "Shut up, man, before you dig your grave even deeper." Beauregard seemed about to say something, but then common sense asserted itself and he closed his mouth. Wessel nodded as Beauregard finally received the message, then returned his attention to Lupo. "You and Ronquist have a form of psychic rapport, am I correct?" Lupo didn't like the sound of that. Wessel was no uninformed fool like Beauregard. He understood Lupo was undead. "That's not something I'm prepared to discuss with a human. I'm not just any human." "Nonetheless." Wessel cut him off. "You don't have to answer. I have a fair idea of your capabilities. Indeed, for all I know, Ronquist could be listening to us right now. He isn't. I haven't heard a word from Don Victor since he left this room. You have my word on that." Wessel's expression was one of studied disbelief. "Your word?" A rumbling anger, like the vibration of a distant railroad train, grew inside of Lupo. "I am not accustomed to having my word challenged." Without so much as a mental warning to Lupo, Julia suddenly entered the conversation fully on the offensive. "You'd do well to believe that, Dr. Wessel. Lupo is not only Italian, but from the oldest of schools. He treats topics like honor and the keeping of an agreement extremely seriously." Wessel turned to Julia. "And where is the honor in Ronquist running out and leaving the rest of you all here to deal with the situation?" Lupo answered before Julia could say anything more. "He will return. You trust him. Victor Ronquist and I have known each other for a number of your human lifetimes. Over such a period trust becomes something beyond all question. Suppose you were to contact him and tell him you were in trouble. Suppose you told him it was imperative he return." Lupo's face was like stone. "I wouldn't do that. It might distract him from what he is doing. You're in a very vulnerable position here." Julia smiled at Wessel. "I would say it was more of a standoff. You do realize that I can order my guards to open fire on you anytime I like?" Julia's smile broadened. "Then you'd be a fool. We can't be killed by bullets." Wessel sighed. "I'm well aware of that, Fräulein Aschenbach, but I do know you can be hurt and even temporarily incapacitated by them. Even Nosferatu from the surface need time to recover from multiple gunshot wounds." Wessel allowed a little time for his words to sink in before he continued. "And, of course, two of you are human. Does Ronquist's honor extend to the merely mortal? If you informed him that I was going to kill Carlson and Bridewell, what would be his reaction? Would he run back to save them? Or suppose I threatened Ms. Derisk, would that motivate him? During the Apogee crisis, I understand your Don was quite taken with her." Philippa Derisk hissed angrily, but Julia quickly put a restraining hand on her arm. Lupo believed that he had preferred Derisk when she was human. She had seemed to possess a cultivated maturity, and had amassed a solid foundation of pragmatic wisdom. Now, as an Nosferatu, she seemed giddy, foolishly drunk on the discovery of her newly obtained power. Perhaps she would improve, and some of her good sense would return as she grew into their ways, assuming, of course, that she survived to grow at all. Lupo shrugged. "Those are wholly academic questions, Dr. Wessel. I have no intention of contacting Don Victor." Wessel turned to Jack Carlson. "How do you feel about that?" "I don't like it, but it's Lupo's call." "And you, Dark Lost?" Bridewell signified indifference. "I have been living on his sufferance ever since our first encounter." "Your humans show great courage, Lupo." "So I see. Perhaps it might get Ronquist's attention if I was to start by shooting the Dark Lost." Julia shook her head. "I doubt it. Victor leaves Dark Lost all over the place. He allows far too much of his food to walk away alive." Bridewell's face darkened. "Fuck you, Julia." Wessel ignored the flurry between Time and Julia. "Suppose we put the idea to the test. Wessel gestured to Beauregard. Shoot the Dark Lost, Storm Leader. Make up for your recent inadequacies. Beauregard nodded, unsnapped the flap on the holster of his sidearm, and drew the pistol. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The drunken Underland louts caught the male Nosferatu, who had run in panic when he was less than 10 yards from the gates of what Ronquist now thought of as the ghetto. One of the young men swung a pipe at the male's head. The Nosferatu staggered but didn't fall. Another hit him hard across the back with the same result. The undead of Underland might be debased and stupid, but they did retain a certain durability. After 2 such blows a human would have been on the ground, definitely stunned and maybe dead. The Nosferatu was dazed, but he kept on going. The 6 young humans, so bent on causing pain, and so seemingly confident that they would encounter no resistance or retaliation, had split their numbers in half. 3 chased down the Nosferatu, who had sought to escape to supposed safety inside the gates, while the others had continued on to flush out the remaining trio of undead, the 2 males and a female, hiding inside the abandoned freight container. On the top of the railroad embankment, Ronquist got to his feet. He was both appalled and resigned, appalled that his Underland cousins had turned out to be so powerless to defend themselves, and resigned because he knew that, sooner or later, he would have to abandon his role as the detached observer and intervene on their behalf. The 3 by the container were yelling and beating on the rusty metal with their cudgels. In their gin rage, they were full of bravado, but their bravado didn't appear to extend to actually crawling inside the container and pulling the Nosferatu out. At least the local undead commanded that minuscule level of respect. The one who had run finally went down. After stumbling and zigzagging and almost making it to the refuge of the gates, he took a blow to the back of the knees with the baseball bat and he finally fell. The humans were on him, kicking with their steel-toed boots and pounding with their bludgeons. Ronquist knew that if he was going to step in, now was the time, but, just as he gathered himself to make a move, a side panel fell out from the frame of the container. It was unclear from Ronquist's viewpoint if the panel had been dislodged by the hammering of the Yahoos, or if it had been kicked out by the Nosferatu inside, but now the 3 remaining young ones were making the dash for the sanctuary of the compound, going in all directions, trying to elude the humans and their swinging clubs. The humans were drunk, slow, and stupid, and the 2 undead males and the single female managed to duck and weave around them. Dodging blows from the lengths of metal pipe, and the baton wrapped in barbed wire, they sprinted for the gates. Unfortunately, the direct path to their objective, and supposed safety, also led them straight toward the other 3 humans, still gleefully kicking their fallen companion, who could do nothing but roll with the blows and moan piteously. At the prospect of fresh prey, these 3 turned their attention from the prone and fetally curled figure and attempted an interception. Again the agility of the Nosferatu held them in good stead. They skipped and sidestepped, managing to avoid the wild swipes from the humans. Ronquist held back on his intervention, since it seemed that all 3 of them were going to win the race to the gates and vanish into the enclosure unscathed. Then a human hurled his pipe with more skill than Ronquist would have expected, or perhaps with more luck than the thrower deserved. He threw it low and hard with a great deal of spin. It struck the legs of the female, tripping her and sending her sprawling. She tried to rise, but, before she could regain her feet, the humans had formed a circle around her. Now they were taking their sadistic time, the socially powerless savoring their moment of power. The female rose to a defensive crouch, clawed hands protecting her face, knees bent, turning as the boys laughed and jeered, each trying to top the others of the crew with the lewdness of their suggestions and the creative foulness of their gutter obscenities. One thrust at her with his pipe. She hissed and backed away, but that brought her into range of the clubs on the other side of the circle, and she was forced to perform a fast, twisting dance to avoid them. A human hand reached out and grabbed for the female's shapeless garment. The fingers made contact, twisted, and pulled. The threadbare fabric, that had been cheap and flimsy in the first place, ripped at the first tug, leaving her naked to the waist. This involuntary exposure caused the humans even more merriment than simply having her helpless, and at their non-existent mercy. They grew slack-faced and even more ugly as her pale torso twisted and her breasts jiggled. Now the only outcome that would satisfy them was a brutal and inevitable gang rape, and Ronquist knew that, once again, he was the only possible savior of the situation. He concentrated on a first-phase illusion, and white fire danced along the top of the railroad embankment. That was sufficient to halt the humans' grotesque game with the female. The 6 young men stared up at the inexplicable white fire, and then at each other as though one of their number might miraculously be able to provide an explanation. At first the fire had been silent, but gradually a high-pitched electric hum augmented the dancing flames. This surprised Ronquist as much as it did the humans, since the sound was not of his creating. He looked round quickly and saw a Fluggelrud. One of the small, 2-man patrol vessels, of the kind he had seen previously, was coming up fast, following the line of the freight car tracks. Ronquist doused the illusionary fire. Helping a distant relative was one thing, exposing himself to the weapons of the saucer was entirely another. The Fluggelrud was overhead in little more than an instant, and Ronquist saw that the craft had an impressive turn of speed when needed. It came to an impossibly sudden stop, directly above the small but nasty display of human viciousness. A blindingly bright light on the underside of the patrol ship cut in and a voice boomed from some kind of amplified PA system. "Okay, boys, leave the bitch alone. You all know the rules." Apparently assaulting and raping the local vampires was at least technically illegal. As the light hit them, the humans froze, shielding their eyes, while the undead female simply fell to her knees. The boys' reaction clearly wasn't sufficient for whomever was issuing the orders. The voice from the PA boomed again. "Get back to your homes right now." Again the humans hesitated. The voice on the PA took on a tone of impatience. "Get going or I'll call up a ground unit, and you all know what that means." With hangdog spines and a sullen hunch to their shoulders, the 6 humans broke their circle and began to walk resentfully away. The Fluggelrud didn't move, but the light swiveled, following the gang until they began to climb the railroad embankment. They went up the steep concrete slope much more slowly than they had come down, constantly sliding back and, Ronquist hoped, grazing their worthless flesh. As he again made himself effectively invisible, the light switched back to the female on the ground. "You there on the ground, get back in the compound or you'll be arrested, too. Think yourself lucky we came along." The female rose painfully to her feet, and started back toward the gate along a path that would take her past her fallen companion. The light cut out, but the voice had one final instruction. "And drag that other thing inside with you, unless you want the cleanup crew to get it." With that, the Fluggelrud accelerated away, and was rapidly gone, on down the tracks and out of sight. The female reached the fallen male and knelt beside him, searching for vital signs, any indication of continued animation. The vignette was both sad and pathetic. Ronquist could tell from a distance that the male was unconscious, but still clinging weakly to the core of his existence. The female, however, couldn't see that. She tried to lift him, but had difficulty. For Ronquist this was yet another sign of these beings' disastrous weakness. He moved rapidly down the embankment and was at her side in a matter of seconds. "Let me help you." She hadn't heard him approach and snapped round in panic, snarling with fangs bared. Her first assumption was that the humans had returned. At second glance though, she realized that Ronquist was a long way from any humanity, and that could only be a minor mercy. "What are you?" "I'm the same as you." The female's mind was an indecipherable turmoil. "You're not." "I am, except I'm from the surface." She spoke with an accent that, even to one as traveled as Ronquist, sounded decidedly odd. "But you wear the coat of the Iron Order." "I took it from one I killed." Before she could respond, Ronquist smiled urbanely and easily lifted the unconscious male with one arm while gallantly offering the female the support of the other. "Shall we go?" Without thinking, She took his arm. "You're from the surface." "That's right." He could feel her confused marveling, but she started to walk without any further questions, and together they entered the gates of the Underland Nosferatu compound. It was called the Gaelag, but Ronquist had yet to learn its name. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Stop. Suddenly Philpa de Rysc was in front of Beauregard. Beauregard snarled at her. "Get out of my way." "No, I won't get out of your way. I'm not going to allow this." Beauregard was outraged. "You're not going to allow it? You don't give the orders here." Lupo had assumed that de Rysc was going into full, tooth and fang, feral fit, but she surprised him by turning on Wessel with complete calculation instead of snarling violence. "If you want to know anything about the head of Terra swirling, and the thing inside it, you'll call off your overdressed dog." Beauregard all but turned his gun on de Rysc. "You dare to call me an overdressed dog? I'll call you what I want to call to you, little man." Lupo gestured to Julia to rein in Philippa. At the same time, Wessel motioned curtly to Beauregard. "Back off, storm leader. Holster the pistol." Beauregard scowled but obeyed. Julia looked at de Rysc with an arched eyebrow. "Aren't you rather championing the cause of the trivial? I was a dark lost myself, Julia. Don't forget that. I know how it feels." Lupo's detachment was such that he found himself mildly amused to watch Nosferatu and humans fighting like cats and dogs. Ronquist had worried about the combination of Julia and de Rysc, and, indeed, it was proving a volatile mix, but, as Lupo saw it, far more positive than Don Victor had anticipated. Ronquist's caution was legendary in undead circles. The two females could be allowed some freedom of action. They were busily creating a high degree of chaos, and, in a rigidly authoritarian system like the one that prevailed in Underland, such disruption could be a potent weapon. Lupo decided, however, that it was high time he assumed the leadership role. He stared hard at Wessel. "So, Daughtery, how do we resolve this confusion? You believe Ronquist will return?" "He said he would, and, to me at least, his word is his bond." Julia directed her thoughts at Lupo. "Between you, me, and de Rysc we could easily scramble their minds for long enough to get us out of here. De Rysc is not skilled, but she has the wild energy of a young one." Lupo silently responded. "That would only be a very temporary solution. As things stand we could get out of this building, but not out of the cavern. We could not commandeer one of the flying discs. We could put a crew under mind control. A crew under mind control would be more of a danger than an advantage. A thrall could not summon the same precise skills. In all probability the machine would be wrecked as soon as it entered one of those access tunnels. So what's your alternative?" Wessel eerily echoed Julia's last question. "So, Senor Lupo, I can only suggest that we await Don Victor's return, and, while doing that, we attempt to defuse the current potential for violence and bloodshed. That would require a certain level of trust. You have the guns, Grand Companion." "Indeed I do. But you need the information about the head, and it would seem you also need Don Victor's willing cooperation, for some reason you refuse to reveal. Could that be a basis on which to open negotiations?" Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ronquist listened with a growing sense of dismay as the Underland Nosferatu recounted their strange and frightening history. He sat on a low bench in a structure that he had learned was known as the house home. It was the largest building in the Nosferatu compound. When he entered with the female whom he had just saved from forcible interspecies rape by the 6 human thugs, he had discovered that the community that lay beyond the wall resembled a tribal village. Rectangular rows of miserable huts, wickiups, and structures that were little more than crude tents, had been constructed around a central square. Ronquist had seen the barrios in El Salvador, and the Palestinian refugee camps in Lebanon. He had been in the slums of London and Paris in the 19th century. None equaled the squalor of this enclosure in Underland. Pale scarves of discolored mist drifted in the permanent twilight, and peculiar, almost hairless dogs, and large albino rats with blood-red eyes, foraged in the deposits of trash beside the oily water of what could only be open sewers and among cancerous growths of unhealthy fungus. The enclosure lay under a cloud of permanent stench so putrid it disgusted even Ronquist, who did not disgust easily. He noticed a complete absence of children and also of the cooking fires and food preparation that would have both been prominent features in any human habitation, no matter how wretched, and he observed that the exclusively adult inhabitants seemed to be so beaten down they suffered from a visible and probably genetic depression. About the only redeeming feature Ronquist could see was that, mercifully, everything wasn't stamped, stenciled, or engraved with the cross in the circle. He did note, however, that another symbol seemed to be repeated throughout the village, a crudely daubed, downturned half-circle like a horseshoe. Ronquist could only assume it was a simplistic graphic representation of the exposed fangs of the local undead. Maybe a countersign to the two triangles. A somewhat more substantial A-frame structure with decorated supports at each end, not unlike totem poles, stood in the middle of the central square. It had proved to be the house home, a kind of all-purpose meeting hall and symbolic center for all aspects of life in the compound, both material and spiritual. On top of all the other defects that had reduced the Underland Nosferatu to an almost subhuman level, they appeared to conduct themselves according to the dictates of an excessively primitive social order. Had the population been human, he might have called it a house of worship, but Nosferatu, no matter how debased, did not worship. The name of the female he had rescued was Nirilnahathla. Seemingly she and her three male companions had broken the laws of both man and vampire when they had sneaked out of the steel gates of the Gaelag, but such illegal sorties were also far from uncommon. Once she had recovered from the shock of Ronquist appearing, seemingly out of nowhere, and grasped the fact that, despite his human appearance, he was her distant kith and kin, she had explained that the survival of the tribe depended on such forays into the forbidden. If we do not take the blood of humans, we would be no more. The few men and women that the companions and the iron guards bring to us, the condemned, the criminals, the heretics, and the political prisoners on whom they benevolently allow us to perform their executions for them, they are never enough to slake the everlasting thirst. If we didn't regularly transgress, if we didn't hunt outside the Gaelag, our people would surely wither and perish. Ronquist hardly wanted to hear the answer, but he still had to ask the obvious question. And how do you slake the everlasting thirst the rest of the time? We are forced to resort to each other. It was as Ronquist had expected, but it didn't mitigate his ingrained abhorrence. He did his best not to show any outward signs of disgust, but the idea of Nosferatu feeding on Nosferatu was such an abomination to all on the surface, an anathema to what Ronquist was rapidly coming to think of as the real undead, that concealment of his feelings was not easy. He was relieved that Nirilnahathla was completely unable to read auras. At that point he might have simply left both the house home, and the Gaelag itself, never to return, but instinct told him that he had to continue to find out as much as he could about these creatures if he was going to solve the puzzle of Underland and why he was there. Immediately he and Nirilnahathla had entered the gates of the Gaelag, Ronquist had set the still unconscious male on the ground. 4 females had quickly hurried up with the rough litter and lifted the limp and battered victim onto it. Ronquist glanced at Nirilnahathla to see if this was okay with her. She seemed to catch the fairly simple thought and nodded. They are his home shares. They will tend him. Ronquist didn't even ask what a home share was. He suspected that it might involve some repellent bond that legitimized a form of incestuous rotation feeding on each other, and he really did not want to know the details. As they carried away the male, more of the tribe began to gather round him. Up close he could see more clearly how far they had sunk, and it was worse than he had imagined when observing them from a distance. They seemed uniformly emaciated, with skin like cheap, white, worn-out leather. Nirilnahathla was one of the very few who didn't have the exposed upper fangs, that, in many cases, were cracked and yellowing like abused and neglected ivory. Of all their physical features, The eyes of these beings actually made Ronkist the most uncomfortable. They were uniformly large, with varying degrees of protuberance, and almost all were the same shade of deep brown/green. They all stared with an air of inherent sadness, as though they had some instinctive if unfocused knowledge of how much they had lost. The high proportion of grotesques should, on its own, have been proof of the parlous condition of the tribe's DNA. They came with all the classic symptoms of a masquerade changing, the lack of hair, the corkscrew fingernails, the upswept and slitted eyes, the pointed demon ears, and sets of upper and lower teeth that protruded like tusks. The tribe gathered round him, cautiously at first, unsure as to why Nirilnahathla should have brought this supposed human in among them. Even after she had explained who he was, what he was, and why he was dressed the way he was, they still seemed unsure. Then he heard the word surface guy. Surface guy, repeated excitedly. The language proved to be a problem. A few, like Nirilnahathla, spoke English, German, or both, and he guessed that they were the ones who prowled the human streets and were probably smarter and healthier because they had more access to the most human blood. Among themselves, the tribe talked a kind of a pidgin that came with distinguishable words of English and German, but also other phrases and expressions that seemed familiar to Ronkist, although he found himself confused by the constant use of long, rolling vowels. It took him a few minutes to realize that the reason he found some of their words familiar was that they were a distorted and bastardized form of the Nosferatu Old Speech, bent out of shape by the weird pronunciation that gave their conversation a booming, alien quality. While he was still figuring out the confused vocabulary, another word started to be repeated by the assembled crowd. Het Jarl. Het Jarl. This was uttered with trepidation, rather than the excitement with which they chanted surface guy. When the crowd parted, making way for this Het Jarl, he discovered why. The Het Jarl was a tall grotesque, bare-chested in a leather vest and baggy corduroy trousers held up by a wide, studded belt. His arms were covered by swirling and multicolored abstract tattoos, and he had two of the longest canine teeth that Ronkist had ever seen. Rather than making any attempt to disguise them, he consciously flaunted his fangs by having had the points capped with engraved silver. Ronkist didn't have to read the grotesque's mind to deduce that Het Jarl was a title rather than a name, and the male held the rank of a tribal leader, selected Ronkist could only presume for his size, strength, and brutality, rather than his charm or intelligence. The Het Jarl had 2 or maybe 3 inches height over Ronkist, and he leaned forward to peer into his face, close enough that Ronkist could smell his highly unsavory breath. Seemingly learning nothing from this scrutiny, he turned to Nirilnahathla. Dvoli I kaabiti la. Plondier pigi, alcoo baya din muyudina, Nirilnahathla sudi don drag isen ord. The Het Jarl spoke as though he expected Nirilnahathla to be intimidated, but she stood her ground. Anti-aa plondier pigi. Ronkist sii nasfu va. Anti-aa nasfu va. Anti-aa. Dva nasfu va. Suolo lemudawakla kali fridasum jura butai akir. As far as Ronkist could follow the misbegotten patois of the compound, the Het Jarl had demanded, using highly uncomplimentary terminology, to know why Nirilnahathla had brought not only a human to them, but one in the uniform of the Iron Order. Nirilnahathla, responding in like manner, was seemingly unafraid of him. She curtly informed him that, far from being a human, he was an Nosferatu from the surface, with great strength and magical powers. The crowd began murmuring again, "Surface guy! Surface guy!" The Het Jarl frowned as though confused by the news. Ronkist saw from his aura that he considered Ronkist a definite threat to his position if there was any truth in Nirilnahathla's claim about Ronkist's strength and magic, but he wasn't exactly sure what to do about it. Strength he understood, but magic was a whole other territory. Oalsi oas he tu inalatum. Alike uoati fa ukunu aksuna akoli nish kumnu uabu uht. Ronkist had trouble understanding the Het Jarl's question, and he looked to Nirilnahathla for a translation, but when he heard it, he wished he hadn't. The head Jarl wishes to know if you care to pass along the blood you carry with you in your veins. Suddenly Ronkist realized that the feeding here was more perverted than he had previously imagined. He saw the repulsive transactional system laid out in Nirilnahathla's mind. Not only did the undead of Underland feed on each other, but the ones like Nirilnahathla, who dared to hunt among the human population, would, on their return, give up a portion of their own replenished and energized blood to those who had remained behind. Ronkist could see that it might be a practical solution under the prevailing circumstances, but he could not get past what, for him, was the excessive ugliness of the practice. Ronkist immediately shook his head. I don't think so. The head Jarl let out an animal snarl. Suppose the head Jarl think to take your fresh blood. Ronkist stared at him in surprise. So you speak English? I speak with many tongues. Indeed. You think you stop me with your magic? You think you could? The head Jarl searched for the appropriate word. Prevent me from taking your blood. I know I could stop you. It wouldn't even require magic. The head Jarl made the mistake of reaching for Ronkist. With lightning speed, Ronkist seized his hand and, with no compunction about crushing bone, bent it back against the wrist and slowly forced the head Jarl to his knees. The grotesque resisted, but he was only marginally stronger than any hulking human, and it was an absurdly uneven contest. Ronkist's single dilemma was how to end the trial of strength without killing this idiot male. He might hold these beings in total contempt, but they were, at root, Nosferatu, and for one Nosferatu to destroy another was a taboo that Ronkist only violated under the most extreme provocation, and according to the most stringent protocols, as when he had driven Kurt Carfax out into the sun during the internecine strife in the New York colony during the time of feasting. Neither ignorance nor stupidity was a capital crime, but Ronkist wasn't sure if the head Jarl's low arrogance would allow him to admit defeat. Fortunately, the problem was solved for him by a new outbreak of murmuring among the onlookers. Alt Jarl! Alt Jarl! Now the crowd parted to allow a new figure to make his way to where Ronkist and the head Jarl continue their variation of arm wrestling. This new arrival was stooped and bent. Had this old one been from the surface, he might have seen the fall of the Roman Empire, or even its foundation by Romulus and Remus, and still not have looked as ancient or decrepit. As close to human as Nirilnahathla, the Alt Jarl was thin to the point of emaciation, his cheeks were sunken, his bony nose jutted like the beak of an august vulture, and his spine bent in a way that, in a human, would have been a sign of advanced osteoporosis. He needed the help of a cane in order to walk, and dragged one foot behind him, but, for Ronkist, the most distressing feature, was once more the eyes. They were filled with an infinite sadness as though he had personally witnessed the decline and deterioration of his tribe. Ronkist released the head Jarl and stepped back. The head Jarl snarled and looked as though he was still under the illusion he could best Ronkist in a trial of strength, but the Alt Jarl waved him curtly away. Het Jarl, Kuazoashisam Julano al Hitai. The Alt Jarl's breathing was labored, his voice weak and faltering, but, at the same time, it contained the power of absolute authority. The head Jarl got to his feet and slunk away, hissing as though vowing that his business with Ronkist had yet to be concluded. When the Alt Jarl spoke English it was as though he had not used the language in a long time and had trouble bringing it to full recall. You are Nosfuvier from surface. Yes, I am Nosferatu from the surface. The Alt Jarl repeated the word as though he remembered it from a long time ago. Nosferatu. Yes, Nosferatu. Nirilnahathla leaned close to Ronkist, and whispered, the Alt Jarl is over 200 years old. She made it sound as though it was a matter of collective pride. So even now, in their sorry condition, these Underlanders lived longer than humans. Ronkist could imagine how that must irritate Wessel and his followers. Nirilnahathla seemed very proud of the Alt Jarl's great age, and Ronkist did not have the heart to tell her that he himself was almost 1,000 years old, and, barring disaster, expected to survive for another 1,000. Fortunately, he was left no time to respond. The Alt-Jarl gestured with a rope-veined claw to the building in the center of the compound. We go to the house home, Surfaskynus Ferratu. We go to the house home and talk. My name is Ronkist. Renquist. That's right, Ronkist. My name is Zeril Hapad. I am the Alt-Jarl of these Gale. Since all wood had to be brought down from the surface, none was wasted on the undead. Ronkist would later learn that even the Alt-Jarl's wooden cane was rare and a prized heirloom. The house home was built from a dried and impacted fibrous material that Ronkist surmised had started out as some type of fungus, and it gave the interior a cloying, claustrophobic spore smell. The circle of low benches and the tall presiding chair made it clear that at least one of the central building's primary functions was as a place of meeting, discussion, and maybe judgment. Nirilnahothla and Ronkist followed Zeril Hapad inside. A dozen other apparently senior members of the tribe came after them, while still more remained just outside, peering in through the open door. Nirilnahothla indicated to Ronkist that the Alt-Jarl would seat himself first, and once the old Nosferatu had bone-creakingly lowered himself into the high chair, the rest would take their places on the benches. She showed Ronkist a place close to Zeril Hapad's chair, then sat down beside him. As he read her aura, he saw that she already felt an attachment to him. Since she was the first to encounter him, she had decided they had some kind of special relationship. Ronkist hoped that she was not cultivating some strange undead affection for him, as she might be forlornly disappointed. He was not a missionary come to save the savages, and he was certainly not going to bond with her. The moment he had learned all he needed to know about these people, he would be gone, hoping never to return. The house home was lit by candles that burned with such a disagreeable reek Ronkist had no desire to know how or from what they were manufactured. The lighting of them constituted a small ceremony before the conversation commenced, as did the females who entered bearing platters of assorted fungoid finger food which Ronkist declined to so much as touch, even though the refusal might constitute a serious breach of etiquette. Any of the morsels could be the deadly funge against which the dying derelict on the temple piazza had warned him. Already, while walking the short distance from the gates to the house home, he had seen a number of undead slumped against walls or squatting in the dirt staring with bleary concentration at their boots or, if they lacked boots, their gnarl-nailed feet, obviously completely out of their minds on some powerful hallucinogen. The tribe was an unmistakable patriarchy, although it certainly didn't appear to exclude females like Nirilnahothla from performing as hunters. Zeril Hapad partook of the prepared fungus, then paused for a long time, letting his mind drift along avenues of pleasant illusion before rousing from his short stupor, and rapping his cane on the ground to bring the assembly to order. Welcome, Renquist. Thank you, Alt-Jarl Zeril Hapad. You have the gratitude of the Nosfuvier, the people of the home, for delivering our sister Nirilnahothla from the depredations of the humans. Again I thank you, Alt-Jarl Zeril Hapad. It was nothing more than my duty as an Nosferatu. Is there a reason that you have come from the surface, Renquist? I very simply wish to learn the story of the Nosfuvier and how they came to be here in these sunless caverns. Do you on the surface not shun the sun? Of course. Then have we not found a place of great safety? Ronkist avoided answering the question by posing one of his own. And how long have the Nosfuvier been here? We have always been here. I would like to learn the story of the Nosfuvier. The story of the Nosfuvier is a long one. Some say as old as time. Alas, time is something I do not have. Already the humans, those who call themselves the companions of the serpent, may be looking for me. I would hear as much as you can tell me in a short time. Zeril Hapad nodded as though he understood. Then I will endeavor to tell you what I can in the time that you have. The story that Zeril Hapad recounted was little more than oral folklore, obviously handed down from generation to generation as the lifespan of the Nosfuvier shortened, the fungus corrupted them, and their closed society turned in on itself. The narrative was often contradictory, and frequently at odds with Nosferatu history as Ronkist had studied it. The Alt-Jarl had no knowledge whatsoever of their creation by the Nephilim, or the subsequent uprising and flight. Zaralhapad's genetic makeup was so tainted he had never experienced a DNA vision of the original beings. He seemed to pick up the story of the Nosferatu some 8,000 years ago, when brute beings, at a stage of development roughly halfway between the original beings and modern Nosferatu, had ruled as blood gods, sometimes called the Brahmapurush, in the river valleys of northern India. Also known as the Gael, they had been very similar in appearance to the oafish Het Jarl. In the days before time, we of the Gael dwelled in the night by the wide and dark waters. We were content until the humans learned the secrets of the sun, and came to our caves to slay where once they'd offered themselves to us. In those times of suffering, many perished until the great trek started and we crossed the high and frozen. That was all very much as Ronkist had theorized when he'd seen his first vampires of Underland outside the Temple of the Serpent. The Gael of ancient India were recorded in some of the oldest of Nosferatu texts, and usually credited as the immediate ancestors of the contemporary undead. What went unrecorded was how, when the local humans had evidently overcome their awe, and figured out the Nosferatu's fatal vulnerability to sunlight, the Gael had fled north, presumably into the Himalayas. Undead historians had always believed that the Gael had been wiped out, supplanted by the first moderns. For long nights we wandered the high and frozen without air and without blood, and then the great Lamia found us. Ronkist was halted in his academic tracks. Lamia. Zaralhapad stopped and stared. He was plainly not accustomed to being interrupted while he was telling tribal stories. His voice sharpened as he repeated himself. The great Lamia found us and took pity. She led us to the starting place from where we descended into the darkness of the earth. Please pardon my interruption, Alt-Jarl, but am I to understand you to say that the great Lamia was one of the Gael? That she came down into Underland? Under normal circumstances Ronkist would never have been so ill-mannered as to interrupt the flow of what had to be a long-learned and well-rehearsed recitation. Zaralhapad's tired eyes narrowed as he realized that Ronkist was interested in more than just hearing the ancient stories told by rote. You have a concern with the great Lamia. Indeed I do, Alt-Jarl. I was created by the great Lamia. Although he knew that Zaralhapad might have difficulty believing it, this was the absolute truth. In the 12th century Ronkist had still been human, a mercenary soldier who went by the name of Victor of Redlands. More by bravado than good judgment, he had rented his sword and his services to the heretic Albigense Cathars. When overrun by the forces of Pope Innocent III under the notorious Simon de Montfort, Ronkist had been among those who made a final stand at the castle of Montségur in the foothills of the Pyrenees. To buy precious time so priceless books and artifacts could be saved from the Christian fire and spirited away over the mountains to safety, Ronkist and 3 other young hired blades had volunteered for a desperate and suicidal rearguard action. 4 against hundreds would have been totally pointless had the Cathars not revealed they possessed a process of necromancy whereby the 4 young men could be endowed with superhuman strength. For some years, the Cathars had secretly protected a being known to them as Lamia, the great vampire. She would now return the favor by changing the young men, but the price of their new power would be that, once so endowed, they would no longer be human. By a near miracle, Ronkist had survived the extraordinary battle at Montségur, but, in the aftermath, Lamia had vanished. At regular intervals during the rest of his days he had made regular attempts to locate her, but those had always ended in failure. Sporadic reports of her activities had continued until around 1650, when she had disappeared without any further trace. The one time he had seen her, in the moments before his change, she had appeared a mature but stunningly beautiful woman with raven hair, ivory skin, and the strangest violet eyes. If what Zaralhapad said was true, and he had no reason to doubt the Alt-Jarl, she must, even in the 12th century, have already been walking the earth for thousands of years. Zaralhapad stared at Ronkist curiously. If you are the changeling of the great Lamia, my lord, you must be extremely old. Ronkist nodded and half smiled. I am old, Alt-Jarl, But I am not a lord. Surely any changeling of the great Lamia must be a lord. I come from a place where there are no lords. The Alt-Jarl had difficulty grasping this. That place must be passing strange. In some ways it is. But please enlighten me. When the Gale entered the darkness of the earth, did the great Lamia accompany them? Zeralhappad frowned. He was so used to telling the tales of his tribe exactly as he had always known them, they had become little more than sequences of ritualized words governed by rhythms and inflections. Over the years of telling, the actual content had been rendered almost meaningless. He had to think hard, silently mouthing the words over to himself before he answered. The great Lamia found us and led us to the starting place from where we descended into the darkness of the earth. And then? No. No. The story does not tell of the great Lamia entering the darkness of the earth with the Gale. She was our savior in the days before time, but she was not one of us. She helped us, but then went her own way. The story unfortunately does not say where. Ronkist nodded. He could not show his growing frustration at the stupidity of these throwbacks, so he resorted to a polite formality. Thank you, Alt-Jarl. Please go on with your story. I fear time is still pressing. It took Zeralhappad a few sentences to regain the familiar cadence of his story, but then he hit his stride once again, and the words of the litany flowed according to the age-old pattern. And the Gale entered the darkness of the earth and time began. And the Gale remained in the perpetual night until the Draka, the serpent people, came upon them, and the Gale rejoiced because the Draka brought them men. At the mention of the Draka, Ronkist again wanted to stop Zeralhappad and question him, but he knew it would probably do very little good. But the men came in numbers, and with them the twin curses of the funge and the machinery. Men flew in the caverns, and they made light. More and more of the men came, knowing the secrets of the sun, and the Gale grew weak from the funge and were cast down low, into a misery of bondage and servitude, and the time of wailing was upon the Gale. That the addictive fungus had contributed to what the Gale had become was obvious, but how much they had deteriorated since they had been chased out of the Indus valleys by a comparatively small population of humans was starting to seem somewhat debatable. They might lurk in Underland confined to a ghetto, victimized by the local yahoos, and all the while gnashing their teeth at how the once mighty had fallen, but, on one level, it was only their strange underground confinement that was keeping them alive as a subspecies. Everywhere else on Earth, the Gale had become extinct, replaced by the smarter and more adaptable modern Nosferatu. The time of wailing might be upon them, but at least they were alive to wail. I'm sorry, Alt-Jarl, but once again I must seek some clarification. I need to know all I can learn about the Draka. And the Gale dwelled in the country of the Draka, night without end, turning upon their own for sustenance when unable to hunt in the ancient ways. Zeralhappad seemed not to have even heard Ronkist, who was impatiently wondering if it was because the Alt-Jarl was too old, too stoned, or too stupid to be aware of anything but the endless sing-song recitation once he got going. Alt-Jarl. Zeralhappad abruptly stopped and stared blankly. The Draka. That's right, the Draka. The Draka are all round us, Rehnquist. That should be self-evident. That was exactly the answer Ronkist did not want to hear. Did they still exist in physical reality as Wessel's behavior seemed to imply, or were they only a figment of legend and the prevailing belief system? If the unbelievable was true, and some kind of reptile beings really did cohabit this underworld with men, women, and the Gale, they might be the key to why he was there. Ronkist's problem was how to frame the question in a way that Zeralhappad would be compelled to give him a straight and factual answer. Perhaps he should have allowed these fools to believe he was some kind of magical lord and let fear prevail where courtesy could not. I do not quite understand. What would a surface guy need to understand? The het Jarl, miffed at being excluded from the gathering, was in the doorway of the house home, still nursing his injured hand. Why do you waste time here, Rehnquist, when the companions and the Iron Order are right now searching the city for you? Searching for me? The Het Jarl appeared to view the bearing of bad tidings as some compensation for his earlier humiliation. See the Flugelrids for yourself. They are all over the homes of the humans. Soon they will be here. Ronquist attempted to stand, but his legs suddenly felt spongy and a wave of dizziness washed over him. He sat down abruptly. Narilna Hothla's aura radiated concern. Is something wrong? Strange colors without names from a deviant spectrum spiraled at the periphery of his vision. I can't see properly. Have you fed since you came to this place? Ronquist's throat was now constricted, and he had difficulty speaking. I killed a guard and stole his uniform. I took his blood. You fed on an Underlander. Yes. The funge was in his blood. The humans use the funge. Of course. You didn't get a full dose, but enough. You now embark on your very first Est Sama. Suddenly all the colors closed in on him, and reality was no more. The Het Jarl burst out laughing, but Ronquist did not hear him. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wessel's specific order had been to confine each of the parties separately, but, as the companions took them away, Lupo had rearranged that command in the minds of the escort so the entire party from the surface would all be locked in together. Julia had been fully in favor of violently mind-stunning the guards, but Lupo had vetoed anything so overt. Until Ronquist returned, they would allow the humans to believe that they were docile and cooperative. Julia had grudgingly bowed to his judgment, but that didn't stop her fuming with a barely suppressed rage. As the door was closed behind them and the key turned in the lock, she snarled at Lupo. Damn you. Now we're fucking prisoners. Only because we choose to be. I could forcibly remove that door at any time. Or pick the lock. Whichever you prefer. As prisons went, the large windowless room with the inevitable Underland stone walls, stone benches, an iron door, and a total absence of wood where wood might have been expected, had they been on the surface, was neither particularly appealing or overly inhumane. The hole in the floor that functioned as a human toilet was less than appetizing, but there were no rats, or roaches, or any other parasites. They weren't forced to share the place with the skeletal remains of any previous occupant, and no madman was screaming in an adjoining cell. Although largely medieval in appearance, it was not equipped with chains, stocks, iron masks, or instruments of torture. The room was dry and warm, and the air that wafted through a narrow vent in the ceiling was as fresh as any air in Underland. The primary discomfort, after so much had happened at such speed and intensity, was having absolutely nothing to do except look at each other or stare at the walls. Lupo had been held in enough lockups and confined in enough dungeons, down the long years, to treat confinement as a tedious interruption of his life during which reality had to be put on hold. An awareness of time was the archenemy, and to count the minutes was a first step on the path to becoming stir-crazy. Everyone seemed to share his experienced resignation. Even Julia, with all of her unchecked rage, accepted the situation for neither more nor less than what it was. She had, of course, during her comparatively short existence, journeyed, at the very least, to the Soviet Gulag and back, so she was no stranger to doing time. The two humans, Carlson and Bridewell, were professionals and had both seen the inside of more than one cell in the course of their careers. Even Derisk, during her hippie days, had been tossed into a couple of jails. All settled on the chill, unyielding benches and prepared to wait for what might happen next, but Derisk tended to fidget, something Lupo guessed was only to be expected. He remembered her as a human who would have taken the situation in her stride. Back when he and Don Victor had come into confrontation with the primary church of the apogee, the woman had possessed nerves of steel. Foursquare beside him and Ronquist, she had coolly confronted the first emanations of Thulhu conjured by her husband Marcus. She had not even flinched from what had to be done when Don Victor, all but destroyed by a massive jolt of psychic energy, had needed her blood to survive. Her current discomfort was easily explained. She was simply a very new Nosferatu, and, like all very new Nosferatu, was consumed by internal surges of energy that made it very hard for her to keep still for any length of time. That she was in the holding cell at all was still a puzzle to which Lupo had yet to fill in all the blanks. Earlier, back at the reception, she had presented the briefest of thumbnail sketches of what had happened to her since their previous association. Lupo had already known most of it. He was unlikely to forget the momentous challenge of that deadly afternoon, when Marcus Derisk had almost succeeded in assisting the great Thulhu to break into their dimension, and the terrible supernatural fog had descended on West Los Angeles, so thick that it hid the sun and allowed the undead to walk by day. The most dangerous of the Ancient Ones had only been repelled after a lethal confrontation in the deep sub-basement of the Apogee building, during which Marcus Derisk and Orton Gast, the other co-founder of the Apogee, had been killed, and Tara Swirling, Marcus's mistress, whose pornographic plaything exterior had turned out to be nothing more than a cover for a dark and dreadful ambition, had been decapitated by a whirling undead sword. In the heat of the moment, Lupo had not seen the tiny squid-headed replica of Thulhu seek refuge inside the severed head. He had also not noticed that, in the grisly aftermath, Philippa, in an instant of inspired opportunism, had seized the head and fled the building, and, it would seem, also left the city of Los Angeles and the entire United States behind in her run for cover. She had admitted that she'd used her Apogee connections to put the head, and its small but still vastly powerful resident, up for sale in the shadowy international marketplace where deals for paranormal weapons and artifacts were transacted by would-be necromancers, government agencies, and black arts research scientists. She had also admitted that Grand Companion Wessel had been the highest bidder, and that the head was in Underland, quite probably right there in the Temple of the Serpent, and she had been brought down there for some kind of buyer-slash-seller debriefing. The story, as told so far, left Lupo with many unasked and unanswered questions, and, in search of resolutions to them, and also to pass the time in the cell, he very gently entered Philippa Derisk's thoughts. To his surprise, she detected him almost immediately. "Stop reading my mind, Lupo. If you want the story, I'll tell you." It was unusual for a freshly changed Nosferatu to be so in control of her new and expanded mind that she had that kind of sensitivity to intrusion, but then he remembered that, even as a human, Derisk had the psychic power known as the sight. Lupo apologetically retreated. "Pardon me. I was just curious about some things." "You want to know about the head?" Lupo spread his hands in a wide Italian gesture of the man caught peeking. He didn't regret what he'd done, but he needed to put Derisk at her ease. It was not something he did often, but he could muster a certain charm when it was required. "It might be relevant to our current situation. You're wondering why I sold it to Wessel. I'm wondering why you took it in the first place. I suppose that you might call it an act of desperation. I was vulnerable on all fronts. Gast was dead, Marcus was dead. The Apogee was in chaos, and I knew, after what had happened, everyone from the FBI to the IRS was going to come down on the operation, and I was the only poor sucker left alive to take the rap. My only allies were you Nosferatu, and I knew you would all melt back into the night at the first hint of trouble, so I grabbed the first thing of value I saw and ran with it. Did it occur to you that your actions might have been prompted by the little Thulhu?" She avoided his eyes. "Yes." She paused. "Of course. I considered that. And I don't think it exerted any influence. I couldn't detect anything either then or later, but I knew I had to face the possibility. The nasty thing probably felt as vulnerable as I did." "And why did you sell it to Wessel?" "That's very simple. As I said, he was the highest bidder. There were other bids." Philippa laughed. "There were plenty of other bids, but Mervyn Tailshian, the president's special security advisor, was the only other one in the ballpark with the kind of money I was looking for. I mean, I wasn't selling Star Trek memorabilia or vintage comic books. This was a piece of Thulhu, and I wasn't about to settle for chump change, no matter how desperate I might be. At the mention of Tailxian, Lupo stared at Julia, who, in turn, looked sharply at Derisk. "You never told me that Tailxian put in a bid." Philippa's expression was blank. "I didn't think it was relevant." Lupo and Julia exchanged glances. They were both well aware from personal experience that the real Tailxian was something totally and absolutely different from his public image of special national security advisor and the apparent power behind the current president, but they didn't want to discuss him in front of Carlson and Bridewell, or Philippa Derisk, for that matter. Instead they merged their memories. When the media lionized Mervyn Tailxian as the new Henry Kissinger, the latest genius of U.S. foreign relations, with his much vaunted tough line in international diplomacy, they knew better. When he suddenly, and without warning or build-up, stepped from nowhere into the full spotlight of global politics, the official story was that Tailxian was an Armenian American who had previously been a cloistered academic at either Harvard or Princeton, although the press and TV seemed confused over which. He'd only emerged from academic obscurity when the incoming president had selected him to author the first draft of NACT, the Nuclear Arms Containment Treaty. From that point on, he had moved with almost uncanny swiftness into the very center of power, with his own staff, his own suite of offices in the White House basement, and, some said, his own private intelligence force and an extensive enemies list. Lupo and Julia recognized that Tailxian's White House-generated biography was a total fabrication, because Mervyn Tailxian was not even human. On what they both thought of as the Scottish adventure, they had seen him wake from a 1500-year sleep. In England, in the 6th century, he had been known at the royal court of Arthur Pendragon as Taliesin the Merlin, and he was one of the last, maybe the very last, of a species called the Urshu. As Ronquist had explained it, the Urshu, later called the Watchers, were the most successful product of the entire genetic program of the Nephilim colonization. The Urshu were effectively immortal. They had no problems with sunlight and, as far as anyone could tell, they were of superior intelligence. Just as the ancestors of the Nosferatu had been designed for combat, the Urshu were administrators and negotiators, specifically, in the context of Earth, designed to act as mediators between humanity and the Nephilim, whom the humans presumed to be gods. They had massive powers of mass mind control, which more than explained how Mervyn Tailxian could get away with his blatantly fictitious resume, and why no one seriously dug into his background. Like the Nosferatu, though, the Urshu also had a weakness. Just as the undead were destroyed by sunlight, the Urshu had to hibernate. They would enjoy a lifespan of 3, 4, maybe even 500 years, and then suddenly they'd vanish, retreating into a kind of suspended animation for a very long period of time, not to re-emerge until centuries later. After the Nephilim had abandoned their colony on Earth, the Urshu had constantly involved themselves in the politics of humanity. Quetzalcoatl would seem to have been an Urshu who intervened in South and Central America. In other areas there was Osiris, Ahura Mazda, the Sumerian Yuan, the Norse Loki, Gilgamesh, Viracocha in the high Andes. The Greeks had Deucalion and Prometheus. Some even say Confucius was a watcher, others Pericles, some claimed Jesus Christ as one of them. According to some accounts, they attempted to eradicate cannibalism, human sacrifice, and the drinking of blood. In the Christian era they seem to have all but died out until the recent waking of Tailxian. Where his cousins in the ancient world had mainly spread a quasi-divine harmony, Tailxian had a much harsher agenda. Lupo recalled how, in the Scottish castle of the Nosferatu clan Fenrir, this more than mortal creature had presented Ronquist with the disturbing idea that the only way to save the planet from human overpopulation was by instigating a major cull of the human race. By means of either plague or nuclear war, Tailxian had proposed wiping out 90% of humanity. When Lupo had seen the Urshu on CNN, in a public, photo opportunity consultation with the president, Tailxian had seemed to be going for the nuclear option. His hardline policies kept pushing nations like India and Pakistan, Argentina and Chile, or Iraq, Iran, and Israel, closer to a nuclear showdown. Although they tended not to discuss it, Ronquist, Lupo, and Julia were afraid of him and what he might do. The exchange took only a few seconds, but it was enough to cause Derisk to look at them suspiciously. "Why are you two doing the collective memory thing?" Caught unexpectedly in full tandem recall, Julia's answer could only sound lame. "We were wondering how Wessel managed to outbid the White House for the head." Derisk clearly didn't believe her, but let it slide. Lupo quickly covered for Julia. "What I don't understand is why you went through the change. I was dark lost already. You know that. But surely it was Don Victor who should have changed you." At this Bridewell looked up sharply, but said nothing. Derisk nodded in response to Lupo. "I didn't think it was a very good idea to come back to California. I was still on the lam from the Apogee fiasco, and, besides, I'd learned that your Don could be very," she smiled wryly, "changeable about changing." Bridewell's aura showed major anxiety, but Julia didn't notice as she explained why she had changed Philippa. "It was part of the bargain. We were both in Warsaw. I had just broken the bond with Destry. Sure, Philippa's real desire was to be changed by Victor, but, in the end, she settled for simply being changed, especially when I told her the story of how he had changed and then deserted me in Berlin. I also had to know if Thulhu had a hold on her before I came down here with her." Clearly Julia's thinking was closer to his own than Lupo had ever expected. "So we have no fear on that front." "Not as far as I know." The conversation was halted by a key turning in the door. Carlson, who had been silent, locked into his own thoughts, glanced at Lupo. "Is that Ronquist?" "I don't think so." The door swung back and revealed just two iron order guards armed with machine guns. "Time Bridewell." Bridewell looked up. "I'm Bridewell. Come with us." "Why?" One iron guard laughed nastily. "Because we will shoot you if you don't." "Just me?" "Just you." "What about the others?" "They stay here." Julia flashed a message to Lupo to jump the two iron guards and go, but again Lupo rejected the ideal. Bridewell, unaware of this, looked to Lupo for some sort of lead. Lupo sighed. "You'd better go with them, my dear." Bridewell stood up, but then again stood her ground. "Who gave these orders?" "Storm Leader Beauregard wants you." Bridewell sighed and looked at the others. "On past observation, he either wants to kill me or fuck me, and I suppose there's only one way to find out which." An iron guard pulled her arms behind her and snapped a pair of handcuffs onto Time's wrists. Instead of resisting, she forced a smile. Now that could be a prelude to either. She grinned a little too bravely at her own cynicism and followed the iron guards outside. When the door was closed and locked again, Julia hissed angrily. "I hope you know what you are doing, Lupo. First Victor vanishes, now they take away the Dark Lost. Our numbers are being rapidly whittled down. Plus, I don't know about you, but, very shortly, I have to feed." Lupo noticed Carlson's aura change. Now that he was the last human in the room, the man had become profoundly and understandably uncomfortable at Julia's talk of feeding. Chapter 8. Her escort knocked hard on a door made from a molded sheet of cast iron, decorated with bronze dragons contained in the outline of a shield, and curlicued hinges of the same material. It seemed too fancy for a place of execution, and Bridewell was minimally encouraged by that thought. For almost a minute, Time and the two men waited. Then the muffled click of bolts being shot back, and the scrape of a key turning in a lock came from the other side. The door swung open with a suitably dramatic creak of hinges. A tall, dark-haired woman, in the robes of a bride of the serpent, stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the dim yellow light within. She was one of the distaff elite that Beauregard had previously described as reptile nuns. This one, however, differed from the brides that Time had observed earlier at the reception in that she held a glass of red wine in her left hand. She was probably drunk, and her robes were unfastened and open, revealing that she was naked beneath, save for stockings, the same scarlet as her robe, and matching platform shoes with high and cruel stiletto heels, confirming that Beauregard, as she had already half suspected, must have ordered her brought there for some carnal purpose and not for any political, military, or conspiratorial objective. At first the bride made no move to step back or usher Bridewell inside. She merely looked her up and down in dispassionate inspection. "You must be the one from the surface." "I'm Time Bridewell." "I thought you'd be taller." "I thought you all grew taller on the surface, with all that sun and air, vitamin C, and fresh meat." Time met her cold stare with an equally chill gaze. "We come in all sizes." The women still didn't step aside, or motion for her to enter. She simply glanced back into the room. "Your new plaything's here, Johnny." Beauregard's voice came from somewhere in the room. "Then don't just stand there, bring her in." The bride gestured curtly for Bridewell to enter. "Now it's your turn to keep the hero amused." It was a large turret room, 40 feet across, completely circular, and decorated in the inevitable black and red. When the hell are these people going to get past the easy symbolism? Because of the curved stone walls, most of the furniture had been custom-made, from carved and decorated rare woods that must have been imported at great cost from the surface. The floor was flagstones, harsh for a boudoir or even a playroom, but softened by a scattering of fur throw rugs that were most probably all that was left of a number of endangered species. Apparently the Underland serpent cult set no store by self-denial, poverty, or chastity, and Bridewell's disposition toward Beauregard grew even less charitable. She noticed that the walls of the room were uncommonly bare: no pictures, no paintings, no engravings, no framed photographs, no pornographic prints. That struck Time as a little odd when everything else was so overly lavish, and then she realized that it was very hard to hang pictures on walls that were consistently curved. Beauregard had 3 playmates with him already, and Bridewell seemed destined to complete the quartet. The bride, who had admitted Time, immediately proceeded to ignore her and went to a Moorish table of patterned marquetry and inlaid mother of pearl, where the refreshments for Beauregard's private orgy had been laid out like a buffet. A small phalanx of bottles presided, all top-shelf booze, straight from the surface, single malt scotch, cognac, designer vodka chilling in a bucket of ice, George Dickel bourbon, and semi-legal absinthe. A mound of white powder and some partially consumed lines of what could have been heroin or cocaine, or some recreational chemical completely unique to Underland, reposed on a dark green, hexagonal sheet of glass. One plate held a neatly arranged selection of small snacks that looked like they might have been brought from the reception. A second contained twists of what had to be the intoxicant fungus. The bride poured herself a shot of vodka and drank it down in one swallow. Bridewell walked a few paces into the room and stood waiting. She would have poured herself a drink, but her hands were still cuffed behind her. The handcuffs alone should have been a clue that she was being taken to Beauregard, rather than hauled away to be shot, interrogated, tortured, or moved to another cell. They were custom-made with cushioning pads of soft leather. Beauregard greeted her from his bed. She observed that at least he was not wearing his goggles here. "So they brought you, Ms. Bridewell?" "They brought me." "Good. I always have my way in the end. What you can't get by persuasion, you take by force. If need be." The second woman of the trio was a blonde, and she lay beside the reclining Beauregard, face down on the bed that was the dominant feature of the room. The vast bed was not only custom-made, but must have been assembled right inside the room. Its huge headboard, that was curved exactly to fit the wall, was a backdrop for drama, rather than a mere piece of furniture. It towered a full 12 feet over the pillows, and, above that was a tented canopy of black silk. The carving on the headboard: serpents, naked women, and grinning, bat-winged demons in lewd and impossible poses must have taken months to carve out of the dark African hardwood. The blonde should probably have been described as naked, since the few tatters of ripped lingerie that were bunched around her waist hardly qualified as clothing. She looked mauled, and two distinctive sets of marks on her buttocks showed that she had recently been beaten with both a broad paddle and a thin cane or whip. Damn, but Johnny Beauregard was one highly unoriginal motherfucker when it came to perversion. The paddle, like a wide leather table tennis bat with squared off sides and an ivory, penis-shaped handle, lay on the floor at the foot of the bed, but there was no sign of the whip. A fur rug was beneath the woman, partially hanging off the side of the bed. Only the woman's weight was stopping it from sliding completely to the flagstones. Bridewell thought she recognized the fur. It looked exactly like the one that Ronquist held in such high and fetishistic regard when he and Bridewell had shared a prison back at Deer Park, and he had made her a dark lost. God, but that seemed so very long ago, and so strangely normal compared to what had happened since. The third woman was a set piece of abnormality. She was manacled to a red velvet chaise longue. Her head was shaved and, aside from the numerous stainless steel rings and studs that penetrated her flesh, her only adornment was 3 straps, studded along their length with sharp, 2-inch, steel spikes. One of these was round her throat like a choker, while the other 2 were buckled halfway down the whiteness of her thighs. Beauregard saw Time looking at her and laughed. Puzzled. I'm not sure. Tell Ms. Bridewell what you are, Odin-Atta. The woman's voice was slurred and bleary. I represent a sexual predicament. Explain. As you see, I cannot close my legs. I am open and available, but any man or woman who places themselves between my thighs would be lacerated. Bridewell glanced at Beauregard. He wore a black silk robe with the cross in the circle on the breast and nothing underneath it. He'd neglected to tie the belt, and she was able to observe that his penis was, in fact, rather small. It all seems a bit pointless. Pointless? I need no point if it amuses me. I am celebrating here, Ms. Bridewell. Tomorrow I leave here on an historic mission. And you wanted me to join you. Indeed I did. For the party or the mission? For the party, my darling. You have no place on the mission. Right here, right now though, you could be a positive addition. Time looked at the motionless Odin-Atta. Why do you let him treat you like this? He's a national hero. We do anything he wants. Time turned back to Beauregard. I'm not going to be able to do much with my hands cuffed behind me. I wouldn't totally agree. Give me a fucking break. Beauregard gestured to the bride. She's right. Give her a break. Unlock her hands, Natasha. Natasha, the reptile nun, was cutting out a line of the unidentified white powder. I'm busy. Either unlock her yourself, or get one of your whores to do it. Odin-Atta's slurred voice came from the chaise. I'm not a whore. Natasha inhaled the powder through a silver tube and sniffed loudly. Take a look at yourself. I submit because he loves me. Right. Beauregard nudged the woman next to him. Take off her handcuffs, Gretchen. I can't move, you bastard. Sure you can move. I can't. You all but flayed the skin of my ass just now. Beauregard poked her in the ribs with his bare toe. Get up and take off the cuffs, goddammit, or I'll show you what flayed really means. Gretchen groaned and eased herself gingerly off the bed. You're a bastard, Colonel Johnny. You're a fucking bastard, and I don't know why I go on coming here. You're like Odin-Atta, you come here because you love me. I don't love you. I submit strictly for the material benefits. I am a whore. I make no pretense about that. Instead of going straight to Bridewell and removing the cuffs, Gretchen first went to the table, wrapped a handful of ice cubes in a napkin, and applied them gently to each of her buttocks in turn, gasping each time the napkin touched her livid flesh. Oh God! Beauregard's drawl was languid. Stop pretending you're hurt, my dear. You're much too loaded to feel any pain. When Gretchen had finished attending to her welts, She picked up a ring of keys from beside the bottles from the table and approached Bridewell. "You'd better turn around." Time did as she was told without comment or reaction. Gretchen fumbled at first, confirming for Bridewell that Beauregard had been right. The blonde was totally loaded. Finally, she managed to fit the key into the hole and turn it. One cuff hung loose, and having done it once, the drugged Gretchen managed the second one a great deal faster. As Time allowed herself the small luxury of massaging her wrists, Beauregard indicated that he was far from finished with her. "Now strip her, Gretchen." Time was determined to show neither surprise nor shock. She would treat his arrogant order as if it was the most natural thing in the world. She had, after all, been in many far worse situations. "I can do that for myself, Colonel Johnny." As Bridewell removed her leather jacket, Gretchen poured herself a brandy and retreated to perch on the end of the bed and watch. She continued to hold the ring of keys and the padded monocles that were still warm from Time's wrists. Bridewell looked round for somewhere to hang the jacket. Beauregard dismissed the idea with a gesture. "Just drop it on the floor. We have servants to take care of that kind of thing. This room could well be a disaster area before the night is through." Bridewell dropped her jacket on the floor as instructed, but paused before either unzipping her jeans or pulling off her t-shirt. "Does anyone mind if I have a drink before I continue the striptease?" Beauregard crawled down the length of the vast bed to observe her more closely. "Help yourself, my dear." Time turned to the table and, like Gretchen, poured herself a straight-up scotch. She saw to her surprise that an antique pistol lay on the table, in among the snacks, drugs, and booze. Somehow it seemed in keeping. If it was real, it probably dated back to the Civil War, a long-barreled, double-action Army Colt, but with its chamber converted for modern cartridges. Bridewell sipped her scotch, then pulled off her t-shirt. Beauregard nodded. "You have a nice pair of titties, my dear. Small but shapely." Bridewell thought of a number of retorts on the subject of diminutive body parts. Instead she picked up the pistol. She inspected it with a professional eye. The ammunition looked real, and the weapon seemed sufficiently well maintained not to blow up in her hand if she fired it. Maybe her best plan would be to shoot Beauregard right there and then, but she thought better of it. A gunshot could bring a mess of guards tumbling down on her. Instead she spun the gun round her index finger, like a gunfighter in a Western movie. A family heirloom. For the first time since she'd met him, Colonel Johnny looked nervous. "Indeed it is, but why don't you bring it over here like a good girl? Is it the one your great-great-granddaddy carried at Shiloh, Colonel Johnny? Just give me back the gun, my dear. We don't want anyone getting hurt." Bridewell spun the pistol on her finger again and walked slowly toward Beauregard. Since she was naked to the waist, she decided to go the distance, and she undulated her hips as seductively as any strip joint lap dancer. "Did you hear how, up on the surface, they sell erotic videocassettes of naked women firing guns? You look capable of shooting me. What, and miss all the fun?" She spun the pistol by its trigger guard for a third and last time, and then offered it to Beauregard butt first. Beauregard stood up, and took the pistol from her. He looked round the room. He seemed to have a need to reassert his masculinity. "Pick a target." "A target? Any target?" Bridewell played the airhead. "I can't." "You choose." Beauregard grinned. "The carving on the headboard." Time nodded. "Okay. See that third serpent on the right, the one coiled round the woman's leg?" Time signified that she did. Beauregard turned and fired in a single fluid move. The report was deafening in the enclosed stone room. Natasha winced, Gretchen hardly seemed to notice, and Odinata had really no way of reacting without cutting herself. The head of the carved snake was now a smashed hole in the wood. Time looked insincerely sad. "It seems a shame to spoil the carving just to prove a point. If I'd fired at anything on the wall, the bullet would have ricocheted all over the room. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. How is it we don't have iron guards beating on the door wanting to know who got shot? Beauregard shrugged. They're used to much worse. What's a gunshot when the colonel's having a party? He didn't seem to realize that he'd just made it abundantly clear to Bridewell that a gun could be fired in his private quarters, and no guards would rush to investigate. He walked to the table, put down the gun, and helped himself to a twist of fungus. Natasha raised a penciled-in eyebrow. Should you be taking that stuff the night before your great mission? They don't give a blood test to a storm leader. Only the aircrew have to be fungus-free. Bridewell was openly curious and she let it show. What is this mission? I have to attend an assassination. You don't strike me as the lone gunman type. And what would you know about lone gunmen, Ms. Bridewell? For my sins, I know rather a lot about lone gunmen. For your sins? Time nodded. For my sins. Beauregard laughed. So why don't you take off those rather provocative jeans, and let us provide some practical absolution for those sins? Who's getting assassinated? Beauregard shook his head. I can't tell you that. It's a state secret. I won't tell. Take your jeans off. And then you'll tell me. Perhaps. Time slid her jeans down over her hips. Beauregard applauded and then turned to Natasha. Will you do the first honors, Natasha? The dark-haired Natasha picked up the leather and ivory paddle from the flagstones. It'll be a pleasure, Colonel. I'm already taking a dislike to Miss Bridewell. She is altogether too sure of herself. Time eyed the paddle bleakly. And what do you intend to do with that, Bride Natasha? Natasha slapped it against the palm of her own hand as though testing it. I intend to chastise you into a sufficiently malleable frame of mind to solve the puzzle of Odin-Atta. Beauregard laughed. Nothing is so purifying as the mortification of the flesh. Don't forget that I am not only an officer and a gentleman, but also a priest. Time looked at him coyly. Could Natasha's pleasure and my mortification be postponed for a moment? I would like to hear more about this assassination. She knew that Beauregard wouldn't be able to resist talking about himself. He waved off Natasha and smiled smugly. Tomorrow I will lead a formation of Flugelrids to shoot down the private aircraft of Mervyn Tailshian, the Special National Security Advisor to the President of the United States. You're joking. Indeed not. Isn't that likely to start a war? With whom? As far as the US government is concerned, Tailshian's plane will have been attacked by flying saucers. They'll be too busy trying to explain it to carry out reprisals. The president doesn't know about us. Why Tailshian? Dr. Wessel considers the man dangerous. I'm odd. So you should be. But enough of this, my dear. Let's proceed with the punishment. We have much time still to decorate. I don't think so. Beauregard looked at her in surprise. What? I said I don't think so. Show her the error of her thinking, will you, Natasha? All the time they were talking, Bridewell had been moving toward the table. Now, in a move just as smooth as Beauregard's, she seized the pistol, thumbed back the hammer, and shot Natasha squarely between the eyes. The woman was dead, knocked backward by the heavy caliber slug. Perhaps 40% by volume of her pink brain matter, embedded with a mass of lighter skull fragments, was splattered on the wall behind her. Beauregard didn't know whether to be outraged or terrified, but time didn't give him time to make up his mind. She shot him next, using exactly the same spot on his forehead as a target. She must have been a hair off in her aim, because Beauregard spun and fell onto the bed, face down, one side of his head effectively missing. He sprawled next to Gretchen, whose only reaction to the twitching corpse was to stare dejectedly at Bridewell. Are you going to kill me, too? I'd like to let you go, but I can't. You'd give the alarm the moment I was gone. Gretchen nodded, so drugged that even death was mundane, or maybe welcome. Yes, I understand. Natasha's blood was already spreading in a pool across the flagstones. Since there was no gentle way to shoot someone, time did the next best thing and made it fast. I'm sorry. Odinata saved herself by making absolute sense. You don't have to shoot me. I can't give the alarm. Let's face it, I can't even move. All I can do is scream, and screams coming from in here are extremely common. Standard, you might say, a nightly occurrence when the storm leader was off duty. No one would so much as think to come and investigate. Bridewell nodded. She was already pulling on her t-shirt. You are absolutely right. Logic and reasoning have just saved you. She slipped on her jacket, tucked the pistol in the back of her jeans, even though there was only one shot in it, and started for the door. Then, at the last minute, she turned back, hurried to the bed, and snatched up the fur rug. She was convinced it was the one that belonged to Ronquist. Fortunately, no one had bled on it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ronquist was in the grip of violent hallucinations that put all trace of reality to flight. He rode a rainbow, but, at the same time, his flesh was melting and flowing off his bones. He was carried on tides of fire, and the very ground on which he stood trembled and was no more. Memory scattered, and fragmented images roared by him too fast for thought or even recognition. Mariko Matsunaga appeared with flame behind her. The pallid and often mourned face of Kinara was briefly in front of him, as though she called to him from the other side of destruction, pleading for him to join her. Yet he was totally enjoying the sensation. A wild jubilation raced among the flames, leaping high with each curling wave. In a moment of horrific reason he tried to cry aloud, if this was only a partial dose of the fungus, what hell could the full effect do to those who dared its horror and its glory? As his own voice howled in an unrecognizable tongue to some empty and lost dimension, echoing the scream of dying wolves, searing flashes, bright as the radiance of the deadly sun, burst in a formerly midnight sky, all but blinding him, burning his eyes, and he wondered if this was the capacity for death entering his DNA. Ragged armies of pure fury surrounded him, slashing with naked and ethereal knives, and again he found that he hardly cared. Albino rats with silver teeth feasted on his eyes. He should have been in a state of galvanized panic, but he was tranquil and uncaring. It was little wonder the fungus was so attractive. A tubular pillar of light appeared in front of him, a vertical spiral, revolving at the full velocity of the black energy of the universe, mesmerizing and disorienting, and tearing at the very integrity of cellular structure. A broken pattern was created like the beating of great dark wings. A bat or a bird? Ronquist wasn't sure which, but, then again, Ronquist wasn't too sure about anything. After what seemed like an eternity the spiral began to slow and gradually rolled to a stop. Even before the motion ceased, he realized that the whirling vortex had been a tall double helix, the double helix of his own DNA, and the flashing lights were the atoms contained therein. Almost immediately after the helix ceased to move, the lights began to wink out, one by one, until he remained, little more than a discorporate, a missing casualty drowned in a foam of darkness. Except that was not absolutely true. The darkness itself had a kind of substance. A great leather wing enfolded him, and he was convinced that, after a millennium of walking the earth, his existence was finally over. He had partaken of the poison, and doom was upon him. He was disappointed that he would see nothing of what happened down the timeline. He enjoyed the experience of existence, and was reluctant to see it go, but he was neither afraid nor angry. His only emotion was one of surprise at how serenely he accepted the totally unacceptable. He had never attempted to go gently, but now he was doing exactly that. His resignation spoke volumes for the power the evil fungus might have on a modern Nosferatu with no tolerance for it. Or was he going into the great and infinite darkness? Was it now his time for great and infinite darkness? Was he to learn and also teach by example that nothing can ever be truly immortal? Even the universe itself was fated to collapse. How in overweening pride could he have believed himself the exception? But he found himself with an awareness of motion where no motion should have been. He felt himself being borne up. Was this another phase in the mechanism of the true death? He saw the moon, gentle and comforting, somewhere above him. Not one moon, but 2, 3, 4, an entire collection of moons, each with a rainbow aurora that seemed to stretch to infinity. And then the motion changed, and he felt himself going down. Victor Ronquist resigned himself to the fact that he was now no more. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jack Carlson stared at the wall of the cell. The wall, being made of hard living rock, was free of the stains and graffiti that were a usual feature of most of the jails and lockups in which he had found himself over the years. He had been confined in a Guatemalan police station, under arrest, and waiting for the secret police. The walls of the cell into which he had been tossed that time had been decorated with an entire silent roll call. Dozens of names had been burned into the filthy and flaking paint that covered the rough cinder block. They had been scratched with smuggled sharp objects or burned with the tips of many flaring matches. Almost a third of the names had a small noose drawn next to them, indicating that Pablo and Cortez, and all of the rest of those so annotated, had left the place to be executed. This prison of the serpent was entirely different. Only a single prisoner had managed to leave his mark, with what had to be such a prolonged and insane dedication, possibly over the course of years, that it mutely spoke volumes about the power of human individualism even in the face of captivity. Somehow, with an implement or series of implements, over a span of time that Carlson found hard to imagine, the incarcerate had managed to grind the single word Klaus into the surface of the rock. Of course, he realized he was making the obvious, if not wholly guaranteed assumption that it was Klaus who had carved the name. Perhaps it wasn't Klaus who had scraped for so long. Klaus could have been an object of affection, and the one who etched the name was Klaus's lover. Carlson also realized that he had been assuming the dedicated prisoner was a man, but that didn't need to be the case. He knew he'd been looking at the wall for too long. Unfortunately, the only alternative was to watch the three Nosferatu sleep, and wish he could sleep himself. More than that, he wished he could smoke. Lupo, who seemed to have taken total charge of the situation since Ronquist had taken off, had made the obvious and highly practical suggestion. If we cannot feed and we cannot fight, the best thing to do is sleep. Carlson had been surprised at how easily the three undead had laid themselves to rest. After all the nonsensical mythology generated by folklore, Hollywood, and Hammer films about soil, coffins, and all of the rest of the dreary paraphernalia, the sleep of the undead turned out to be about as uncomplicated as it could be. He'd seen tired children sleep with greater difficulty. Philippa, Lupo, and Julia had merely stretched out on the stone benches, folded their arms across their chests, and closed their eyes. Carlson had obviously wondered how the three would wake. For all he knew, they might return to the conscious world ravenously hungry, and immediately fall on him and open his jugular for their version of a continental breakfast. He supposed that this was the chance you took when you hung out with vampires. On a much more mundane level, he was now alone. Where previously the four of them at least had conversation to pass the time, he now had nothing to listen to except the silence, and nothing to do but loiter in his own thoughts. He had deliberately not looked at his watch, so he had little idea how much time had passed when Lupo sat bolt upright and exclaimed, "Something is wrong with Don Victor." Lupo spoke before he was even aware of his surroundings, and seemed almost surprised to find himself in the Underland holding cell with the two sleeping females and Carlson staring at him in surprise. "Did Victor contact you in some way?" "I am not certain. Something came to me in the dream state." Lupo's first reaction was one of extreme discomfort that he should have uttered such an outburst in front of a human, and Carlson found himself in the unique position of attempting to calm a clearly shaken, 600-year-old vampire. "Ronquist spoke to you in a dream?" Lupo shook his head, trying to control both his concern and his embarrassment at allowing the concern to show. "I don't know. It was like nothing I ever encountered before. Should we wake the others? No, not yet. Let the females sleep. Despite his alarm at seeing the normally unshakable Lupo so obviously distraught, Carlson was amused that the veteran Nosferatu seemed to consider, in the moment of crisis, the comradeship of a human male to be somehow superior to the attachment to other Nosferatu should they happen to be females. No wonder he was always referred to as old-fashioned, or from the traditionalist school. So what exactly did you see in the dream? It was not something I exactly saw. I'm not even certain that I was actually dreaming. It simply came to me. He hesitated, as though miserably reluctant to say the words. I sensed that Ronkist had met his true death. Are you telling me that Victor is dead? That was the feeling, except, Lupo trailed off. Except what? Except that I can still sense him. You and Ronkist are always aware of each other. There has been a bond between us for a very long time. I can feel that he is not as he should be, and that he is now in a very extraordinary and dangerous place. He is hardly thinking, but he is still in this world. If he had suffered the true death, only an emptiness would remain. So, Lupo, what do we do about this? So, Jack Carlson, I frankly do not know. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Because she'd had other things on her mind at the time, not least of which was the fate that might await her. Bridewell had not paid much attention to the direction the two iron guards had taken when they'd brought her to Beauregard's quarters. As a result of her preoccupied inattention, she had little idea of how to make good her escape, now that she had freed herself from Beauregard's deviant soiree, and she spent a great deal of time taking wrong turns and generally losing herself in the labyrinth of stone corridors of those parts of the Temple of the Serpent never revealed to the public. Her focus on negotiating the building's maze-like internal geography might also have been a little off. She had, after all, just shot and killed 3 people. Even with her past experience of wet work, and working agency hit team assignments, it still took at least a modest emotional toll. She clutched Ronkist's fur rug for comfort and thought hard. One of the few things she did remember was that her escort had taken her up at least 2 flights of stone stairs and that they had never at any time gone down. Thus, plotting her route by reverse navigation, she descended each stairway that presented itself. On the second flight, this plan was thwarted by the sound of voices and noisy military boots coming up from below, and she had been forced to flee back up the way she'd come. Being in Underland, and away from the sun, somehow made it harder to tell time by instinct, but, after wandering for what seemed like a good half-hour, Bridewell felt panic creeping up on her. She leaned against the cold stone wall of the corridor in which she found herself and attempted to manage her agitation by concentrating on the positive. She had shot Johnny Beauregard, and that surely had to be a blessing, if not to the world, at least to the young women who circulated among the Underland elite. She realized that, by shooting Beauregard, she might well have saved the life of Mervyn Tailshian, and she wondered how that might figure in the grand scheme of things. She wasn't totally sure if that qualified as a positive. She suspected that Lupo and Julia had conducted some lengthy telepathic conversation on the subject of Tailshian, just before the guards had come to take her away. Unfortunately, being only dark lost, she had not been a party to the discussion, so she was in no position to know for sure. Was the Special National Security Advisor one of the good guys or one of the bad guys? And according to whom? She realized that she was happily ready to accept the geopolitical viewpoint of a crew of vampires, and that said a lot about how much Ronkist had changed her. She knew that, down the line, she might have to give the subject of Tailshian a good deal more consideration, but, for the moment, she could only take a nasty pleasure in the look on Beauregard's face as he had spun away with the neat hole just above his eyes. With that last-ditch blind luck that can arrive miraculously at the moment when all seems about to fail, she walked on and, almost immediately, came upon an open archway that led to the outside. The archway gave access to the perpetual grimy twilight, and a wide expanse of flat roof beside the rearing ugliness of the temple dome. She moved with caution through the arch, hoping that her luck held and she would not find that the roof was just a spacious dead end, or came with its own complement of black or red guards. Bridewell realized that this was the first time she'd been out of the temple since that short walk from the landing pads and across the piazza. The lights of the city were all round her, and, with what seemed like a wicked irony, they twinkled like jewels in the haze of pollution. Above them were the mirror moons, which shed enough light to reveal that the expanse of roof in front of her was completely deserted. Her intention was to walk around the edge to see if there might be stairs, a fire escape, or even some kind of emergency ladder that she'd be able to use to get down to the ground. Once there, she had no clear plan, except to look for Ronquist. Although he could be anywhere in the city, she trusted that her new dark lost instincts would lead her to him. She had walked halfway along the first side of the roof when a shadow in the sky caused her to look up. Early in her operational training, many years ago, when she was scarcely a teenager, she had taken a combat course at the training camp in Florida. The sergeant in charge of night exercises had gone to great pains, both his and hers, to point out that the fatal weakness of most men and women was that they rarely looked up. They supposed, sometimes with fatal cost, that danger was always beside or below them. The lesson had stayed with her, and even before she knew what the shadow might be, she let go the fur and dropped into a crouch, scanning the air above her. A dark shape moved swiftly past one of the moons. She assumed, or perhaps she hoped, that it was nothing more than a high-flying Fluggelrud, hovering up near the roof of the cavern. She had no idea why one of the peculiar aircraft should be doing something like that, but it obviously had nothing to do with her. She had also been trained never to easily accept the obvious, so she remained crouched and watching for a few moments longer. The shadow passed a second of the mirror moons, creating a brief but frightening silhouette, and Time knew that it was no Fluggelrud, or any other man-made flying machine. The thing was alive, a great bat shape against the false sky. For an irrational instant, she wondered if somehow Ronquist, or one of the other undead, had taken flight, even though she knew that was impossible. They were no more able to wing through the air like giant bats than she was. The whole idea of shape-shifting and vampire aviation was a combination of popular fiction and fireside mythology. Once she'd seen the thing against the light, she could easily track its progress, even against the indistinct backdrop of the city. Her first realization was that she wasn't even looking at a single one of whatever it was. Two of them flew side by side, and they didn't flutter and circle like bats. Instead they propelled themselves with steady, even strokes of wide membranous wings, gliding smoothly between each beat, like the animated reconstructions she'd seen on TV of the movements of prehistoric pterodactyls. The second shock came when Bridewell realized that thinking of them as being like pterodactyls was only protecting herself against the madness of the unacceptable truth. For all practical purposes, they were pterodactyls, massive flying reptiles from the Jurassic, displaced by millions of years. She neither knew nor cared if they were clones created from fossil DNA, as hypothesized in the movies, or figments from some incredible lost world. They were there, and that alone was enough to set her mind reeling. Later she would discover that the monsters were known as the messengers, and that they differed fundamentally from true and wholly extinct pterodactyls, the most important dissimilarity being their almost human intelligence. In that first encounter, though, she only knew she was looking at a pair of inconceivable terrors. As they came closer, she was able to make out a much smaller, third object supported between them in a kind of harness grasped in their hind claws. Closer still, she could see that the thing in the harness was a man, and, using it as a gauge to their relative size, she could estimate that their wingspan was as much as 20 feet, if not more. Time was also able to judge their intended direction, and that only served to compound her fear. They were coming directly at her, and the flat roof beside the temple. In the face of this calculation, she didn't turn and flee as most would have done. It was her first self-protective impulse, but her training held good, and she resisted it. Instead she pulled Beauregard's antique Colt from the waistband of her jeans. The cylinder might now only contain one live round. 4 shots had been fired and one chamber had been empty under the hammer, but, if worse came to hideous, she could always use the bullet on herself. As the flying lizards approached the roof, Time Bridewell went into that place of final composure that lies on the other side of fear. With an agility of wing that enabled them to hover in mid-air, the flying reptiles lowered their living cargo to the roof. When his feet touched, their human burden stumbled forward a few steps, then fell to his knees. The lizards now settled for a landing themselves, closing their wings in complex folds, and shuffling forward a number of paces with a walk that made them resemble Balinese stick puppets. In the moments before the man had fallen, however, she had recognized him beyond any reasonable doubt, and the recognition caused her to scream from the depths of her dark lost soul. Ronquist! Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ronquist opened his eyes, and found himself staring straight up at a mass of extremely alien machinery. For a moment he thought he was back in Deer Park, in that very first phase of totally locked down restraint and confinement, in the red-walled room in Virginia with the laser pointed at his right eye and Agent Bauer standing behind it, asking him pointless questions, trigger poised to cauterize his brain. Isn't this where I came in? But he knew that could not be the case. The technology that enclosed him was constructed from a totally unique combination of metals, ceramics, and other materials that he didn't even recognize. A considerable quantity of gold seemed to have been utilized in the components of the hardware that all but encased him. A hard volcanic rock that could have been obsidian had also been used, except that he had never seen obsidian so precisely cut and micro-finished. Other modules of the machine had an unearthly organic look to them, as though living tissue had been grafted into the system. That was at least partially confirmed by the transparent tubes that appeared to be feeding fluids to those units. Ronquist was left without the slightest doubt that this equipment, or any like it, would never be found at Deer Park, or any other federal facility, no matter how well guarded a secret. It was simply too radically advanced. Indeed, he was hardly able to accept that it was of the 21st century, or, for that matter, of the planet Earth. The weirdest part of all was something that, at other times, might have been considered trivial. He was laying on his very own favorite fur rug. The only real resemblance to the Red Room at Deer Park, once Ronquist had recovered from the initial shock, was that a shadowy figure stood in the dark beyond the massed banks of mysterious devices. He didn't believe it was Agent Bauer, so he tried a tentative first inquiry. This may sound like a cliché, but where am I, and who are you back there? Like any human with an alcoholic, blackout hangover, Ronquist truly had no idea where he was or how he came to be there, but the moment the figure responded, and he heard her voice, the second part of his question became redundant. Victor, you're awake. I'm either awake, or this is some illusion beyond the true death. This is not death. The voice and the figure behind it both unmistakably belonged to Time Bridewell, but it was not Time Bridewell as he remembered her. She radiated a power and a cold authority that she had never possessed before. Without hesitation or preamble, he asked the one obvious question. Who changed you? You did. Indirectly. I don't understand. How could that be? Just rest, Victor. It will all be explained very soon. You need to replenish yourself. You've had all the blood in your body changed. Like Keith Richards. That would explain why he was naked on the fur and had 4 tubes in his immobile arms. Very funny, Victor. I try, Time Bridewell. Even when I don't know where I am, I still try. So stop trying and do your best to relax, very soon there will be much to do. The last thing I remember is being in the compound of the Gale, and discovering that I'd accidentally ingested the fungus toxin when I fed from the guard at the landing pads. The messengers brought you here. The messengers. Victor, please, if you keep talking, the Draka will want to sedate you again. Ronquist hardly understood what Bridewell was saying, and his mind was whirling. Are you sure this isn't just one more hallucination? I've already told you. All this may be strange, but it's real. But the Draka. Do as you're told, Victor, and rest. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Are you ready? Julia, Philippa, and Carlson all nodded, and Lupo tensed to lead the attack. The footsteps were at the door of the cell, and a key was being inserted in the lock. A decision had been made. Many hours had passed during which Ronquist had neither returned nor sent word, and Lupo reported that his sense of his dawn was going through wild fluctuations. I have never experienced anything like this. It's as though he hovers on the edge of some frightening abyss. Concern over Ronquist had finally brought Lupo round to Julia's way of thinking, and although not one of the remaining quartet had any idea of how they might ultimately escape from Underland itself, they knew that they had to get out of the cell. Julia hadn't even needed to exert pressure. He could not sit idly by while something so inexplicable and disturbing happened to Don Victor. The plan was a simple one. The next time any guards came to the door, the three Nosferatu would quickly and efficiently immobilize them. Once the guards were helpless, they would feed, then kill the humans. The three Nosferatu knew it wouldn't be pleasant for Carlson to watch, but the situation warranted urgent and drastic action. As Julia characteristically put it, he can always close his fucking eyes. When feeding was complete, and if the victims weren't already dead, they would be killed to ensure their silence. After that, the four of them would try to locate Ronquist, and having found him, attempt to find a way out of the Nazi-blighted super cave. The key turned in the lock. The time had come. The door swung back, and Lupo sprang, only to be stopped dead in the middle of his lunge and left barely able to keep his balance. Victor Ronquist stood in the doorway, in the neat black uniform of an officer of the Iron Order, but mercifully without the usual insignia. Time Bridewell stood at his side, except Time Bridewell was now undead. Three companions of the Serpent stood behind them, and they appeared to be there to protect him rather than hold him prisoner. After the build-up of anticipation in the cell as the three hungry Nosferatu had readied themselves for their violent breakout, an explosion was inevitable in the face of this inexplicable anticlimax. It was Julia who put the thwarted energy into words. "What the fuck do you think you're doing in that outfit, Victor? Have you changed sides and sold us, you son of a bitch?" Just to make matters worse, Ronquist actually laughed. "Of course I haven't changed sides. My other clothes were ruined, and this was the best of the selection I was offered. If it's any consolation, I insisted the emblem of the cross in the circle be removed." Even Lupo seemed to be disturbed by Ronquist's attitude. "This is nothing to be taken lightly, Don Victor. We received manifestations that you were dead." Ronquist took a deep breath. "I'm sorry if I startled you, but I came very close." "What happened?" Ronquist shook his head. "It's too long a story to tell right now. The important thing is that, under no circumstances, must any of us feed on the Underlanders. Their blood is toxic from the fungus. I tried it, and it almost finished me." The resentment in the cell was still running high, and Derisk's aura was filling with open and angry disbelief. "I thought it was just the local Nosferatu who used the fungus. All of them use it. Even Beauregard. And, incidentally, Bridewell shot Beauregard, if that's any consolation." "Is he dead?" Time nodded. "Quite dead. He took a 38 right above the eyes." Derisk was far from satisfied. She glared at Ronquist, displaying something close to jealousy. "So how did she get changed?" "That's part of the long story." Julia's eyes narrowed, and her aura burned green. "Are you sure you haven't changed sides, Victor? What's the fucking deal here?" Even the one remaining human was not exempt from serious doubt. Carlson pushed his way to the front of the group. "You owe us an explanation, Ronquist. There's no time. We have an audience with the Draka." "The Draka? What the hell are the Draka?" "They are the ones who really rule here. I'll try and tell you as much as I can on the way. Julia stood her ground. Wait just a goddamned minute. Accept and adapt, Julia. We're off to see the wizard of this place, and it very definitely isn't Kansas. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. We hear that the frogs are dying on the surface. Ronquist could see that this discussion with the Draka was going to be a long process. They are also being born mutated and deformed. The voice came from the small translator lizard, no larger than a Yorkshire Terrier, with penetrating black eyes, and a ruff of multicolored wattles framing its sharp face, but the thoughts expressed were those of the much larger companion, the Draka itself. At first a degree of confusion had reigned over the difference between the Draka and the Draka, then Ronquist remembered how Celtic peoples created the same problem for themselves, where the land, the clan's leader, and even his residents were all called by the same name, and distinctions were a matter of subtle inflection. The Draka were the species, while the Draka was the genetically selected leader of the Draka, and possessed of something known as the central mind, an almost Jungian concept of a single being who knew all and saw all, and who, in a single hereditary biological package, was the embodiment of the universal consciousness of his entire species. A central and living clearinghouse and database for experiences, thoughts, and memories. Ronquist's first reflection was that it probably made for a gargantuan efficiency, but, at the same time, a monstrous soullessness. What else, though, could one really expect from reptiles? After leaving the cell in which all but Ronquist had been confined, the party from the surface had been conducted by their escort along corridors and tunnels. They cast long shadows and the hollow echoes of their footsteps followed them. If they all shared a common sentiment, it was a sense of grim relief. For better or worse, they were finally coming to grips with Underland. They could be striding to their doom, but at least they had fallen into a proximate step. The five were no longer waiting for a mission. The deceit, the lies, the deliberate disorientation were all at an end. For as long as it lasted, they could at last make the darkness their own. No matter how infernal the twilight, they advanced into it with a sense of purpose. Along the way, Ronquist had done his best to feed their sense of purpose and prepare them for what was to come by recounting all that had happened to him since they had been separated. It was not only a way to bring them level with the unfolding events, but also a method by which to marshal his own thoughts. Much of his mind was still reeling from the shock of the discovery. It was no small feat to find out that fantastic creatures of prehistoric myth still dwelled under the earth, and were possessed of knowledge and technology that totally outstripped anything he'd ever encountered. Even while he continued to assume the mantle of leadership and authority, he felt a numbness he could only keep at bay by focusing on the mechanics of the moment. Between fungus and revelation, Ronquist had taken a beating. The only one with an experience to rival his was Bridewell. She had, in just a matter of hours, shot Beauregard, confronted the reptiles, and been through an approximation of the change. She seemed to be handling herself remarkably well under the circumstances, although Ronquist could not be 100% sure that it had been a real changing or that she would emerge as a complete Nosferatu. Although he again took on the mantle of leadership, Nosferatu would not be Nosferatu if a light sprinkling of pettiness couldn't be added to the otherwise epic mix of high drama, impending doom, and walking legend. Ronquist was hard-pressed to resist layering on some modest guilt as payback for the storm of anger and distrust he had walked into when he had arrived to free Julia and the others. Lupo, who was the least guilty, was the only one who showed any contrition. Julia kept up a slow burn that Ronquist might have forgiven under more normal circumstances. He knew that she, just like Lupo and Philippa, was hungry, and hungry Nosferatu could present a whole shopping list of problems. They became fractious and irrational, and, when the craving for blood became too intense, they could easily be driven to actions that were totally against even the obvious dictates of logic or good sense. Although Ronquist repeatedly tried to impress on Julia that to feed on any Underlander, either soldier or civilian, was courting the true death, he was far from sure she heeded him. Time had mentioned that crews who flew the Flogelrids took blood tests and might provide a source of benign and digestible blood, but he didn't stress that option. He didn't trust a ravenous Julia to accurately spot an Iron Order airman, and they definitely did not have time to go and seek one out. Time had also pointed out that Beauregard used the fungus whenever he wanted and treated the blood tests as a joke. In the worst-case scenario, there was always Carlson as the feast of last resort, but to even consider him in that context would be an act of the most base betrayal after they had come so far together. Ronquist would only throw him to the metaphoric wolves in the most dire emergency. Already he could see that the man was disturbed by the prospect. He'd been in proximity to Nosferatu through so much and done his best to understand and adapt, but he still had a horror of the more raw aspects of vampirism, especially if he himself might be the victim of those aspects. Ronquist finally had to lighten up on the repetition of the dire and possibly fatal consequences of any rash act, when he saw how, beyond a certain point, he was only making Julia worse and Carlson worried. He was pleased when Bridewell was able to take over the story and fill in the gaps about which he knew nothing. As the story unfolded, even Julia was a trifle mollified by its sheer fantastic extravagance. When Ronquist had refused to tell Philippa who had brought time through the changing, he had been evasive because he himself was far from sure. He knew that a two-way process had taken place. Bridewell's human blood had been pumped into him, while his own blood, tainted with toxins from the fungus, had been sanitized by a process of filtration that he could not even begin to understand, then recycled back into Time's veins. Somehow that had transformed her from human to Nosferatu, completely bypassing the formal energy rites of the changing. Simply stated, it sounded absurdly easy, but such crude simplicity would have killed her and finished him if it hadn't been for the Draka and the lizard scientists or doctors, he had no idea what they called themselves, who operated the weird machinery that had encased him when he'd woken from the death delirium. As Bridewell told it, the process only worked because the energy levels of the subjects could be monitored and carefully maintained. The reptile beings had seemingly translated the Nosferatu's spiritual control of the energy flow into quantified and precisely calibrated hardware. The Draka appeared to have been fascinated by the undead's immortality since the Nephilim colonial days, and had conducted their first experiments on actual original beings who had escaped from the massive atomic annihilation in which the Nephilim had attempted to wipe out their imperfect and unruly creation before abandoning their colony on the earth. Supposedly, for thousands of years, the Draka had lurked in their underground strongholds, watching and learning, and, in their own cold-blooded style, studying human and Nosferatu alike, and making their own self-serving manipulations in the lives and societies of both. Their ages-long interest in the mechanics of Nosferatu immortality had not been entirely altruistic. They hoped it might ultimately yield the secret of how they, too, might become functionally immortal, but, thus far, that had eluded them. Much of what Time was now telling Ronquist about the Draka dovetailed surprisingly neatly with what he had learned from Zaralhapad, but many contradictions, paradoxes, and incongruities still remained. The most glaring of those was that he could not see how, advanced as they were, the Draka could have studied the question of immortality for almost 14,000 years, and so entirely failed to solve the problem that they still needed a live Nosferatu like Ronquist as a subject for observation and research. It wasn't that he doubted Bridewell. She was a trained observer, but much of what had happened was way beyond his experience, let alone hers. She had, like him, been unconscious for much of the time while she was being changed, and a good deal of what she remembered could also have been illusion, or, at the very least, reality distorted by the macabre and arduous process she had undergone. The real problem for Ronquist was much of this shot fatal holes in his current theory that he had been brought to Underland to participate in the latest round of Draka experiments. Unfortunately, they were almost at the Hall of the Dome, and the account of what had happened, and what had been done to Ronquist and Bridewell, and why they might be there in the first place had to be put on hold. In the Hall of the Dome, Wessel had waited for them. As they entered the great circular space, a sudden rekindling of suspicion occurred when Julia and the others saw that the Grand Companion was waiting for them. Julia had gone so far as to fire an angry thought at him. What the fuck is this, Victor? It's all according to plan. Just keep quiet and follow my lead. Unlike the previous time they'd been there, the place had been cleared of worshippers, and armed companions made sure the entrances were barred to intruders. Without the constant procession, and the small noises of the faithful and their sacrifices, an eerie quiet had fallen. The escaped doves, sensing all was not as normal, rustled uneasily in the roof beams. Dr. Wessel had not looked overly pleased to see them, especially Ronquist, at whom he glared angrily. I see you have recovered. I believe I have the Draka to thank for that. I wouldn't be too grateful. The lizards are not exactly acclaimed for their philanthropy. I thought you honored them as your gods. It is a wise man who knows his gods sufficiently well to appreciate their deficiencies and their flaws. But you can judge that for yourself. I understand, after your excursion to the heart of the city, and your disastrous visit with Gale, you are now finally prepared to cooperate. Ronquist did his best to look humble, but humility had never really suited him. I will cause you no more problems, Herr Doctor. Then we must hurry. The Draka does not like to be kept waiting. Ronquist treated Wessel to a sidelong and questioning glance. Such is the dynamic. The Draka summons, and we hasten. Wessel looked at him coldly. Don't judge what you don't understand, Nosferatu. I learn fast, Herr Doctor. Believe me, Ronquist, you still have a long way to go. Without further delay the entire party went to the huge copper trap that protected the entrance to the domain of the Draka. Wessel gave the signal, the steam vented, the mass of metal swung back on its counterweight, and he led the way down into the scarlet mists. Ronquist followed, then Lupo, Bridewell, Julia Enderisk, Carlson, and, last of all, just two of Wessel's red guards. After the cover had closed over them, the mist quickly dissipated, and Ronquist knew that it could only be a deliberate special effect to humble and strike terror into the hearts and minds of the lowly worshippers. The tall, upright lizards, on the other hand, were no special effect, and they came as something of a shock, even to Ronquist, who had been expecting them. Aside from Wessel and his guards, who had seen it all before, the only one not registering considerable surprise was Bridewell, who had, of course, already encountered such things operating the machines that had changed her and saved Ronquist. The colors of the lizards ranged from acid yellow, through brown and tan, to a vibrant green. Short by human standards, many less than 4 feet tall, they were bipedal, and roughly humanoid, each with a vestigial stub of a tail, and hands with 3 very deft and precise fingers and a spiked thumb. They were all dressed in the same identical garment, a square-cut tunic of a dark green, velveteen material, which hung to what would be mid-thigh on a man or woman. Ronquist observed a certain disturbance in the auras of the other Nosferatu. Lupo, needless to say, was the least put out by the man-like reptiles, but Julia seemed irrationally offended by them. Perhaps it was because they conformed too precisely to the popular concept of an alien from outer space, or one of those Discovery Channel computer simulations of how dinosaurs might have evolved had they survived the asteroid impact all those millions of years ago. Ronquist also observed that each lizard had a pale blue jewel implanted in the center of what passed for the forehead of its flat, ovoid skulls. Ronquist knew instinctively that these jewels had to be weapons. He had no idea how he knew this, but he was so sure it was the case, he became a little nervous that, although he felt no different, the process of saving him from the toxins had somehow subtly altered his perceptions. The lizards paid little attention to the party descending from above. They simply went about their business, occasionally communicating with each other with high, piping whistles, but making little effort to acknowledge even Wessel. Entering the lair of the Serpent Lord was very like walking down endless curving steps into a very wide and very deep well. The deep cylindrical shaft, another marvel of engineering bored into solid rock, was uncomfortably warm, and the decorative cascade of water that ran down one section of wall ensured that the heat was supplemented by an equally uncomfortable humidity. On top of that, a cloying sweetness filled the air, and Ronquist could only assume it was the result of the patches of mold and fungus that had attached themselves to the time-worn walls of the shaft. They had descended for maybe 100 feet when they reached a circular ledge with a wrought iron rail, what appeared to be a viewing area that resembled the minstrel's gallery in a medieval castle. Wessel indicated that they should all stop. Ronquist is the only one permitted to descend to the very bottom of the shaft. Julia turned and faced him. What's at the bottom of the shaft? The Draka of the central mind. Julia turned and walked to the railing and stared down. You better see where you're being permitted to go, Victor. Ronquist went quickly to where Julia was standing. Bridewell moved to join him, an act that in no way pleased Julia. Ronquist could see the suddenly bristling auras around the two females, but decided it was not the time to begin adjudicating Nosferatu rivalries. He said nothing and looked down. A further 50 feet down the shaft ended in a circular space. The outside of the area was overgrown with fungus that looked like it hadn't been cut back in decades. In the center was a shallow depression, that was filled with what looked like a heaped-up bed of dried fungus. On the bed reposed something that for all the world looked like a shapeless leather sack. Julia turned back to Wessel. That's the Draka, Herr Doctor? That's your god. This is hardly the place from which to judge the Draka. Ronquist straightened up. Whatever it looks like, I have to go down there. I'm glad you're taking that attitude, Ronquist. Enjoy it while it lasts, Dr. Wessel. Ronquist nodded to the others and, without further hesitation, started down the final spiral of steps to where he hoped, and certainly, to a degree feared, that he would find the answers to a great many questions. When Ronquist had first approached the Draka, the being appeared to be sleeping, or at least lost in some equivalent of slumber. The tiny translator also had its eyes closed. Some ancient ancestor of the Draka might have been a variety of python, but this was only really suggested by the pattern and texture of its skin. That was the limit of any resemblance to a sinuous constrictor. The Draka of the central mind appeared to have no supporting bone structure at all. The reptile also had no visible limbs and, as far as Ronquist could tell, no eyes. It was like a huge and ponderous snakeskin sack, that simply lay on its bed of fungus, making gurgling sounds from within, and sonorous and vibrating exhalations without. Every few seconds a section of its skin would ripple and undulate as though from a subcutaneous movement of liquid. The most striking thing about it was that its hide was encrusted with small precious stones. Where the jewels in the heads of the lizards on the higher levels were a standard and uniform pale blue, the ones embedded in the skin of the Draka came in all colors, and, once again, Ronquist knew with an uncanny certainty that they were control devices. At that point, though, his newfound instincts failed him. He had no idea what they controlled. It was a form of technology so far advanced he would never understand it. For close to 5 minutes, neither the Draka nor its little translator made any noticeable attempt to communicate. Wessel had said the Draka was waiting impatiently, but Ronquist saw no sign of this. Quite the reverse. The Draka was an image of sloth. A low stone wall, 18 inches high, surrounded the Draka's nest. There Ronquist sat down on the wall and waited. In the end, the body of the shapeless thing twitched spasmodically and gave a cumbersome heave. At the same time the translator's eyes snapped open, and the creature fixed him with a penetrating stare. We hear that on the surface, the frogs are dying. It was about the last thing that Ronquist had expected to be asked, but he gave a direct and simple reply, and prepared himself to go wherever the dialogue might lead. They are also being born mutated and deformed. We have heard that, too. It's because they breathe through their skins. The toxins spread by humanity are gradually destroying them. At first it had been hard to shake the idea that he was really holding the conversation with the tiny translator lizard, but he quickly accustomed himself to the procedure. The next statement was blunt, so blunt, in fact, Ronquist would never have expected it this early in the encounter. The Draka are also dying. Ronquist wasn't sure how he should respond. Close up, the Draka had a faint aura, but he was quite unable to read it. It seemed to shimmer and change color in a way that bore no relationship to any feeling or emotion on the reptile's part. He decided a factual question was preferable to any expression of regret. Indeed, what did Ronquist have to regret? He wasn't human. Nosferatu did not pollute the planet. Because of man-made toxins? Perhaps. They are certainly a factor. It may also be that we have simply existed for too long. It may simply be that we have run our course, and are cumulatively worn out. Very few eggs are laid, and of the few that are, only a tiny percentage are fertile. Most hatchlings live only a few days. Worst of all, no fledgling Draka, with the potential to assume the burden of the central mind, has appeared in more than 100 years. I'm not sure I fully comprehend how exactly the central mind works. We work well in these enclosed caverns. We provide a single common memory, and the means to make continuous collective decisions. We share collective joys, and we comfort collective sorrows. We dream collective dreams. We also ensure that no item of knowledge is lost, and no experience is dismissed as too trivial. In that it happens to the least of us, it happens to us all. It is hard for humans to visualize how beneficial this can be inside a specialized and close-knit society. We all know, and we all do all that is needed. We function without resort to compulsion or conditioned motivation. We have an empathy that is total, and a collective sense so far beyond the bounds of the limited human imagination that it will never be grasped by them. You Nosferatu have your telepathic capabilities, so you do not suffer the absolute isolation of men, but we have also seen that you are fiercely independent. We believe that you can understand us, but we doubt you could ever merge your consciousness in the way of the Draka. Ronquist didn't feel as though a response was required, and after a short pause, the translating lizard continued. At times we wonder if the central mind would have worked anywhere but in the confines of these caverns. We occasionally speculate how we might have been had we inhabited a place under the open sky, where we could spread in every direction. Perhaps we, too, would have favored wild individualism. How long have the Draka been in these caverns? Since we took refuge from the coming of the ice. Since the last great ice age. So the various legends of the Draka were more true than he had expected. You are surprised. Not surprised. Just experiencing a little difficulty at hearing supposed fables confirmed as fact. We do have one thing in common, Nosferatu Ronquist. We do. Neither of us might be what we are now if the Nephilim hadn't come to this world. The legend is that you went to war with the Nephilim. We were not powerful enough to make war on Marduk-Ra. We merely sealed ourselves deeper into these caverns that had already become our home. By the same token, Marduk-Ra was not powerful enough to break in on us here. A stalemate. In the terminology of the chess game. And it was during that stalemate that we began to evolve the central mind. It began as a biotechnical weapons system, but as the centuries passed, it became the perfect way of life. But now that life wanes, you require yet another Nosferatu to teach you how to live forever. That is what the man Wessel believes, but other agendas are at work here, Nosferatu Ronquist. Are you telling me that you didn't arrange for me to come down here so you could continue your experiments? Other agendas are at work here, Nosferatu Ronquist. ******. Time Bridewell leaned on the iron railing of the gallery and stared down to where, far below, Ronquist sat on a ring of stones. The railing was wet with condensation and the rock surface underfoot slick and slippery. Coulson stood beside her, and with her newfound ability to read auras she could see that he was disturbed and worried. He saw himself as a man who was completely in over his head. She knew that he felt betrayed. He was the only human left in the party. Both Philippa and she had been changed to things that Coulson still must, to some extent, regard as monsters. He irrationally wanted her to regret what she had become, but she wasn't able to feel guilt. A Nosferatu cannot feel guilt at the fate of a human. It was one of the lessons she was quickly learning. And, indeed, why should she? Sure, it had been Greel that had given her to Ronquist in the first place, and Jack Carlson had, to a degree, protested, but let him carry his own burden of culpability and shame. He had not protested either very long or particularly loud. He certainly hadn't pulled a gun and tried to bust her loose, or even so much as threatened to quit. Yeah, Jack, go fuck yourself. Carlson caught her looking at him and gestured to Ronquist. He's a long time down there. Some people have all the fun. Are you, okay? I'm fine. I'm glad. Carlson was a lying bastard. He wasn't glad at all. He was frightened, isolated, and supremely conscious of being the last human standing of those who had originally left Deer Park and flown out of Andrews Air Force Base. He was bitterly angry at what he saw as having been sold out by just about everyone. He was spooked and resentful that not one, but two ex-lovers were now undead, and, oddly, he also feared going back to what he considered his normal life, although she was unable to detect the exact reason for that. So much for Jack Carlson, though. The scene at the bottom of the shaft was much more interesting than the human feeling scared and sorry for himself. She noted that she was already referring to the man she once had slept with as the human, as though he was a different species. Go, girl. You're becoming a full-fledged Nosferatu. She was too far away to hear what Ronquist and the Draka were talking about, and she had a long way to go before she dared to read Ronquist's aura, let alone his mind. All she could see was Ronquist sitting on the wall, relaxed and motionless, except when he nodded or leaned a little closer to the big, shapeless, dappled lump that was the Draka. A fanciful set of ideas entered her head uninvited. The scene would be a stunning piece of film for CNN, or a front-page story for the New York Post. Reptile Lord of Underworld confers with vampire. How about them apples, Wolf Blitzer? Along with learning to read minds and auras, Bridewell was also learning an undead deviousness. Prompted by some newly acquired instinct, she hadn't told Ronquist everything that had happened in the reptile laboratory. Some of what had taken place was so beyond her understanding that she couldn't put it into words, and she had yet to master the technique of transferring nonverbal images as he and Lupo could do with such fluency. Some parts she also wanted to keep to herself. The ecstasy and the visions, the roaring euphoria of the vivid fire, the delirium of pain and rapture, the joy at being loosed from the confines of humanity's limits and freed of the ever-present certainty of death, those were hers and hers alone, and none of his business. He might guess at them, and he must have felt much the same after his change, but that had been 1,000 years ago. Ronquist almost certainly had some idea of what she had experienced. He had witnessed countless others come through the change, but she didn't see why she should voluntarily add to his catalogue of second-hand emotions. She didn't know by what process she had seen the strange vignettes of Draka history while she drifted in and out of consciousness, but, since the telepathic information had come to her and not Victor, she had decided that it was her own private property, and should be held back, perhaps as a bargaining chip for future use. It had been as though, while she floated in that distant, three-way limbo where life, death, and immortality intersected, the central mind had run a condensed history of the Draka, for her information and amusement, or maybe to keep her mind focused on something other than what was being done to her. She had seen the first conversion of the caverns as the reptiles' refuge from the snowfields that deepened above. The sequence had been frighteningly vivid as the gales howled without cessation from an iron-gray sky, and the snows were compressed down to pack ice, which then streamed forward as full-blown glaciers and relentless, implacable ice sheets that drove all animal life before them. She had watched in drifting awe as the network of tunnels had been created by both the searing blaze of shaped atomics and the quieter, but equally impressive, action of controlled rock-eating bacteria. Bridewell almost felt she was there, when many hundreds of years later, the Draka fortified the same caverns against the alien invaders who occupied the surface. When humans began to find their way into the caverns, the Draka had evolved a policy of only allowing the newcomers to share as much of their advanced technology as their own science was able to handle. The Gale had arrived long before the humans, but they had no desire to learn, and possibly no concept of scientific advancement. In fact, they had done nothing but settle in and wait for others to find solutions to their problems, and, when a combination of indolence, stupidity, and starvation pushed them into an Nosferatu version of cannibalism, surface parties of lizards went out and actually brought back victims for them. In their gratitude, the Gale had worshipped the Draka as gods, but, at around the same time, they had discovered a partiality to the addictive fungus. By the time either the Gale or the Draka found out about the long-term effects, it was already far too late, and their downward path was firmly mapped out. The story was hardly a great advertisement for what were now Time Bridewell's ancestors. But humanity had its own share of the self-destructively ignorant, so she supposed she couldn't complain. The lizard forays on behalf of the Gale had opened the way for the Tibetans to discover the complicated path that led down into Underland. The Tibetans had manifested as little interest in Draka technology as the Gale, but they had been more than eager to assimilate the reptile's psychic techniques, and had learned levitation, Dumo yoga, telekinesis, consciousness transference, and the concept of the bardo. During the Christian era, the arrival of humans had been spasmodic, and few had stayed. Some Vikings had come in by one entrance, a group of displaced Hopi by another, a strange party of Nepalese, who had come with generations worth of hashish and settled in to do nearly as little as the Draka. Incas had found the access route in the Andes, but quickly fled with alarming stories of snake gods and vampires. A seafaring Irish saint with a boat made of leather had drifted in by accident, totally misunderstood everything, but fortunately had drowned off the coast of Limerick on his return journey, before he could spread the word that he had found the location of the gates of hell. As the Draka saga drew nearer the present, the narrative moved into a somber, more melancholy mode. Toward the end of the 19th century the human traffic had radically increased, but the numbers of the Draka were already on the wane. The English eccentric, Professor Challenger, had made it into one of the subsidiary caves, but never discovered a major underground city, unlike the Norwegian, Nielsen, and 2 years later the Prussian, Erich von Stalhein, who had come with a well-equipped expedition funded by the Crook family. The reports of the last two, overlaid with excessive flavoring of phony Nordic mysticism, had ultimately come to the attention of Adolf Hitler, who, during his short but hideous reign, had sent no less than 5 missions of exploration, complete with companies of crack SS ski troops and Luftwaffe air support. The Nazis had not only mapped what would soon be Underland, but catalogued most of the potential of the Draka technology. With the arrival of the Nazis in full force in 1945, everything had changed. The refugees from the Third Reich had come with bag and baggage, and loaded for bear. They had commenced a massive program of construction and weapons-motivated scientific development, as well as selling the Central Mind a whole bill of disinformation, the primary item being that they had fled the surface world to escape the exterminating Americans. When the Nazis came they had enough knowledge to see the Great Caverns as a wonderland of future science, all but abandoned, with only a comparative handful of Draka remaining. They had extorted all they could from the Draka until the Central Mind had finally realized just how mad, evil, and dangerous they were, shut off the supply of scientific data, and retreated into their last stronghold in the deep wells like the one in which Bridewell now found herself. They had not, however, been strong enough to exclude humanity totally, and they had allowed the serpent cult to flourish as a final means of protection. At the end of what she thought of as this telepathic history lecture, one image had presented itself that could only be a vision of the future, or a vivid piece of wish fulfillment. It had shown the temple of the serpent being vaporized in a monumental explosion. The final insight had seemed like a message of some kind and, for the moment, she didn't feel inclined to relate it to Ronquist, at least until she had a chance to consider it more fully. ******. The Draka was emitting long, booming sighs, and the translator lizard was starting to show signs of agitation. Ronkist frowned. Are you becoming tired? We can continue for a little while. Then I must tell you that one thing has puzzled me since I came here. What is that, Nosferatu Ronkist? Are the Draka of this earth? The translator lizard fluffed its wattles and made a fast, bird-like movement with its head. Of course. Stories are told on the surface that the Draka came from space. Before the ice came, the Draka journeyed into space and to the nearby planets. We even created a colony on the desert planet, the one that is fourth from the sun. But this has always been our home. After the statement, a long silence ensued, and Ronkist was certain that the audience was over. He rose from the wall, but the translator lizard spoke again. Nosferatu Ronkist. Yes. When you leave here, the human, Wessel, will want to talk to you. He will. He will put a proposition to you. Indeed. You will accept that proposition. Even if you don't like it, you will accept that proposition. Do you understand? No, I don't understand, but I will do as you say. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wessel removed his robe the moment he entered his private quarters, like a judge leaving the bench and going into his chambers, or a priest in his vestry after mass. Aside from all else that was happening to him, Ronkist seemed to be on an accidental tour of inner sanctums. Wessel dropped his robe on a bench. He ran a hand over his close-cropped hair and sighed, as though relieved to be casting off the trappings of power. He went to a small wet bar and poured himself a brandy. He really was like a judge in his chambers. Drink? No thank you. I'm sorry. I forgot that you don't. Actually I do on occasion, but not right now. The private quarters of His Eminence Dr. Heinrich Wessel could not have been more diametrically different from the lair of the Draka if it had been planned that way. Wessel might have been the Draka's grand companion, but his taste was entirely different and not in the least reptilian. As usual, stone was the primary building material, but the large and imposing study in which Ronkist found himself, instead of being hewn from the living rock, was built from square-cut blocks, laid without mortar in the style of Aztec or Inca masons. The floor was a pattern of polished flagstones, but covered with what looked like a very old, very rare, and very expensive Persian rug. Wessel liked to be surrounded by art, and evidently he liked his art big. A massive bust of Frederick the Great, rendered in carved and polished rock, that measured more than 8 feet from the Prussian king's Adam's apple to the top of his head dominated one whole side of the room. The life-size gold, silver, and bronze horse from the Qin dynasty that flanked his desk was slightly less overbearing, but must have been truly priceless. Ronkist inspected the horse, running his fingertips over its cold polished neck. You have some very rare and valuable objects here. Wessel halted in mid-sniff and looked at Ronkist over his brandy glass. You surely aren't of the school of thought that believes religious leaders should live in abject poverty. Ronkist smiled. I have encountered a number of religious leaders in my time. I don't doubt it. What was your impression? That a public display of too much excess was probably ill-advised, but that an all-too-encompassing embrace of poverty and chastity was usually one of the more tedious affectations, and could be a step on the road to madness. The only exception would seem to have been Mahatma Gandhi. I am not Gandhi. So I observe. Wessel also liked his technology, and demanded it be state-of-the-art. 2 ultra-modern computers were built into the marble top of the desk. A section of wall was taken up by a bank of 12 monitor screens that could be programmed to function independently or, as they were at that moment, be the compound tiles of one large image. As Wessel had ushered Ronkist inside, the screens had come to glowing life, showing a skyscape of white clouds scudding across a blue sky. That doesn't bother you, does it? You don't shun images of daylight, do you? Ronkist shook his head. I'd only turn from it if it was real. A picture can't hurt me. But it's worth 1,000 words. I've never been too sure about that axiom. Wessel dropped into the high-backed chair, behind the desk. The surface was completely empty except for a multifunction computer mouse, and an exquisite Fabergé egg. He picked up the egg and stared at it as though the contemplation afforded him some kind of comfort or inspiration. So now you have seen the Draka, do you understand? Ronquist kept his expression neutral. The word understand is something of an overstatement. The Draka could require a lifetime of study. Your lifetime or mine? I don't know, maybe theirs. Wessel put down the egg. If all goes according to plan, the lifetime of the Draka will prove to be extremely short. Why should that be? Because after you have performed the task that you were brought here for, their days will be severely numbered. After so long, Wessel was finally coming to the point. Ronquist looked at him curiously, still reluctant to enter the man's mind. And what is this task? You are going to kill the Draka for me. This must be the proposition of which the Draka had spoken. The neutral demeanor became hard to maintain. Kill the Draka? Why should I want to do that? Do I take it that you intend to refuse? I've hardly had time to consider the idea. Might I know why? The Draka explained the principle of the central mind to you. It did. And how a new one hasn't appeared in over a century. That's right. Wessel used the mouse to change the image on the composite screens. The blue sky was replaced by a livid, orange, magenta, and purple California sunset. The Draka are approaching the end of their time. Ronquist gestured to the screens. I live in California. Sunsets like that are caused by high levels of atmospheric pollution. You might say the beauty is in the poison. Wessel ignored him. The Draka are finished. So it would seem, but I thought your whole power base was built on the foundation of your venerating them as gods. So why kill them? Is that your next question? It's the obvious one. The Draka have outlived their usefulness. The serpent cult was a means to an end when we first assumed power in this place, but now it merely hampers our wider ambitions. These reptiles limit our access to their advanced technology. They have become suspicious of our motives and restrict our exploitation of the many military applications their science has to offer. They constitute a brake on your political ambitions. Exactly. Ronquist frowned. I thought you just told me that their time was at an end. At an end, but not ended. Their longevity is impossible, and I don't intend to spend the rest of my days in this polluted hole in the ground. I crave the sky and the air, Ronquist, and I will not have a collection of snakes and lizards keep me from my rightful place in the sun. And you intend to have me release this brake on your ambition by killing the central mind. The Draka are not the only obstacle being removed from the path. Ronquist had encountered his share of advanced megalomania, but Wessel's will to power seemed to be moving at a quite alarming rate. I'm not sure I understand. There is something I would like you to watch. As Wessel entered a command on one of the keyboards sunk in the desk, Ronquist turned and looked at the bank of screens. All of them dimmed to black except one, and that showed a video sequence of an aircraft in flight. What Ronquist recognized as a commercial Boeing 747, with blue and silver livery, cruised in level flight in a clear, cloudless, daytime sky. At first the airplane was too far away for Ronquist to make out any markings, but the camera, presumably mounted on another plane, was closing fast. Very soon Ronquist was able to make out a circular symbol on the side of the jet's fuselage. It was the presidential seal of the United States. That's Air Force One, isn't it? Air Force Two to be precise. The Vice President is on board. Mervyn Tailshian. I don't understand. Just continue to watch. Where is this taking place? Over the Atlantic, about 2 hours out of Washington, heading east. Tailshian is on his way to Europe. And when? About 3.5 hours ago. So why are you showing me this? Just watch. All your questions will be answered in due course. The camera continued to close on Air Force Two, and then another object appeared in the frame. It was a Flogelrad, identical to the one that had brought Ronquist, Bridewell, and Carlson from Ice Station Zebra. It appeared to be running on a parallel course to the jet. An uneasy feeling came over Ronquist, but he said nothing for the moment. After perhaps a half-minute, a second Flogelred entered the picture. Now Ronquist turned to Wessel. "Am I to assume this tape is being shot from a third Flogelred?" Wessel nodded. "A precise deduction." A sudden and violent electrical discharge flashed from the first Flogelred and struck the wing of Air Force 2. "They're firing." "Indeed they are. But just watch." The second Flogelred also opened fire. Its first salvo from the strange weapon, mounted just under the leading edge of the machine's disc-shaped body, struck the 747 just to the rear of the cockpit. Suddenly the image bucked and jiggled, and the previously perfect picture quality started to resemble CNN war coverage. Twin electric discharges flashed from either side of the camera. The otherwise unseen third Flogelred, the one that carried the camera, had opened fire. The three flying machines from Underland continued to fire at Air Force 2, establishing a deadly triangulation. Even in the now less than distinct picture, Ronquist could see that smoke had begun to stream from two of the 747's four engines. A lick of orange flame ran down the length of the fuselage, and then the screen was suddenly and totally filled with smoke and flame. Ronquist's face was an expressionless mask, and he protected his thoughts from any rudimentary reading by Wessel. "I take it that Air Force 2 is no more." Wessel nodded. "It was shot down over the Atlantic a few hours ago by three Flogelreds acting on my orders." "Are you insane?" "Insane, Ronquist." "Insane, Dr. Wessel. The US government will turn rabid. America will literally go ballistic. This act could spark a nuclear war." "With whom, may I ask?" Ronquist shrugged. "I imagine they will find a scapegoat nation. Right now the United States government is having the greatest difficulty explaining how Talzian's plane was brought down. They have the final radio transmissions, but no one in the White House or the Pentagon wants to be the first to go public with the fact that Air Force 2 was destroyed by a formation of UFOs. The citizens might balk at a war with aliens." Ronquist let out a deep breath. "I can imagine. I think I'll take that cognac now." He didn't need alcohol, just something to do with his hands. Wessel rose from his chair and returned to the bar. "They are currently avoiding telling the nation and the world. I can all too clearly imagine." Wessel uncorked the brandy bottle. The flight was going to be commanded by young Beauregard, but after Ms. Bridewell shot him, he obviously had to be replaced. "Do you intend to exact reprisals for the shooting?" Wessel handed Ronquist his brandy and resumed his seat. "No. It's likely she did us all a favor. Beauregard was a fool. Oversexed, overdressed, and far too impressed with himself." Ronquist now asked the obvious question. "What does the killing of Talzian have to do with the Draka, or any of this, for that matter? We have begun to clean out the monsters." "Talzian was a monster. Do not be overly disingenuous, Ronquist. It doesn't suit you. We both know that Talzian was an Urshu, that he was one of the Watchers. Indeed, my undead friend, down here in Underland we know our ancient history far better than they do on the surface. We are well aware of the entire genetic engineering program that took place during the Nephilim colonization." Ronquist swirled his cognac. "Then you will know enough to check very carefully that he's really dead. The Urshu were effectively immortal. They have few weaknesses and are extremely hard to kill from what I've seen. You are talking to one who's tried. If he isn't dead, it will still take him a very long time to swim up from the bottom of the Atlantic. Reports credit the ocean with being 3 miles deep at the point where the aircraft went down." Ronquist nodded. "That should effectively keep him out of circulation for a while. That was why we mounted the attack where we did. First you kill Talzian, and now you want me to slay the Draka. Would you care to elaborate on this grand plan to destroy all monsters?" Wessel looked sideways at Ronquist. Destroy All Monsters is the title of a Japanese movie. Part of the Godzilla saga. Nonetheless apt. The oligarchy which I lead has made all the use it can of this place. Our next move has to be to earn the gratitude of a grateful planet by eradicating all the things not of this earth that have power over human lives. Ronquist's expression became hard and watchful. Does that include the Nosferatu? Not if you successfully carry out your task. And what about the Gale? Do you really care about the degenerate Gale, Ronquist? I suppose not. They might be an interesting study, but they do feed on each other. Wessel stood up. So can we discuss the task at hand? Killing the Draka. Killing the Draka. I suppose after I carry out this task, and the Draka is no more, you intend to reveal yourselves and return to the surface. That has to be our next move. We have nuclear weapons, and we have anti-gravity. It has only been the Draka preventing us from emerging into the world to take our rightful place. The time is obviously now. The wreckage of the former Bolshevik states is in full collapse. Christianity and Islam are all but at war. America is a corrupt and degenerate quasi-democracy, and China is little more than a rampant disease. With a correctly orchestrated public relations campaign, we would be hailed as saviors. The great majority of the world's population would flock eagerly to our banners. The innate megalomania of Underland had been evident from the moment that Ronquist had first set eyes on Beauregard and the Flugelrad. Now he was learning its full extent. To be hailed as saviors, you must surely be perceived as saving the world from something. That part is easy. We do battle with the alien infiltrators. The aliens that have now forced our hand by bringing down Talesian's aircraft. You said yourself the action could start a war, and indeed it will. Wessel's voice began to take on a rhetorical stridency. It will be the spark that will kindle the conflagration from which my new order will emerge. It will set the fire and drive the alien infiltrators from our society and our world. Ronquist spoke very quietly. But there are no alien infiltrators. Wessel actually laughed. Then we can't lose, can we? Wessel was plainly quite mad, but, as Ronquist grimly reflected, that had never stopped any human gaining power in the past. In practical terms, his grand design could scarcely be faulted. In reality he was doing little more than updating the political tactics of his direct forebear, Adolf Hitler. Instead of demonizing a human minority as the lurking threat, Wessel intended to galvanize conditioned and easily managed blind hate on a global scale against a menace from another world. He knew there was no point in arguing with this infinitely alarming lunatic, so he made a simple gesture of surrender. Very well. You think you've killed Talesian, and you want me to kill the Draka. Just tell me one thing. What's that? Why me? Why couldn't you just send a squad of your Iron Guards or Scarlet Companions to do the job? Why me, Herr Doctor? Why you, Ronquist? Because you are the one who could achieve it. All of us down here have grown up with the Draka. They know us too well. They would observe our intentions and stop us. You have the power of a venerable Nosferatu mind. The Draka will not be able to read your intentions. Are you sure of that? It's a calculated risk. Ronquist's expression turned bleak. Your calculation, but my risk. That's why I bought you from Greel. Greel. Herbert Walker Greel. The Dark Lord of Deer Park. We have had an arrangement for many years. He wanted to keep you for his longevity experiments, but I persuaded him that my need of you was greater. Ronquist decided he would think about the ramifications of Greel's part in all this at some later time. It was a course of speculation that would do nothing to alter his current situation. And suppose I refuse to go along with your plan? Do you intend to destroy me? Wessel laughed. I don't need to destroy you. How long do you think you will survive down here? How long will it take for the fungus to contaminate your blood and make you and your companions just like the Gale? Ronquist knew that Wessel had him. He also knew that Wessel realized it. It had been a long time since a human had outwitted him. So, do you want to explain your plan? Wessel sprang the catch on a concealed door in his desk, and took out a set of keys. I can do better than that. I can show you the weapon you will use. Ronquist could see that there was a pistol in the same drawer, an antique Luger. Ronquist quickly shook his head. No, I'm sorry, I never resort to firearms. Annoyance colored Wessel's aura. I know that. You think I haven't done my homework? I have something much more dignified for you. He moved to a large brass-bound chest near the monumental bust of Frederick the Great and unlocked it. Bending over, he moved some objects in the chest to one side and produced a long narrow bundle, wrapped in black sheepskin with the fleece on the inside. He brought it to the desk and set it down. Ronquist observed the reverence with which Wessel treated the object and the care with which he unwrapped it. See, Ronquist, the sword of Siegfried. The sword that lay on the black fur was old, a long and beautifully forged broadsword, probably from the 13th or 14th century. The noticeable Moorish influence on the crafting of the hilt, and the pinpoint damascening at the top of the blade, demonstrated it was certainly from a period after the Crusades. That it was the sword of Siegfried, however, was total bullshit. Siegfried was a figment out of the Dark Ages whose authenticity was doubtful before even Ronquist had walked the earth, but Ronquist didn't feel that any purpose would be served by pointing out to Wessel that the name was almost certainly 19th century Wagnerian nonsense. It's a very fine blade. Pick it up. Ronquist touched the blade, but felt no tingle of vibration. Every so often he would encounter a sword with a need to hint at its own history, of how a strange faux life had been forged into it, but this one told him nothing. It was just a serviceable weapon, or maybe its history had yet to start. He picked it up and tested the balance. The hilt was long enough for a two-handed swing, but, of course, Ronquist didn't need that. He had more than sufficient strength to wield it with just his right arm. You like it? Ronquist nodded. It will serve. He placed the sword back on the sheepskin, and Wessel rewrapped it. Then let us go down to confront the Draka. It has already sent word that it wishes the audience to resume. Once you have killed the thing, we can commence the extermination of the lower lizards. Chapter 9. Nosferatu Ronquist. Draka. Ronquist didn't need to read the tiny translator lizard to see it was afraid, or how it needed to gather its courage to speak. Do we have further matters to discuss? Ronquist shook his head. He carried Wessel's sword, hidden in its sheepskin cover, across the crook of his left arm. No, I don't think so. He made the proposition to you. He did. And, as we asked you, you will do what he proposed. That is why I have the sword. But is that what you really want? That is what we want, Nosferatu Ronquist. The time is right. Are you sure? We are absolutely certain. Please don't hesitate. This isn't easy. I don't see why it has to be done this way. You will see very soon. Ronquist shook the sheepskin wrapper from the sword. You are certain about this? Before you do our bidding, there is one thing that must come first. What's that? Again Ronquist had descended the final curve of stairs to the lair of the Draka on his own. As before, Lupo, Julia, Derisk, Bridewell, and Carlson, plus Wessel and a squad of his companions and a half-dozen of the bipped lizards, waited in what Ronquist now thought of as the minstrel gallery. Wessel had instructed him to cloak his mind, to concentrate on the trickling of the water down the sides of the well, the damp air, the cloying smell, to hide his true intentions with a concentration on his senses, but, of course, Ronquist did no such thing. Unknown to Wessel, he had made his bargain with the Draka, even though he hadn't been aware of its content at the time. From the start of the exchange, the translator lizard was terrified, and at the sight of the naked sword it backed away and pressed itself against the Draka's side, barely able to speak. There is one thing that must come first. Just ask. Kill us, Nosferatu Ronkist, but avenge us first. Before Ronkist could say anything, the Draka opened the central mind to him and showed him a single vision. It was of Wessel, impaled by the so-called sword of Siegfried, against the background of an apocalyptic explosion. Ronkist knew what he had to do. He turned from the Draka's nest and looked up at the minstrel gallery. "Please come down here, Dr. Wessel." Wessel came to the railing and stared angrily down. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Come down here, Wessel. You know I can't do that. I will make you. Not from that distance you can't. You underestimate me, Wessel. Also you underestimate my associates. Lupo, Julia, Philip, Time, would you all please help me bring Dr. Wessel down here, and to make sure none of his people interfere." The four undead advanced on Wessel, and the air above the minstrel gallery was suddenly alive with Nosferatu compulsion. One of the companions fainted, dropped his machine pistol, and crashed to the flagstones. Wessel put up a fight, but had no chance. He could only start down the spiral of steps, walking like a man going to his execution, which, indeed he was. If Ronkist had been blessed with the time and capacity for pity, he might have felt sorry for the human. To see one's vaunted power crumble so easily must have been painful. One moment Wessel was setting world conquest in motion, and now, as a result of a single oversight, he couldn't even control the direction of his limbs. As the Grand Companion emerged from the stairwell he was pale and sweating. "You have betrayed me, Ronkist. You betrayed yourself, human. Did you really think you were too clever for a 1,000-year-old vampire? Did you really think it was that easy?" The translator lizard retreated, seeking shelter behind the bulk of its master as Wessel spoke in a painful rasp. "Damn you, Ronkist. I have been damned for centuries." Wessel had put up an exceptional fight, but exhausted himself in the process. He faltered, staggered, and dropped to his knees. "Finish me, Ronkist, if that's your intention." Ronkist's voice was soft, almost gentle. "Get on your feet, Wessel. I don't want to kill you like that." With what must have been his final strength, Wessel lurched to his feet. Ronkist didn't delay. He thrust hard and clean, plunging the sword clear through the chest of the Grand Companion. Wessel's entire body cringed around the painful foreign metal. He seemed to want to speak, but blood suddenly gushed from his mouth, choking off the words. Ronkist dragged the sword from the human's flesh and he fell forward. An evil dream was over. The same could not be said for Ronkist's own problems. A burst of machine gun fire reverberated from the minstrel gallery, and bullets struck chips from the flagstones beside him, but neither he nor the Draka was touched. Lupo instantly seized the companion who had pulled the trigger and hurled him over the rail, so he fell screaming to the stone below and landed with a sickening sound a few yards from the Draka's nest. A sudden burst of sporadic rippling light erupted from the gallery, like the popping of photographic flashbulbs, only 100 times brighter. Ronkist's first thought was that the companions had somehow acquired a new weapon, the death ray he had always expected, but then he saw that the flashes came from the jewels in the heads of lizards. They had silently burned down the companions. Only Coulson and the Nosferatu remained, looking both shocked and relieved. At the same time words came from the Draka. "Just wait and trust." Ronkist stepped away from Wessel's body and toward the nest with the bloody sword in his hand, but faltered when he was facing the Draka. "I'm still not sure I can do this. You are a unique being. Perhaps the last. Don't be absurd. We are near death anyway." Ronkist replied, "It is such a pointless waste. This planet is too good for the humans to have it all. When I die, my people will also die. They have lived so long with their every action directed by the central mind that they will become dysfunctional without it. At least this way it will be fast. They won't have to wander in a twilight of confusion as we fade and decline. This way, the Draka, and all of this, will be gone within an hour if you strike now. An hour? I don't understand. Nuclear changes have been placed in all the caverns. When the sensors in our skin confirm that we have died, a 60-minute timer will cut in. Wessel's Underland and his plans for a world tyranny are finished. Ronquist was shocked, and shock was not a common emotion for him. What? The translator lizard began to repeat falteringly what it had just said, but Ronquist cut it off. This is madness. It's not madness, my friend. Our bombs will cauterize all of the malignancy that is left. It will kill his slaves and destroy everything from his flying machines to the spawn of Thulhu he so treasures. The head that contains the thing will burn up in the atomic conflagration. That portal will be closed to the old ones. The surface will be saved from him, and no more humans will come here to exploit us. It will also give you just 1 hour to get out of here. There must be another way. There is no other way. We are already destroyed. You have the chance to make it clean and final. With a terrible reluctance, Ronquist turned the sword, reversing his grip, so both hands were on the hilt and the blade was pointed down. He stood over the Draka and raised his arms. He paused for a moment that seemed eternal, closed his eyes, and stabbed downwards with all his strength. The Draka made no sound, it just slowly seemed to deflate. As he let go of the sword and stepped back, the translator lizard buried its face on the Draka's rapidly sagging skin and let out a dog-like keening. This was too much for Ronquist. He lifted his head and screamed. His voice reverberated up the shaft, and Coulson clasped his mortal ears. The gems that encrusted the Draka's hide had grown dim with its death, except for a solitary yellow stone that glowed with a brilliant light. Ronquist knew it was the death sensor sending its signal. The clock had started. For Underland, just a single hour remained. Just as predicted, all would die with the Draka. His state of mind was such that, at that precise moment, he would have waited and shared the end. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. From his vantage point in the gallery, Lupo looked down into the deep shaft. The red-robed guards lay dead all round him. Derisk and Bridewell appeared dazed, and Coulson had yet to recover from Ronquist's anguished undead scream. Lupo had seen the vision from the Draka, and he knew all this would be vaporized in a single hour. Only one course of escape was open to them. They had to commandeer a Flogelrad and its crew by force, and fly out. Speed was of the essence. Even the climb back up to the temple would consume precious minutes. Yet Don Victor was not moving. He simply stood and stared down at the dead reptile. Lupo knew that his Don had admired the organization of the Draka, and his enforced role as their destroyer was a crushing weight. Lupo didn't share his feelings, but he could understand them. He knew, however, that this was not the moment to allow oneself to be immobilized by regret or guilt. It was time for flight, and Ronquist had to be reminded of that. Don Victor, we cannot linger. We have less than an hour to get clear of this accursed place. He received no reply, and, had Lupo been inclined to curse, his reaction would have been foully profane. Instead, he tried again. Don Victor, we have to go. This time there was a response, but Lupo could scarcely recognize the tone of the thought. It had the flat resignation of one who had been pushed too far. No more, Lupo. No more. We have to get ourselves out of here. Go, Lupo, take the others. I have no strength left. You have to find the strength, Don Victor. I do not intend to leave you. Ronquist was silent again. All that was left for Lupo was to play the final card, the one that he was completely loath to use, even as a last resort. If you will not do it for yourself, you must do it for me. Honor dictates that, if you stay, I must stay with you, and I sincerely do not wish to be destroyed. Again Ronquist did not respond, but he did move. He turned from the dead Draka of the central mind and the body of Heinrich Wessel, and walked slowly away. As he approached the foot of the stairs, his pace quickened, and Lupo knew the fugue was over. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Julia saw that their luck had held. A single Flogelrid was parked on the temple side landing pad, but its three-man crew loitered beside it. They had no idea that their leader was dead, or that their whole world would be destroyed in precisely 43 minutes. For them, all was a picture of normality. While the others hung back, concealed by the pillars of the temple, Julia and Time sashayed up to the airmen like two young women looking to flirt and maybe more. "Hey, guys, want to take us for a ride?" Though nominally on duty, an alert having been called for later in the day, when some unspecified action was supposed to go down, the crew had nothing to do but wait for their orders, and the brace of young women represented a pleasant relief from the boredom. Alerts were always being called, but without exception, nothing ever came of them. The only recent excitement was the still hot scandal of the whore who had put a bullet through the head of Storm Leader Beauregard. "Hey, girls, what are you two doing here? You don't look like the kind to be feeding rats to snakes." Julia and Time both giggled, as though drunk on the local gin, and muttered double entendres about snakes, giving themselves enough time to come face to face with the airmen. When suitably closed they sprang the trap, taking over the three humans' minds and locking them down so they'd be unable to move, but still understand every word that was said to them. It had been agreed that a saucer crew could not function safely under full Nosferatu mind control, but that didn't preclude its use to get the crew's attention and convince them that doing exactly what they were told was the only way they would save their wretched skins. To reinforce this idea, Julia ran a short preview through their minds of the physical horrors that would be the penalty for anything less than total cooperation. It culminated with their slowly being burned alive, and with Julia's unique imagination, that was quite enough to impress Bridewell, let alone the humans. "We're going to relax our hold on you enough for you to nod or shake your heads in response to a short list of questions. Do you understand?" Not one of the aircrew moved. That was the first question. Now all three nodded in unison. Bridewell glanced at Julia. "Have we overdone it?" "No, they'll be okay. If they're too fucked up to fly." Julia was curt and impatient. "They'll be okay." She turned her attention back to the aircrew. "Are you ready to get on that thing and fly it out of here, under the instructions of someone we will designate?" The crew nodded. "Of your own free will?" Again they nodded. "And fully aware that you will die horribly if you attempt to double-cross us?" Another synchronized nod. Julia waved the others to come to her. Carlson, Lupo, Derisk, and Ronkist came out from the shelter of the pillars and hurried to the Flogelrod. Julia smiled at the crew. "Okay, boys, let's get on board." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Carlson had started to think that he'd been forgotten, and was more than a little surprised when Julia suggested, as they climbed the spiral of steps that led up to the bridge, that he should take the command chair on the raised dais. "What makes you think I know what to do? You saw the crew in operation on the way out here, didn't you?" "As much as anyone else, I guess." "And how much of it do you remember?" "Some." "So now you're the captain. We have 39 minutes, so start the process." The steersman was at the wheel, the engineer was at his bank of monitors, and the navigator stood beside the plot table. They seemed willing to allow themselves and their craft to be hijacked. "For ease of communication, just call me sir. That way you don't need to know my name, and I don't even want to know yours. You have seen the power of those women, and you should be convinced that if you fuck with them, you will be in a world of pain far beyond any man's tolerance. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "Good." Carlson tried to remember the routine that Beauregard had used to get his craft into the air. "Engineer." "Yes, sir." "Are we powered up to lift?" "Yes, sir." "Navigator." "Yes, sir." "Can you get us to Ice Station Zebra?" "Yes, sir." "Then set a direct course." "Yes, sir." "So take us up." It turned out to be as easy as that. Again the sound of the propulsion unit was little more than a faint hum that rose in pitch as the saucer lifted from the apron. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As the machine rose, everyone on the bridge could see the batwing shapes beyond the clear dome. The messengers flew alongside them, as though the big flying reptiles were offering a last, doomed salute. Then the Fluggelrud was into the access tunnel, and picking up speed. It was the flight from Ice Station Zebra in reverse. For a short time, the red glow of Underland stayed with them, then they were in darkness. They emerged into the thick dark clouds of the fissure, although, this time, there was no vortex effect. Finally, they were over the surface, again in cloud, but now a swirling blue-gray. Bridewell voiced what everyone was thinking. "I can't tell you all how very pleased I am to be out of that underground nightmare." Julia called a time check. 27 minutes. Carlson checked on the crew. "Navigator." "Yes, sir." "Are we holding course?" "Yes, sir." ETA. 36 minutes. He looked round at the others. "We'll still be in the air when she blows." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At the 12-minute mark, Julia may have saved the lives of all the Nosferatu on board the Fluggelrud. "I've just thought of something extremely unpleasant." Ronquist, who seemed to have recovered himself, looked round. "What?" "Depending on how the Draka placed the charges, could there be a nuclear upblast into the atmosphere?" "Easily. And the light from an atomic fireball is not unlike the light from the sun, am I correct?" "I never thought about it, but it is certainly a possibility. So if we're sitting under this nice transparent dome, we could all fry anyway." "Damn. Do I take that as indicating agreement?" "Yes." "So what do we do?" Ronquist didn't waste any time. "We seal ourselves in the lower compartment. We should be safe from the light down there." Lupo looked up at Carlson. "Can you stay there and watch the crew?" Carlson hesitated. "My eyes. I don't want my retina burned out by the flash." Lupo looked swiftly round. "Engineer, are there any spare pairs of those goggles you people wear on the surface?" Quickly the engineer leaned down and opened a small locker beneath the bank of monitors. He produced a pair of goggles and handed them to Carlson. Lupo watched as Carlson pulled them over his head and adjusted them. "Will they suffice?" Carlson grimaced. "They're going to have to, aren't they?" Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 5 Nosferatu in the lower compartment was a tight squeeze, but Ronquist had been right. Although they felt the shock, no light entered. The impact, however, was more than enough with which to contend. The zero moment came and, a second or so later, the Fluggelrud bucked as though it had been violently kicked by a giant. The anti-grav immediately malfunctioned, and, for about 15 seconds, the Nosferatu in the sealed compartment floated in free fall, but then crashed painfully to the deck. The saucer shuddered and vibrated, and the airframe groaned as though it was being stressed, twisted, and tortured beyond all endurance. They heard the sound of tearing metal, as if parts of the fuselage were ripping loose. "We're going down. Brace yourselves." The Fluggelrud was spinning out of control, yawing and wobbling, but all the time descending. Ronquist received an image from the steersman, and wished he hadn't. The human was mortally terrified, and only a threadbare hope kept him at his post, fighting the wildly spinning wheel, trying to stabilize the craft sufficiently so it would skip across the snow and ice, like a pebble on a pond, dumping more and more of its destructive forward momentum with each bounce. The man actually did a magnificent job. They hit once, twice, 3 times, then, on the 4th, slewed to a stop. The stillness after the impact was eerie, and that they were no longer moving, and more or less in one piece, almost unbelievable. All that remained was the hiss of escaping fluids, the creak of cooling metal, and the clamor of the polar wind. They were down. Lupo was the first to speak. "Can anyone hear me?" He immediately received an affirmative response, so he ran a fast individual check. Don Victor. I'm battered but fine. Julia. The same. Time. In one piece. Philippa. I'm okay. Then let's check topside and see how the humans have fared. The framework of the saucer was so bent out of shape that both Lupo and Ronquist had to use all of their inhuman strength to force open the hatch. When that had been accomplished, they found the machine so canted over on its side that they had to traverse the spiral stairs hand over hand. The bridge was a twisted and broken mess, little short of carnage. Pieces of equipment had been thrown around like items of clothing in a spin dryer. A considerable part of the dome was missing, and snow was already blowing in, forming a small drift of white beside the plot table. Carlson was the only human still conscious. As the Nosferatu gathered around him, he smiled wanly. I think both my legs are broken. The only consolation is that I can't feel the pain yet. Philippa checked on the crew. The news on them was even more grim. 1 dead and 2 busted up and barely alive. Humans are just too fragile. Ronquist faced the others. It's midwinter in the Arctic, so, with the advantage of round-the-clock night, the 5 of us could, in theory, walk out of here without too much difficulty. Carlson is a different matter. He can't walk at all, and, in as little as 15 or 20 minutes, he'll be dead of hypothermia. Maybe because Bridewell was so newly changed, she was the first to come up with the idea. We could make him one of us. What? We could change him. Then we'd only have to wait a couple of hours while his legs mended at Nosferatu recovery speed, and we could all walk out of here. Ronquist thought about the idea and nodded. It is a solution. I certainly feel something of a bond with the man. We've been through so much that I don't feel like leaving him here. Derisk immediately agreed, but Lupo looked doubtful, and Julia actually objected. Lupo is too polite to say anything, but we're going to need Carlson. What do you mean? Julia lowered her voice so Carlson couldn't hear. Neither Lupo nor I, or Philippa for that matter, has fed in days. We're going to have to feed on Carlson if we want to survive this walk in the snow. Bridewell immediately protested. You can't do that. Julia snarled. Shut up, you fucking ignorant neophyte. You don't get sentimental over a human when it's a matter of survival. He's going to die anyway. For a moment, it seemed like the 2 females were going to attack each other. Then Bridewell was struck by a thought that came like a bolt of lightning. Wait a damned minute. You don't have to feed on Jack. There's the crew. 2 are still just about alive. You can feed on them. Julia's voice was acid. Did you forget about the fungus, darling? Bridewell glared. No, I didn't. And don't call me darling. Ronquist stepped between them and faced Bridewell. What are you saying? I'm saying that Julia, Philippa, and Lupo can feed on the dying crew because they're clean. The air crews don't use the fungus, they have to take blood tests. How do you know that? Beauregard was boasting about it. How he could get high, and his crew couldn't. There was no reason for him to make it up. Don't you see we can change Jack and feed, and we all get to live? Carlson interrupted them. His voice was weak but grim. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Time, but I want to stay exactly as I am. I've lived as a human, and I'll die as a human. I don't want to be one of you. I don't want to be a fucking vampire. Ronquist quickly stepped into the shocked silence. Shall we all stop talking and do something? Lupo, take the females and feed. Lupo nodded. Yes, Don Victor. And you? I want to talk to Carlson. Ronquist climbed over and through the wreckage, to kneel beside Carlson, who weakly waved him away. Don't bother, Victor. You won't persuade me to change my mind. I wasn't going to try. I just came to give you something. What's that? I've been carrying these for you since I ducked out of that damned reception. I even took them with me when I switched clothes. Ronkist fished in his pocket and brought out a pack of battered Underland cigarettes with the cross in the circle logo, plus a cheap brass lighter made from a 9mm shell casing. Here. I understand they're a nasty smoke, but if they'll help. My God. A but. It's no exchange for immortality, but the fatally injured with a cigarette is a classic of both war movies and the air crash genre. Richard Burton in The Longest Day, for instance. Carlson made a superhuman effort to laugh. Since the Flugelrad doesn't run on gasoline, can you light one for me? Of course. Carlson took the lit cigarette and inhaled deeply. You know something? This could be an exchange for immortality, right now. Ronkist remained with Carlson until he died, and then, a few minutes later, 5 Nosferatu set out across the frozen windswept waste, walking easily on the top of the snow, giving thanks for the sunless Arctic night and homing by undead instinct on the closest human habitation, leaving the wreck of the flying saucer to be buried by the ice, and maybe puzzled over by archaeologists in the distant future. After a while, Ronkist stopped and looked back. A white, mushroom column of smoke, marking the Arctic fissure, and the location of Underland's remains was rapidly unraveling in the wind. Lupo halted beside him. The great majority of humans will never know what was here, Don Victor, or what has passed. Ronkist smiled and shook his head. The last Ursha was at the bottom of the sea, the Draka was gone, and, except maybe among the undead, the story would be a dark secret. Ronkist was reminded of a very old but still popular Nosferatu text. The darkness enfolded the light, but the light comprehended it not. They are an ignorant species, Don Victor. And blissful in their ignorance, damn them. Lupo laughed. And thus they are punished in their ignorance by beings like us. After all that had transpired, Ronkist could only join Lupo in his laughter. The 3 females looked back to see what was so funny.